Appendages flailing, you're running at me. Ferocious, tenaciously clawing at me. The devious gelatin holding me fast. Miraculous, now you let me lose back. Rushing rivers of sleeves, the tip of stalactites incising my knees. A slipper of sand dollar day at the shore. Nice evening at home and I dread even more. Would you please make clear to me I'm peering out through your opacity. Though you rehearsed tomorrow's verse, forgive me if I don't sing in your key. Look back on those days when my life was a haze. The gelatin lay on a truncated sleigh. Copernicus drank from a vessel that stank. From the Freemasons' crank to the overflow tank. For biting is fun. Jump on the turnstile and watch me go round. Swim with the cactus and float with the stone. I try to convey what you strive to condone. Would you please make clear to me I'm peering out through your opacity. Though you rehearse tomorrow's verse, forgive me if I don't sing in the key. Play it, though you rehearse tomorrow's verse, forgive me if I don't sing in the key. Would you please make clear to me why nothing is the first thing that I see? And if you do, and I see you, then you will be the nothing left for me. Would you please make clear to me why nothing is the first thing that I see? And if you do, garden, depended on the sloping companion I cast down. Dash, slipping through the forest with the curdling fleas, to grow them spindles, the moon I seize. I capture the dreadbait who falls to his knees and cries to his cohorts asleep in the trees. Don't had a grand fish market stew. Police in the corner, gunning for you. Apple toast bed heated for blanket rat. Laugh when my you say, please don't do that. Control for smilers can't be bought. The solar garlic starts to rot. Was it for this my life I sought? Maybe so and maybe not. 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 Was it for this my life I sought? Maybe so, maybe not. Control for smilers can't be bought. Maybe so, maybe not. The solar garlic starts to rot. Maybe so, maybe not. Was it for this my life I sought? Maybe so, maybe not. Was it for this my life I sought? Maybe so, maybe not. Maybe so, maybe not. Maybe so, I needed less restraint before. I needed to hit the lights and close the door. I'm fine, I'm fine. 'Cause I'm tripping in this strange design. None is yours and form as mine. Hold the wheel, read the sign. Keep the tires off the line. Just relax, you're doing fine. Swimming in this real thing that I call life. But can I bring a few companions on this ride? I'm feeling my heart's not beating anymore. I'm feeling it's alright, this happened once before. I'm fine, I'm fine. 'Cause I'm tripping in this strange design. None is yours and form as mine. Hold the wheel, read the sign. Keep the tires off the line. Just relax, you're doing fine. Swimming in this real thing that I call life. But can I bring a few companions on this ride?
Okay. It's another day here at the Snow Ryu event. Turn the sound on this. We got ourselves a draft. I'm excited. Rojo's going to be joining me in a little bit. So we will have him around when he joins us. We're just taking his time. I can't tell if I've got audio coming through two things. It's like my audio preferences change every time my computer gets reset. What am I watching? See if that works. Shen first pick into a tiny. Audio's a little quiet. I could raise it. Just give me a second. I'm fixing audio that changes every time I reset my computer. Which is every single time, and I don't know why. Oop, hold on. And this, hold on. This should be default as well? No. System. Alright, we'll just do this. I think this is what it's supposed to be. I'm not sure. I don't know why it's doing this. But it feels as though it's coming through twice. And I'm not too sure why. No hoodwink ban, yes. I don't know why nobody wants to ban hoodwink. Hopefully when Rojo comes, we don't have many issues. But if you need me to raise the volume, let me know. I can always do that for you guys. Sven getting picked up. Maybe a 5 position here for the side of LGD. Audio's fine. Thank you. All right, give me 2 seconds. I'll turn on my AC. I'm sweating. I've realized that what we were calling shingles yesterday actually just have like heat poison. Which is kind of rough, but what can you do? Jakiro got picked up. This hero has been very popular. Feels like this hero is just constantly in the mix. Very aggressive in lane. Damage dealt is so high. And they're going to go 7E on the Earth Spirit. So mid-Earth Spirit it is. We've seen this quite a bit. Sometimes you go Spirit Vessel, Blade Mail. Sometimes you go straight Blade Mail builds. Definitely interested to see how this all goes. Brew and SF still in, that's true. And there's your Brew. That with a 4 position, which they go... Okay. Brew and SF still in. Kelly, I'm live. I'm literally live, and you just called 2 picks like that. It's not like we're on a major delay or anything like that. Major delay. And you made that call 30 seconds in the future. Technically, because I'm on a 30-second delay. But SF Brew, and all of a sudden, I'm really liking LGD's lineup. Looking really good. And Beastmaster, making it this far, feels very strong as well. Your offlane's going to be Jakiro Beastmaster, which is pretty strong. I guess you're hoping for your Earth Spirit to be activated pretty quickly. Beyond on the Beastmaster is a solid combo. What do you want to ban now? Because truthfully, LGD, they could put the tiny mid, they could keep the tiny support, they could throw the SF mid, they could throw the SF safe lane. They really do have a lot of options on LGD. And banning finally the Hoodwink. By the way, I don't know if you can really see them that well, but Team Zero's jerseys are green and yellow, which are kind of sick. Feels like it's a different color scheme than most of anything we've ever seen before in terms of esports jerseys. And now you gotta wonder, what do you want to ban here? Is they need a safe laner for the side of Team Zero. They ban the troll. Ban DK as well as the troll. And it leaves them with options, certainly. No option of the Sven right now. Obviously, that's picked up by LGD, and they also... I don't know the heroes based on sound from the China client, but they banned the Clinks, and you gotta wonder what they're going to be picking here for safe lane on the side of Team Zero with an Earth Spirit in the mix. So they go, all right. They go Morphling. I don't truly hate it. There's a lot of lockdown here for LGD that this Morphling has to be careful about. With the Cyclone, the Hurl Boulder from the Brewmaster, Stormhammer, Avalanche Toss. Maybe if you add another stun on that, you could find yourself just continually lockdowning this Morphling. It's a good AA game. Hey, I say that all the time. I always agree with that. Red Polone. Thanks for casting. Thanks for coming, Shashko. Shashku. Sashku. Underscore. We could see definitely safe lane SF, and they end up going to the Crystal Maiden, so it looks as though it'll be, well, it doesn't necessarily need to be, it can still be support Tiny, support Crystal Maiden, safe lane Sven, mid SF, and off lane Brew. So it'll be interesting to see where they place everybody, just because I really, the only thing I dislike about this overlay is that we don't get who's picking what, which would be really nice. But I like the LGD roster or lineup here. Although Team Zero can get activated pretty early, and they could put the pressure on pretty heavily with the Beastmaster once he hits 6, once he gets that Ags as well. Earth Spirit wants to get the ball moving. You might want to go into getting that Blade Mail first. Jakiro's very strong in lane. We've seen that be the case time and time and time again. So we'll have to see who's where for LGD. As we see Marshall on the left. We worked with Marshall on the DPC. He was our translator. He's in Sven support. It could be Sven safe lane. It could be Sven support. We worked with Marshall as our translator for DPC. He's a really chill dude. Always appreciate him. Very cool guy. So we'll load into this one. We'll be back with Rojo soon. Should be a very exciting evening. And it will be Ponlo on the Chen, 70 on that Earth Spirit. So we echoes it'll be a mid SF, Niu on the Brew, PYW on the Tiny, with Innocence playing the Crystal Maiden, and that's leaving the Sven safe lane. You definitely had options to choose, I would say. We'll see how this goes in terms of game 1 for LGD against Team 0. 70 is really good on this Earth Spirit. So we have seen that, at least when he was first coming out on the scene, this was one of his go-tos that was very exciting to watch. I'm hoping he plays it well. I'm hoping this is a bit of a treat. I'm really, again, this is a tournament for Team 0 that I think is very important to them, considering it's a LAN event opportunity they didn't quite have on the schedule when they first qualified for TI. So it is always a good opportunity to kind of get in there, especially with a solid roster of teams in this event. We'll see how this ends up going for everybody, as it's going to be 2 bounty runes apiece. You've got Erica on that Morphling, which will always be ranked higher than Fly Morph. But in the matchup here against SF, we'll see how 70 ends up performing. Again, one of his better heroes. But in a matchup that I think Echo can, with a couple of well-placed raises, really make this difficult for Earth Spirit. So we'll see how 70 has to respond to this, because it ain't going to be fun. Top lane, Ponlo and Erica with the Chen, as well as the Morphling going up against Niu and PYW. Very strong duo with Avalanche, as well as the Cinder Brew. We've seen it plenty of times before. We'll see how the Morph deals with it. I mean, the damage over time, you really can shift through it. But get hit Avalanche Toss, all of a sudden you don't really have the life to withstand it. You end up getting popped, or maybe they just go for Ponlo and put the aggression on there, knowing that that's somebody that they could probably get away with killing. As for the bottom lane, the Jakiro should be pretty strong in that lane, as Sven has to be right up in your face. But they do have the Crystal Maiden, and maybe they go Stormhammer, Frostbite. Could get a couple kills down. Well, we'll see how aggressive they want to play this one out. But you see 7E low. He needs to be very careful, as PYW is also getting chased here by Ponlo across the entirety of the map, as this creep wave just comes behind the tier 2 tower. So he's pulled it all the way away from his own brew. Ponlo's here to make life difficult for PYW, who'll be grabbing a bit of CS. But at the end of the day, I mean, I guess that's fine, taking a full wave away from your Brewmaster. Technically, you're also taking the wave away from the Morphling, because those creeps are going to die, for the most part, under the tier 2 tower as well. But mid 16-5 to 10-0. Surprised at how much CS, truthfully, that Earth Spirit even has. Avalanche Toss, putting them under the tower. But Ponlo not taking that tower aggression. It doesn't matter. They'll still get this kill, and it'll be first blood for PYW. Like we said, you go after Ponlo on this Chen. He's not really that tanky. Avalanche Toss with the Cinder Brew makes for an easy kill. And they show it right there. Very easy. So far, so good for the side of LGD, who've been underperforming as of late. Yeah, the audio is a little bit desynced from the clean feed, which is a bit frustrating for myself and you guys, of course. Not much we can really do about it. I've asked. We're receiving this clean feed from across the globe. An Innocence down here with Shiro. Beyond... He's 21-3, so enjoying his time. But Shiro 19-1. Sven getting everything out of the lane. He's okay with that at the moment. A roll behind the tier 1 tower. 7E looking to even steal these creeps away. But PYW's here. Avalanche, a couple raises, the short raise. That's going to be 7E. And we've seen this from Team Zero a couple times where 7E just finds himself in these odd positions. And he ends up dead. And that's going to give an easy lane here to Echo, who is just dominating CS-wise. And it just doesn't get much easier than that. Hold on. Our clean feed. Hello? Oh. Get back to ready as Avalanche toss. Missed nothing. Stormhammer under the tower. There's a blood grenade beyond on the run. Warcry, a lot of armor here for the side of LGD. That means they're able to run down beyond. And Chiro's got the kill. 3-0 in favor of LGD so far. In the body blocks on ZZQ. He'll be frostbitten, and this is looking like another kill for LGD. They start this game out 4-0. Again, you can't really ask for more out of this lane at the moment. Making it really easy. $1K net worth lead for the time being. All lanes are really finding success for LGD. And you gotta wonder, how did Team Zero really recover a bit from this? As again, Warcry, Stormhammer, and a couple more Liquid Fire right clicks from ZZQ with that dual breath. So you don't quite get away from that one. But again, that's just a kill on the Crystal Maiden. Their first kill overall. It gets them on the board. It gets them something to be excited about. But every lane at the moment for LGD is going well, especially mid, which is just a solid one-side dunk. And the composition for Team Zero, a lineup that you'd think would start this off and get to level 6 and hope to play aggressive afterwards. So far slowed down, but they go to the Magnetize, and they're not willing to go into the tower, so Magnetize just wasted. That doesn't turn into anything. And all of a sudden, that first rotation that you're really hoping is something more than just that ends up being kind of wasteful. PYW will pick up this Wisdom Rune. He's at level 5 already. He's happy with that. But you need to be careful. As Team Zero, you didn't get anything out of the map on that first rotation, and now you got to figure out how you get anything out of the map at all. Your mid's getting beat up pretty hard. You need to go over and get some kills, maybe slow down Echo's game, but for the moment, you're just not. You're finding nothing, and ZZQ gonna drop here as he's just caught out of position. It's easy killings for the Crystal Maiden Sven combination. The lockdown early on, not reliant on just an ult from Brewmaster. They have a lot of lockdown throughout. Just shows how quickly you can get kills. Erica's Erica. How do you not know who Erica is? He's been around for a while. Was on that Vici lineup a long time ago that was very successful. Dual breath used on PYW, but they've got the Avalanche as well as the toss into a Requiem, and that's going to be 7E dying here to Innocence. Another good combination coming through from the side of LGD, and this has been very one-sided, albeit not to a huge net worth lead at the moment. But still very successful from LGD. Gotta start figuring out how you find some answers. And again, it was supposed to be with that Magnetize as they look over at Erica and looking for these raises to land. The Cinder Brews through the waveform, the TP attempt, and Erica's going to be out of here. bit of success in escaping. Now they go for Innocence. Freezing Field is down. God Strength Fuse going for Beyond, who's really the tankiest of the three heroes here. But they've got the Primal Split. They'll find ZZQ again. This should be a kill, and it will be for Shiro once more. As they've found themselves pawn low. They've got the toss. They have the raises, and it's another kill for LGD. So for right now, just constant pressure being put on from LGD. Tiny had such a good start, and so did the SF, that you're able to just kind of walk around the map, and you're finding kills left, right, and center. New farming really well, having a good lane. He's level 7, Cinderbrew, and just you could see Erica just not confident at the moment as you just see the Crystal Maiden puppy running across the map. That's always fun. They're looking to make a move here top lane. They've got Innocence here. Palo's over at level 6. He's got Hand of God, so maybe they finally feel confident to kind of get the ball rolling in this game a bit more, especially, like I said, with 7E, who's really trying to be that early activated hero and get a magnetized that turns into anything. And they're going to go. They'll finally get this magnetized down. The Primal Split's not available, but Echo is here. They look at 7E. The Freezing Field is down. Ponlo used his ult, but it's not going to do anything for them. Shiro even shows up. Ice Path, Dual Breath on a Shiro. Macropyre down, but with the God Strength, the damage from Shiro is too much. And it's 10-1 in favor of LGD. They've got the toss that lands on Apollo, doing half his health in damage with just one toss. And Echo with another kill. He is dominating here, and so is all of LGD. Looking for a Requiem with that Frostbite. Stormhammer, the TPs are through. Beyond used the Primal Roar, but it is in vain as he dies too. And Echo just obliterating everybody with the help of the rest of his team. There truly is no slowing down this LGD team at the moment. For a team that needed to be ready early, they haven't found any answers. And there is some control on a 7E with Niu coming over. He's got the Primal Split if they want to commit this. But the roll away means 7E has escaped. They could still go for the tier 1 tower and make sure that they've got all that taken care of. So 5,000 net worth lead. Nothing is going well for the side of Team Zero. They are struggling left, right, and center. Beyond trying to get this Drums of Slom ready so he can start outputting any sort of damage. News here. Ice Path is down. PYW with the toss into the Primal Split. They'll get the kill into Beyond. They'll look over at ZZQ, who dropped that Macropyre. And it won't even net them a kill. ZZQ again just dropping Macropyre and not finding anything out of it. There have been no answers from the side of Team Zero at all. And you're starting to wonder how much is left in the tank. It's a 7,000 net worth lead. They have one kill. ZZQ is dead on his screen. This Ice Path is going to land, but they've got Toss again doing a stupid amount of damage. And there is nothing stopping LGD from running these heroes down constantly. And you start to worry, or at least I start to worry about the future here for Team Zero, because they are kind of in this tournament hoping to be ready for TI, and nothing right now is looking good for them. Look at where Shiro's at in net worth, and Erika's nowhere close. E doesn't even have his blade mail at all. Shiro, he will just continue and continue to farm. Niu down here, he's got that spirit vessel. He's going Aura Brew, which we have seen be strong enough to get things done anyway. Doesn't need that radiance. Does have Drums of Psalm, so there is that opportunity to start to turn it around now that you've got that extra output and damage. Certainly not unrealistic. Primal Roar, the control is there on Niu. He does have the Primal Split, and he'll use it. It'll be forced out with the Macropyre laying on top of him. Niu fighting this Hawk, knowing if this Earth Panda dies, he'll just be back towards his tower. They go for Erika. They've got the Requiem. No, not yet. But the Stormhammer comes through. They don't even need the Requiem. They get a kill on Erika again. It is a 9,000 net worth lead. 1 kill for Team 0. That is it. You're trying to hope to find anything from this game. And so far, there has been nothing as they lose Ponlo. They continue to be just handled. Yon dies at 17-1. Roll away from 70. Avalanche lands. Stormhammer with the God Strength. Echo Saber. 18. How long is Team 0 going to stay in this? You always start to wonder in games like this how long it becomes where it is mental damage coming through. Granted, all these heroes are worth a good chunk of gold if you can get any kills on your side, down 18-1. They find Erika, Requiem on top. And that'll be another kill. 19-1. Team 0 have been stymied. Avalanche toss. Another one there ready for him. Ripe for the pick-in. 20-1. ZZQ trying to run. He's only level 8. Toss up into the air. And he will die there too. God's Strength is used. They're onto the high ground in 18 minutes. And trying to break through and potentially, honestly, even end this game with where we're at. Pretty crazy if you ask me. They back off. They can go ferocious at their discretion. They really can do anything they want right now. Don't have to be too afraid of anybody coming their way. They are much stronger than the enemy side. But they're going to try for it. They need to get something out of it. But there is a Primal Split available. Unless they have the complete lockdown, this kill is going to be tough to get. They finally kill off Niu. He is worth a good amount of gold. Innocence drops worth gold as well. Almost 1,000 of it. If not 1,000 of it. And all of a sudden, they've tripled their kill score. But Avalanche toss into a Requiem, getting alley-ooped into a death. Here they go on Echo, though. They've got the geomagnetic grip. They hit the ice path. Toss, though, of a Centaur. And Echo's going to die. The Requiem and Death almost getting a kill of its own. It's 22-4. A couple of big kills here for Team Zero. But at the end of the day, is that enough? They lost Erica again. They're not getting farm on their carry. Still down 14,000. But kills are coming, and they are getting gold. They are holding on a little bit. At least the touch. Again, at least they've got that. So in a Rochelle GD go, knowing that they've given up probably more than they'd rather give up. And why not? Might as well. They're going to roll in. They've got the Magnetize. They go to the Primal Roar. Ice Path is down. Shiro, God Strength, hiding inside the Roche Pit. Roll's going to land. Magnetize doing some decent damage here, but they'll end up getting the kill in a 70. They look over as the Aegis is going to be picked up by Erica. They've got themselves the Stormhammer from the Morphed. Sven morphling. Erica getting a kill on a Shiro. That is worth 2,000 gold. They go for Innocence. The chase is on. The waveform over. Echo Requiem. And can't quite get that Aegis just yet. But with a Spirit Vessel, the Primal Split. Erica fighting. PYW is dead. It's 23-7. Ice Path is down after this Primal Split is over. They might be able to get a kill on a Neo. And Team Zero, with a fight like that with the Aegis picked up, I think they're back in this game. I can't believe it. Neo's back to form. They've got that dual breath. They'll continue to run and chase this Bruise. Very, very tanky. The Hawk being annoying. The Ice Path lands, and Neo. Hand of God used as an adaptive strike. Neo's still on the run. The Hawk one more time. They will get the whip. They will go for these right clicks. Innocence with the Pavis, I believe, on a Neo, and he still survives the chase. That's insane. He is so tanky. They find this Sven again. Shiro. Oi! God Strength going in. Has the harpoon. Cleaning up. 4 heroes dead. There's the Aegis. Used TP on the high ground, and he gets out. Shiro cleaning up. Crazy. Hello?
Hello?
All right, let me see if you're coming through on the old OBS.
The old mic test.
Yeah, I think you're coming through. I think you're all good.
It would be kind of sad if you went from one day working and the next day it stops working again.
Well, a couple things changed when I restarted my computer, so.
Oh.
It always does.
Are you at 23, like 15
Yes.
or so?
23, 18,
Okay.
19. They're going for Tormentor.
Perfect. I'm like half a second behind. This is like the best it's been for me.
Best it's ever been. Dude, Team Zero had a good fight in the Roche Pit, and then Shiro, God Strength, and that was it.
Yeah, I was briefly watching the game while I was eating. PRW is really good at Tiny.
He had such a good early game, and he's just been, like, first of all, the toss is insane. It's so stupid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did see when they killed Erica with the Requiem toss. That was really
great.
clean.
Yeah.
But I looked and it was like 21-1 and they were like 16k up. And then I looked back like 5 minutes later and then Team Zero was in like a really good spot. and like they had like cleared a lot of the deficit, and then I saw a red hero on my screen, and everyone died.
Basically. Yep. That's right. Pretty on point.
It is kind of interesting the amount of times that we've seen Sven so far, and this is I think the first time we've seen it be played carry actually.
Yes.
And I mean personally, I'm inclined to think it looks quite strong. Maybe that's a little bit confirmation bias.
It did have a free lane. Bottom was pretty free. Granted, all the lanes were pretty free. 70 did 70 things and rolled behind the tier 1 tower just to get avalanched and tossed into 3 raises.
He does like doing that. Famously, he doesn't know that the tier 1 mid tower exists. It's kind of, I think, like a blind spot in his screen.
Can you imagine, by the way, Tiny, who used to take out creep waves with the tree that he holds, now just has to toss one thing and does it that way instead.
It's pretty crazy. It's funny because in the like most recent patch we had, which was actually kind of a while ago, the crash landing did get nerfed, but they just removed, like they reduced the attack slow and the movement speed slow, which was not the issue people had at all with the facet. They are.
Did he just roar?
Oh, who did?
He just roared the Neo's Earth Panda, didn't he?
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Yeah. 70 is dead, but it's all on Morphling to make anything happen, while Sven is 13, 1, and 6. This BKB is doing nothing.
Ooh.
Erica doesn't have BKB anymore.
Very good play here from, or just like very clean raises there from Echoes. Oh, and,
You don't even land.
Yeah.
You truly don't even land. Oh, did they call GG? They must have.
I never saw it.
I don't think I saw it either.
Maybe the broadcasters have the
Chat turned off. Yeah. I didn't see that. All right, game 1 goes to LGD. I did not even see that.
I mean, it was surprising to see the Ancient Throne, but not particularly surprising.
No, I was
Only
just...
because we didn't see the GG, but honestly, I would have probably expected GG even a little bit earlier.
Seriously. Man, that was a very one-sided game. Somebody said that Roar is goated. Yeah. It wasn't that great. I'm going to get a seltzer really quick because
Okay.
I need something cold
Go for it.
for my body. It's the shingles. That was a really one-sided game, too. Kind of crazy. Very
We've
strong.
seen a lot of one-sided games.
Yeah,
I definitely do think it's kind of the way the patch is at the moment. But there's definitely times that you can look at it and maybe reason that it might not just be the patch. In some instances between the tier 1 and the tier 2 towers.
I will say there's a big difference between our group and John's group.
Yeah, does he have a lot more 3-game series?
I think every series yesterday for him went 3 games. And like his series, he's had some 50-minute bangers. And we're just like, yeah, that was an 18-minute game. Well done.
We get a highlight reel where it's just Morphling dying 6 times in a row.
Seriously.
It's PYW pressing toss and the whole enemy team dies.
Yeah, this is where I thought they were going to bring it back. Because Erica did a great job getting the waveform kill on Roche and getting the Aegis. But then this is where you said Red Hero shows up. And it is.
He's so tanky.
Yeah.
They also, I mean, they don't layer their sons that well, but... Yeah. The highlight reel is pretty telling in its own right.
Just sending a message because I can kind of hear the talent in the clean feed. It's like being muffled to not be heard, but I can kind of hear it. I don't know if you hear it at all.
I don't hear it at all.
Really?
Oh, I do hear it very slightly, yeah, when I turn it like all the way up.
Let me ask. Yeah, let me play some music while we're in a break, and we could keep talking. I'll keep the music low, just to kind of have the.
They kind of subdue the Twitch chat.
Yeah, and let me
Keep them entertained. Hand them their iPad.
I'll throw it to our break screen, so I'm not showing sponsors that didn't pay for advertising on this stream. And then I got to update. All right. So this game will probably start at 1:55, I would assume. So I'll just press that and throw a timer on the screen.
You're really good at timers, B-Cop.
Oh, God. Thank you. I know. Oh, Andy said you're very handsome.
Oh.
Also, do
Thanks,
you see
Andy.
how this venue is about to be for this tournament? Do you, like, if I'm getting this right, it's a high jump, like a ski jump. And
that is so cool.
And the tournament's happening at the bottom of the ski jump.
That is so cool. I mean, I don't know if that's weird for players at all.
If that's
but
happening out there.
It just looks cool. It just looks cool.
I don't
from what
truly
it is.
know if that's where it's happening, but that looks so cool.
Yeah, that looked crazy.
I was like, that's super dope. This is super reminiscent of the Bukovel Minor. Because that was a ski resort. I don't know if you remember that event.
Like I said yesterday, everything is kind of... Everything Dota and Pro Dota related is very, like, meshed in my brain.
It's a blur.
Sometimes when you guys talk about remembering... I mean... You've been to some of the events, so that would certainly make it a little more memorable, but even when I was like really into Pro Dota and watching like almost every like series that I possibly could, I still don't remember like half the games or teams that were playing or events that happened.
That's fair.
I don't know why. It's like a... I guess I just don't have enough space up there. A little bit full, my hard drive. My emotional hard drive.
I get that. My hard drive is full at times. IG is apparently getting stomped by Talon. Check the live score on that. It is currently a 4,500 gold lead by Talon, although they had a 7,000 net worth lead, and it's 22-9.
I mean, honestly, that's not as bad as what we've seen a lot of times. That net worth is pretty relatively even.
Yeah, and they have a safe lane spend as well. For IG.
Maybe I should start messaging this John X Fire guy. He seems to be getting all the better series.
What the fuck? I brought you into this world. I could take you out.
Maybe Shingles will take you out first.
I'm pretty sure it's a heat rash. I'm convinced.
Okay.
I'm just so cold. My body hurts. and
Was that
I'm
what
just
the
cold.
emergency seltzer was for?
Yeah, to kind of cool my body temperature. Because it's on my neck, so it hurts.
Oh, that is not a nice spot.
So I'm trying to, like, cool off my neck. It feels good. I kind of want to go to this snow Ruyi area. It looks pretty dope. I don't ski or snowboard, but...
It looks really cool. Any of the like small blips I'm seeing that aren't lagging on the VLC.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks really awesome. I mean, it is kind of like, I mean, it's like film, so it's definitely supposed to look cool, but I'm sure they're cool.
Mine's not lagging that bad, though.
Mine's being questionable. That's okay.
It's because you're further west.
Actually, I wonder how, like, because is New York closer to?
Where
Like,
this event is, I don't know actually,
yeah.
because I think it's on the east coast of China.
It might be similar. I might even almost be closer.
Maybe. Definitely a possibility. I will say there is a backup stream if we want to end up trying that.
The clean feed is iffy at times for me, but generally when it works, it's pretty okay for a while.
Right. What is this? I'm just looking at... I always find myself looking at random reels. I'm like
Like
such
just
a...
on YouTube, Instagram.
I'm like IG
What's
right
there?
now. It's a suite on a plane, and it looks insane.
Yeah,
I'm just like, why am
Those
I
are-
looking at this stuff?
those are the thief of joy, I think, is what a smart person would say.
Reels?
Yeah. That being said, yeah,
I'm a big Reels watcher.
I definitely can get lost there a little bit.
And
In the world of
I will
Reels.
say, I find that my Reels... I had to... I ended up changing my Reels. I'm like, I can't stand just the... every reel being a thirst trap. I want to see more dogs.
Good.
So, like, I turned
That's
off the ability for it to be... You know, I turned the content into, like, basically just PG stuff. So it's all just dogs and cats and, like, adorable animals.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
Like, this is a much better reel. I'm very happy with this. New York Mets stuff. Sports.
Yeah, mine kind of, well, mine's mostly just like random stupid things or a dog, something sad.
Oh my god, did
I mean, a dog.
I just get really loud for you, the in-game feed?
It is quite loud. Although, to be honest, most of the time I just have it off because delayed audio
Kills you.
is, yeah,
I feel that.
a bit frustrating.
I feel that.
I wonder if we'll see a Monkey King, you and I, or if this hero is just permanently like in the pits of the ban hell. This hero has not even made it past the first phase, I think, once.
Yeah, already gone. At least Tiny's gone this time.
It's really funny because I feel like every time that we've seen Tiny, the team that takes Tiny wins, and then the next game the team without Tiny, or like the team that doesn't have first pick, bans Tiny.
They're like,
And
this is
then-
stupid. I can't play against this.
I don't know, it seems like they, like, in their heads, they're like, oh, like, it's Tiny, just whatever, like, give them Tiny. We'll get this hero. And then by the end of the game, they're like, okay, obviously Tiny was the problem. Let's get rid of it. They also get rid of the Shadow Fiend, so seems to make sense. There's still Hoodwink, Brewmaster, Flavor of the Month, Jakiro has been really popping off at this tournament. Always interesting to see what team.
Gotta get the Gamba started, and Primal Beast first pick. It's versatile. Could be 3, could be 2. I've seen it 4 before.
Yeah, this one is interesting. I mean, Primal Beast I think is still strong. Like, Primal Beast pretty much since he's been released, outside of like a few, like, I don't know, maybe weeks or something, is generally quite strong. I mean, he just has a really nice kit. He's mobile, he stuns, he does damage, he's tanky. So I don't think you can ever really get wrong with having this hero. It is a little bit interesting that they prio it over some of the other heroes. It's yeah, I don't know. Primal Beast is it's a weird hero, but I tend, as like a player, just in my regular games, but also whenever I've had to face it in some kind of pro like match, feel like it is really frustrating to deal with because it just does really wacky things. Like, Primal Beast is one of the heroes in mid. If you play it mid, they can just like go cut your wave for some godforsaken reason and like walk it to jungle, and then he can like level 4 gank your bot lane, and it just does stupid things because it has so much power in its early levels. But then sometimes they end up doing that and then it like doesn't work, or like they die for some reason and then they're behind and then they feel useless. So very, very weird hero. It does very weird things.
Right.
There's also, I mean, like you said, it can be played in different positions. I think most people tend to think of it just as a mid when they pick it. But maybe there's some weird like pipe build out there where you just become unkillable on the off lane. But it's pretty matchup dependent, this hero. Also probably does not like playing into Jakiro in lane. The slow is pretty brutal.
Could force it to be mid, because if you're 3 or 4, you'll be up against the Jakiro.
Yeah, so I think that is a nice response, the Jakiro, because you're right that it like pretty much just forces this Primal Beast to be played in either mid, which is fine, but now you know what your mid matchup is, so you kind of take away that flex potential.
Right.
And you get a super high value hero, so nice snipe from Team Zero. Maybe part of the reason that it feels a bit odd to first phase this Primal Beast. But it should be, I mean, it should be happy in the mid lane, pretty much whatever they want to respond to it with. Especially considering that Shadow Fiend is out of the pool.
I did not know that was the Enchantress noise. Again, you said you have the sound off, but the sound for Enchantress getting banned was just... And I was like, wait a second.
Enchantress does make some strange noises.
Yeah, but that was not Ench, I know.
Oh.
It was weird.
Hoodwink Chikiro, I somehow feel like we've been here before. Honestly, I don't really know what the response from LGD here is. I'm trying to think. Because partially you're thinking supports are being good in this. Probably just Rubik. I'd be quite surprised actually if it wasn't Rubik here for LGD. PYW is incredible on Rubik. These heroes have really great spells to steal. So probably I'd go with that as well with the Primal Beast. That's what I'd be thinking. But I wonder if their head's in a space of like, do they want to early rotate a Morphling, for example, or something that they think is just going to have a good game and might get picked up by Team Zero in this next 16-17.
I like the Rubik call.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Rubik. I don't know what the pick after that is though. Sven, that makes sense. I guess that this hero, I forgot a tiny bit about it. Nice flex potential, has good synergy with the Primal Beast, providing an HP, providing an armor move speed. Is strength, that's a good thing. Has a stun, that's a good thing. And a Phoenix. So not quite what I was imagining. I wonder if they're just like holding off on the Rubik because there's really no like, if they want to pick Rubik on 18, which I don't actually think they will because I think they want to keep the flex open a bit. I guess they're just not particularly that worried about Rubik getting stolen, obviously, since they have both their supports. So not priming it, going for Sven and Phoenix. We haven't seen Phoenix in most of our games. Sometimes it gets banned, but this is kind of the first time we're actually seeing it go through. I'm a huge fan. I think this Phoenix hero is very strong. And I think it pairs nicely with like the Sven Primal, who have good ways to, frontline with the Sunray, have good ways to stun when you use Egg.
I like this Timber too, for multiple reasons, one of which is cleaning out the trees that this fucking hoodwink is gonna sit in.
Yeah, I think the only thing that worries me is that now you're like, whatever you're doing, like presumably from these drafts, is you're either putting Timbersaw or Primal Beast into Jakiro in the safe lane with a last pick carry. So, I mean, I guess DK could be carry. I don't fully know what people are doing on DK right now. I know they were flexing 1, 2, 3 for a bit. I just don't know how viable he is in those roles. But, I mean, overall, Jakiro into Timbersaw or Primal Beast should generally be having a pretty good time. They are heroes that can have like sudden burst damage and maybe kill a Jakiro. They do end up banning the Rubik from Team Zero, which I think is nice. Probably thinking that this Sven is going to be position 1. Decent game for it, all things considered, so I think that's a good read from Team Zero. I wonder what their... I guess I'm really just wondering what this Dragonite, what it's meant to serve in this draft. Obviously, you're going to put the Underlord 3, barring some really weird, like, Underlord mid, which I've seen before, but obviously is not the same strength as the offlane. It does have, I guess, a nice pairing with the Jakiro in a sense of, like, you just stun, Jakiro does, like, 500 damage for some godforsaken reason, and you get kills. It's really simple, it's really easy. Isn't the best mid DK matchups if they want to play the Timbersaw or the Primal there. So I guess the LGD read I think is probably correct here, just banning out mid laners. The Caudle's a really nice one. Caudle would have fit really well into this Team Zero draft. I think that Caudle mid is definitely a sleeper at the moment.
Right.
I played I mean, it was not a super high MMR thing, but we're doing like it's with Jim and them, and we're doing like a scrim for League of Lads against like another team that's like trying to figure out their team. I played Caudle mid in one of the games with a Hoodwink as well. It feels so nice. That hero is so mobile. It gets its items, it farms, it has healing, it has damage. If you have like frontline like this and heroes you can use Chakra Magic on, it feels really nice to play with. They do ban the Ursa, I guess, just to cover their bases. It was a pretty good Ursa game, so I think another good call there from LGD. Didn't quite think of that one. So I'm wondering... Okay.
So mid-primal. No,
Yeah.
it could be mid-timber, right?
Yeah, I think they're going to wait to see what this last pick is. So this is a nice part of the LGD draft with what they do here. Is that Timber and Primal are pretty much interchangeable. They do very similar things. The only thing is you definitely want more form on your Timber. So you're probably looking at whatever the last pick from Team Zero here is. I'd probably go Morphling is what I'm looking at. And then you throw this DK mid, and whatever the matchup is, it isn't going to be great. But it'll be fine because you're DK. So you'll probably, like, if you're into one of these heroes, you're probably just like the Timber Primal. You probably just go like, you know, the Frost Breath and be annoying, or the Corrosive and like taking towers and harassing them in lane. Should be fine for them. I could even see potentially something like Lina or something, like right-click Lina specifically with the Gleipnir BKB. Would be a good timing if you could get those items, but pretty hard to do that. So they end up going for Gyro. I think it's fun. It'll probably be very strong with the Jakiro, so I think this is a nice pairing from Team Zero.
Right.
But it's a little bit... it's a little bit worrisome from me. I think it's really easy for Gyro to get caught this game, just from the heroes that LGD has. And it's also not... I mean, it's not really that good of a matchup into Sven these days. Feels like you need to be an item up on Sven to honestly be even with him, with the, you know, Sven carry, going the strength facet, having so much just extra base damage.
Mm-hmm.
So, personally, I kind of wish that they went for the Morphling, but clearly they have some idea here. Clearly there's a cook from Team Zero, so I'm interested to see how that works out for them.
This Jakiro
I will also say...
so strong.
Oh, go ahead.
Like,
Yeah,
the laning... But the Crystal Maiden in the last game, like, opened up the lane so much, especially for the Sven. Like, the combination and the movement. It's also the fact that Echo wasn't afraid to move off lane as a Shadow Fiend early. Like, he's not afraid to move off lane, it seems like, with a lot of these heroes, truthfully.
Yeah, the CM does a lot of things, I think, in this draft. So I think it was a pretty solid last pick from LGD. It has a good way to shut down, like, if it ever gets a Frostbite onto these support heroes, it's really easy to catch them. It can be annoying for the Underlord. Just, you kind of gimp a lot of his, like, man-fighting potential. You potentially have a, like, strong lane that can just deal with him. You have good rotating potential, and typically I think this is, like, a part of CM that doesn't matter as much, which is, like, the aura. Initially, like, a long time ago, people used to pick CM just because they're like, oh, it's a really good, like, Arcane Aura game. That's definitely not how it is really much these days, but it actually is a very nice Arcane Aura game.
Right.
This game, giving mana to Primal Beast, Timbersaw, Sven, all these heroes that kind of have these like mana issues. So I think it was really nicely rounded out. Personally, I'm a big fan of this OGD draft, so I'm expecting a 2-0, but I hope I'm proven wrong.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind this going 3 games, but Erica on the gyro here with ZZQ, it could be an aggressive lane where you see like what 1-1 and maybe more in the flat cannon.
There's definitely a potential for Erica to just max the rocket barrage. I think some gyrocopters like to play that style. It definitely hurts your farming potential. Obviously, going to the flat cannon is the most consistent way to just get farm.
Right.
But if you have a way to sustain your mana, if you go like he's going Falcon Blade, if you go Falcon Blade, he buys early wand. It actually isn't that bad for farming the rocket barrage. It does a lot of damage over the duration. I also would like to note, for those who don't know or haven't like tested themselves, I did test it in a demo lobby just a second ago. Jakiro does hit egg twice. So Jakiro's innate is that he like has 2 separate attacks instead of 1.
For half the damage.
Those both count as attacks. So he does double damage to egg. Not necessarily always that useful, but in early game skirmishes kind of makes actually a big difference. If the Jakiro isn't, dying or locked down.
Yeah. How does this matchup go for Timber? Because you really only take, what, 1 level in Timber Chain? Normally?
So you might... It's interesting. I think that Timber Chain helps you be way more useful around the map. But a lot of mid-Timbers like to actually just go like 3-1-1, 3-2-0, especially in a matchup like this, I would expect him to. But it does hurt your farming and it does hurt your rotating capability, so if you don't like do as well in the lane as you want to with that build, it can be underwhelming for sure. And Dragonite's a very deceptively, like, a lot of people, I think they'll look at this mid matchup, they'll see Timber into DK, and they'll go, oh, Timbersaw is going to 100-0 that matchup, it's going to be unplayable for DK. Because then past it was kind of like that, but I feel like players have gotten a lot more adept at dealing with this. I think Timbersaw's lost a little bit of early strength.
Right.
And DK's gained some. So now actually, I would expect DK to almost come ahead in this matchup, and he kind of is on 7E. Your harass is really good with the corrosive. You reduce the damage a lot on Timbersaw with the breathe fire, which is kind of what DK is good at. Really tough trade here in the top lane. Nice level 2 usage there.
Yeah, not easy to kind of just stand there and eat Firestorm and just hoodwink things as well. But they got rid of a lot of the trees in the lane to make sure that Shira is going to be able to stay confident as well. So you can stay on the bottom side of the lane, right? So you don't get bushwhacked and killed.
Yeah. Although there's kind of like... It's nice because Hoodwink can't play around the trees, but also Hoodwink has like free line of sight to just like constantly hit the Sven. So it can be a bit annoying for Shiro, but the nice part of this strength asset that these like carry Sven takes is he just buys like this early Bracer, and it gives him a lot of effective damage. Bracer's already an incredible item. So he should be pretty much able to just, live this lane, be fine. I do really like what 7E has done. I believe that he started the game into this Timbersaw with no tangos at all. He just had like branches, circlets, gauntlet of strength. So a lot of early CSing power. You can see like, as I was kind of talking about, like this hero is very annoying. DK. When you play into like a player who's good at DK, right, who's confident, they'll just win the most obscene lanes. Like I've seen Dragonites like destroy like Lena's and like Storm Spirits and these really like odd matchups that you don't think they'd be able to. And a lot of it just comes from like itemizing correctly and using Breathe Fire well, because you create like a huge damage differential. And you just kind of CS, and then over the course of a lane, it starts to add up a lot. You hit level 6, and then you're pretty much stronger than anybody you're laning against.
What is your take on the like Bracer, Wraithband, and Null Talisman? For a while, like they've changed quite a bit, and it feels like there's always one that feels like the strongest. For some time it was Wraith Bands. For a lot of time it was, you know, for a short time it was Null Talismans. I would say that they're recent history, they're the least used ones. But, you know, what's your thought on them? Do they need any tweaking? Do you think that they're just like too strong overall?
Bracer is definitely too strong. I think this item is, I mean, you can already see there's like, I think almost 6 or something bracers at 4 minutes in this game. They are going on to Shiro, really nice tree cut, but he still takes like almost all his HP. Anyway, back to it. Bracer I definitely think is overtuned. I think that item is incredibly strong. As you can see in this game, like there's already a ton of them. The item just provides so much raw value, gives you good damage, gives you survivability, gives you regen. And then after that, I think, you know, probably like half of its value is Null Talisman. We've seen kind of a resurgence of Null Talisman, especially for a while. People were building it on a lot of heroes just because they buffed the mana regen on it.
Right.
I think because there's like more of these Guardian Greaves, more like, you know, Arcanes, whatnot, you know, what have you. They aren't as necessary, but they feel nice. Like Null Talismans, I've seen people build them on heroes like DK, like, you know, Jakiro, like these heroes that you just get some nice raw value from, keeps you topped up on the mana, gives you some nice stats. And then I think in like, as of the moment, Wraithband is quite weak. I don't think almost anybody really builds it outside of, you know, maybe like your Monkey King mid or your Slark in the bot lane. It's pretty rare that you see Wraithband as compared to the other items. And I think most of the time you build a Wraithband, you'd probably rather have a Bracer. Level 6 is out from 7E, so this is a good rotation from PYW.
This is first blood 6 minutes into the game.
Yes.
It's a pretty late
and it's
first
really
blood.
massive. It goes to Shiro. Obviously, we saw what Shiro can do in the last game as Sven, so don't want to give him another free lane.
He had like 13 or 14 kills in that first game, but Echo, level 5 here, and just kind of stepped up to death. That was very odd. He really did step into that.
Yeah, and so this is one of the issues too. So you saw that, like you see the Timbersaw skill build is 302. This is an attempt to lane into the Dragon Knight, but he isn't really able to still. Like this is what I was talking about, the danger of this Timbersaw matchup. He went for the points in Q, and now he doesn't have Timber Chain, so he's not able to get out. It's kind of easy to get on top of him. He does have level 6, so it's not like, this isn't like disastrous, but this is not how you want this lane to go. You lose almost half your tower, you rotate pretty much all of you rotate your supports. Pomlo is losing a lot of HP to Innocence.
Oh, he might even run into Shiro here. Typical carry participation.
But that's that is like the best case scenario for you.
Seriously, to get the first 2 kills for your team like that.
Turning your support resources into like carry net worth. Kind of what CM is ultimately about. I feel like CM is one of the heroes that utilizes consumables and like regens the best out of a lot of the supports. And Jakiro's up there as well. They're gonna try and kill Nu here. So this is kind of what I was talking about with Primal Beast, how he's like weird. Like you can see, like he's just walking between towers, drawing aggro, kind of not dying.
No way he gets. Oh my god! Like this ends up being value.
Oh yeah, that was so worth it. He got a like creep camp. He wasted a GP on Ponlo. Got a kill. I mean, that's you're typing worth in any game. I think even though you're in team comm, even though this is a professional setting, I'm typing worth in the chat.
Just to your team.
Just your team. But if you said in all chat, that's pretty funny. I probably wouldn't be that zealous, but it would be worth. To be clear.
Yeah. Very clear, loud and clear. Oh,
but
man.
yeah, I mean, I like what's new is doing, but ultimately, that was a nice attempt by PYW. PYW has kind of tried to stop the bleeding here a little bit on Phoenix.
Yeah.
But it's unfortunate because, I mean, you're losing this tower so early. Generally, what you want is PYW would actually be sitting in the mid lane while Echoes is in the jungle getting net worth, and your tower doesn't die for another while. Phoenix just kind of sits there, soaks up damage and ganks.
This is the
Jakiro
third kill Shiro's
definitely
gonna
go down
get.
again.
Shiro's lane has been perfect, and he has to be the anchor here for LGD. You got Primal, who's doing well. Timber's okay, but he's struggling compared to the DK. So having Shiro just getting this huge amount of success feels pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean, this hero, Sven has always been a hero that accelerates a lot. I mean, he just has built-in cleave, so definitely makes sense. But Sven gets so much raw value out of stats to begin with, and then they add this facet where he gets extra strength, or like extra damage per strength. Diving onto Palm, though, does actually get the kill, so nice by PYW. Dead for it. I'd be typing Worth, personally.
You type Worth a lot.
But like this facet accelerates even more, and the whole point of the facet is that you're supposed to be weak in lane, and you're supposed to be weaker at the start of the game, and then as the game goes on, you start having really crazy damage numbers because the damage that it gives you extra scales with your ultimate level, and obviously you just get more stats, you get more net worth over the enemies. So I mean, yeah, you don't want to see this Sven with this facet with so much gold. Thankfully, 7E, I think he's definitely played a little more disciplined this game, but he's kind of in a dangerous position this time.
Yeah, he's very dead, and that comes with an
I
Echo
need
rotation.
to close my mouth. I'm sorry, 7E.
That is as good as it gets for Caster's Curse. Welcome to the club.
I've been there. I remember the last time we were watching Chinese Dota, I did a really bad. Who was playing Lina? With the rapier?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I think that's gonna live in my memory forever. That's usually like I said, I have like hamster brain when it comes to professional Dota, but I'm not gonna live that one down. To myself, at least.
God, that's very funny. Welcome to the club. You see Erica making this rotation.
Yes. One thing that's really interesting is that, so like Erica compared to Shiro, they're relatively similar net worths, but Erica has pretty low level. He's actually lower level than New on the Primal Beast. I mean, now he hits level 8, so he's not like behind. He has a lot of points in the Rocket Barrage, as we said. So
this could turn.
It's kind of awkward for him. Yeah, I think it's a little awkward that they're here without ZZQ. They could potentially get gone on, but the lockdown, like the long range lockdown, doesn't really exist without New going in. Kind of hard for New to go in when Underlord exists. Trying to.
He's almost trying to get as far on the edge and have them to turn around so Echo can make a jump.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice defense by LGD. I think this is relatively like clean macro from both teams in a sense of like, I feel like this is what you kind of stereotypically want in a game is like, if you're Team 0, you have this strong Dragon Knight, you want to take this top tower, close out the map a little bit. If you're LGD, you have high level supports with like pretty tanky Primal Beast, Timber Saw. So you have a decent amount of damage, just like base damage from your abilities, and you try to defend the top tower. In this case, it kind of ends up in like a standoff, so probably better for LGD overall, especially considering that there are stacks in the triangle, aren't contested at all, even though they have a ward, just kind of aren't able to get there. Erica on the other side is also doing Ancients, but it doesn't feel like it's the same value for sure that you're getting from Shiro at the moment.
Echo, who had a tough lane, has really buckled down. Yeah,
this is also another nuance of the DK Timbersaw matchup is sometimes DK can close out the map a bunch and it becomes really hard for Timbersaw to play, but sometimes DK tries to do that and it doesn't work and just ends up being like a level behind and either same or less net worth than the Timbersaw.
Right. And
that can be difficult. I mean, you have a nice like blink stun always on this hero, which is nice, but Timbersaw is a scary hero to have net worth, to have levels, and DK is a hero without BKB that can definitely struggle at times. They do go for a smoke with DK's blink, but it doesn't look like it's going to find anything.
And truthfully, unless you find like Crystal Maiden, I don't know if you're going to get everything out of this. You're going to try and go for Echo. They've got the Pit of Malice, the Sharpshooter hit, and that's everything put together. They smoked us too, but they got all 5 over there, and now they're going to try and turn it around with the Pulverized Sunray on that 7E, who's low but not dead. Niu will die for this, and I might get 7E. They finally do. Supernova, this is a dead egg.
Yeah.
As Jakiro hits it twice, even though it was only one right click.
Yes. Good. Definitely nice by Team Zero. Just like, I mean, recognizing that they have the damage, recognizing that the blink timing is going to be that powerful.
Yeah.
I mean, it was nice. I would not have expected this on LGD, especially 7E. He is kind of like a strange player. Every time that we see him, he's doing like these really interesting things. What's interesting this game is most Dragonites max their passive and deal a ton of damage to towers, keep their farm up, are very harass heavy in lane. He only put 1 point in it in 7E, so he has only 1 point in the Corrosive Breath on his passive, and elected to put the rest of the points in the stun. So he's kind of just saying, you know, Jakiro's OP, that hero's gonna do my damage for me, and I'm gonna, you know, like I have Underlord, I have Hoodwink. Even if I'm gonna be less net worth, I'm always gonna have a blink stun. I'm going to be useful, and if somebody's out of position, you know, we can make something happen with Underlord Pit, with our ultis. Erica gets a free tower, so nicely played by Team Zero, I think. It's also annoying, like this LGD lineup, for a long time, they don't have a good way to walk into Pit of Malice. And I think they're kind of recognizing that on Team Zero. So until BKBs come out, until they have like enough burst or initiation to deal with the Underlord to like get a pick off, they can't walk into Pit of Malice very well without, you know, kind of suffering significantly.
We see this a lot from Underlord lineups where they're just able to take this Fiend's Gate down to wherever they're getting kills, and when you've got the Rod of Atos and an Ice Path, it's such easy kills, and you just find Crystal Maiden using it off cooldown.
Yeah, this is how I like to see it used. It's also, most Underlords are taking the, like, Necronomicon facet, so using it off cooldown is actually kind of like a neat little, like, farming hack as well. You get a little bit of extra net worth out of it, so good way to get your hero ahead, keep up in levels. We've seen what Underlord can do with items, or, you know, anything, really. The hero just has such a strong kit.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah. PYW went an extremely interesting build. He has Ether Lens first on Phoenix, so I'm assuming the tech here from PYW is that he went the like Sunray facet that does more damage the further away it is.
Right.
And then he goes E-Blade is obviously strong on Phoenix for like 100 different reasons. So he goes for this early Ether Lens to get extra power in the Sunray because it's going further, and then builds it into an E-Blade which has utility throughout the whole game. The only annoying thing is that it's not like Team Zero has a pretty like mixed damage lineup. So the E-Blade isn't necessarily going to be saving people that they blink stun on, just through the like power of, you know, Hoodwink, Jakiro, Gyro. They all have a lot of magic damage in their kits.
I will say this is, for the where this game is sitting at the moment, it's one of the quietest Hoodwink games we've seen.
Yeah, which is not what you generally want as Hoodwink. Ponlo is not really close at all to Maelstrom. He might have the Atos. I didn't see if it was on his courier or not, but his net worth is almost the value of an Atos. So he hasn't... I feel like he's kind of been hovering his team a lot and hasn't generally been able to get a lot of things. Ponlo's been caught a few times where I think he wasn't expecting it or didn't want to. So he's having a bit of a tough game. Still will be useful just because of the kit. The supports kind of walk into each other.
They've got the Sunray down, and they'll get the kill on a ZZQ eventually. PYW getting that, but putting his attention on a Beyond, and they do have the damage. Actually ripped through this Underlord pretty quickly.
Yeah, and it has been a quiet game kind of in general from both teams. Erica and Shiro are keeping relatively similar in farm, but Shiro has much more impactful item timings, and is definitely ahead in levels by quite a bit since he got so many kills, since he's been kind of by himself a lot of the game. So Shiro is a lot more powerful than this Gyro, even though the net worth difference between them isn't very high. He has a BKB, which is a huge deal because, you know, we're talking like Ice Path, Pit of Malice, like Bushwhack. These things are really annoying and difficult to deal with. Not when you have a BKB. They do manage to get really nice chain CC onto New.
I was going to say, Onslaught, where is this going to end up getting?
What?
Nowhere.
Did he cancel it? He might have because he saw the pit.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. I do really like this PYW Ether Lens thing. I haven't seen it. I remember somebody like theory crafting it. Innocent Cena died in the same spot. spot he died before. I don't know why he loves the spot so much.
You want innocence?
Yeah. He's out there twice now. It does get some useful vision. So, I mean, game still looks very good for LGD. They're bleeding a few too many kills for, I think, their liking. Not sure how much it's going to matter, though. PYW has been a very diligent stacker. You know, I feel like he, you know, on the minute, he's pretty consistently getting these triangle stacks. He had quite a few for Shiro in the early game. Shiro had such an accelerated early game that they couldn't really shut it down.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know what your solution for the Sven is. I'm assuming as well, what LGD is going to look to do is probably rotate most of their heroes towards the bottom side and then look for a Roche soon. Because Shiro's going to hit level 18. You can't really fight into his BKB. Like, he... his net worth is great, but his levels are, like, obscene. He's level 17. He's getting close to 18 if he gets another solo kill. She'll be right about there.
Big ifs.
Echoes has an Ags, which is nice. He'll be definitely hard to take down. New has a pipe. Not quite a solo kill, but does inch him closer to the 18. So they end up taking mid tower rather than going for the Roche. So now I'm curious if they try to extend this like God Strength into a Tormentor and just like run straight to the side here, which it looks like they're trying to do. At the very least, they're going to contest this Wisdom Rune. Might be difficult for Team Zero to try and fight. Doesn't look like they are in any sense. Probably smart. Erica is sitting a decent bit away from this BKB. Quite a few levels down on Shira at the moment.
I haven't seen much from the Gyro, and you said the Sven's not too scared about going up against the Gyro.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is, like, it's just the kind of way that their kits are. Sven does a lot of, like, single target burst damage or, like, sustained damage. Kind of depends on, like, his build, but generally does a lot of damage. He has the cleave, but a lot of it is ultimately, like, single target when he jumps in. So he's really great at man fighting. Nice stun from Shiro here.
Yeah, went right into the Pit of Malice, not afraid to stop that TP at all. Granted, he just, he's looking for the vision because you're inside the trees, doesn't care about the Pit of Malice, just wants to stop the TP.
Yeah, so anyway, as I was blabbering about, Sven also itemizes very well into Gyro generally.
Yeah.
You go a lot of damage, he goes like Echo Saber, he goes these really stat efficient damage items, Mask of Madness, which gives some lifesteal and man fight. Keeps up in farm to Gyro, but builds early BKB, is really good at utilizing Blink. So it's, he has like built-in armor as well, so it's not like Gyro just, it's this mixed damage carry that usually barely gets over damage thresholds, at least in the current patch. So you have to walk a pretty fine line on this hero already. And Sven, he has a BKB, so he's not taking magic damage or very little magic damage. And then he has Warcry to mitigate all the physical damage from Erica, which his build is currently obviously mostly physical damage. So you're not really doing damage to Sven, and Sven is doing a lot of damage to you because you don't have the luxury of building kind of these same items. Gyro has a little bit more of like a static build that isn't quite as good into Sven. The BKB is nice, but you have to kind of go Ags, you kind of have to go Crystallos. These items don't do that much into Sven, don't help your 1v1 particularly.
Niu has pipe, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah.
So, like I said, as I was saying during the draft, maybe there's like a weird offlane pipe primal build. Looks like there is. Makes sense with, and it also makes sense as well with like if you think that you're going to get through the Sven somehow, like you have a pipe, you have Pavis, I'm assuming going into Solar Crest on Innocence. So covering their base as well on the auras, generally something you kind of have to do in this patch. And it's, it's paying dividends. Shiro is extremely farmed, has an Aegis, and there's not a good way to deal with him yet.
He just didn't get touched in that lane at all. Like, he didn't get touched in the top lane. He was able to do whatever he wants, forces out that BKB with just a harpoon. It really is that easy. And that feels really bad. And I think, truthfully, if you're LGD, you have Aegis. You could just fight off that. Knowing that that's down, play aggressive. Smoke.
Yeah. That's nice, too. And it's also, Aegis a lot of times in situations like this, especially when Shiro is so farmed, means that he has BKB, he has Aegis, he has 3,000 HP. He's just walking solo at enemies.
Ooh, even popping
He's
the
gonna
BKB.
BKB. I think it's worth it.
Shiro
Check worth
losing
in chat.
his Crystallis on his courier, but I don't think he cares. And again, like they found Erica. This is without Shiro. They don't need him here. They have the ability to get this kill, and all of a sudden, 3 kills here for LGD on the other side of the river. Your towers are in trouble. Or, well, what's left.
Yeah, this early BKB from Shiro has definitely shut down a lot of playmaking potential from Team Zero, but Team Zero also, it kind of feels like they're not trying things that much outside of this, recent attempt, which very unfortunately is not going to even take the Aegis. So I'm a little bit perplexed by there's kind of this thing with like, so 7E we were talking about, or I was talking about, he's kind of a unique player from all the times we watched him. He does strange things that you don't expect. He does things that are different from a lot of other mid laners.
He is in a lot of trouble. Forced the BKB out, and Shiro, he's got the Aegis. Like, he'll turn, and he might turn around afterwards if he really wanted to. He doesn't have God Strength.
The biggest issue is he doesn't have BKB at the moment. So this is the biggest window they're going to have to punish Shiro.
But they have Supernova off to the side. Like,
Supernova.
it's not the best place, but it's forcing them back behind their tower away from Shiro. And that's what the positive at the moment, and this is going to be the explosion coming out from the Timber in just a second. They don't have the damage because they're unwilling to go towards that Supernova, which they really shouldn't.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of kind of just how their draft is, in the way that LGD has itemized. So LGD recognizes quite well that the damage is kind of low from Team Zero, especially when they're behind like this. Generally, you'd be circumventing a lot of the damage that you're missing with Hoodwink and Jakiro, because we've seen these heroes, they're extremely strong, they have really good damage numbers, but without items and without levels, they're, kind of the old heroes they used to be. And it's not, I mean, you're not circumventing anything. You have very little damage. Your Underlord has, opted to go for the kind of aura build, which you expect. 7E went for this early Blink Dagger build, which I was going to talk about. It's just, you're really what it is you're just lacking damage. LGD has recognized that. They've itemized against that. And not only have they itemized against that, but they also their carry hero walks around the map with 3,200 HP, and when he presses E, he has 42 armor, which seems pretty strong to me.
Very strong.
You have a Timbersaw who like echoes. He opted to go for the Ags as one of his early items, and they don't have any dispels for it, so can't really deal with the Timbersaw either. Can't deal with New, who's build auras. PYW is higher net worth than the Underlord, so kind of hard to deal with him. He's gone for early E-Blade, and now he's building a BKB, which I think is actually a really interesting but kind of cool choice.
There's that Daedalus into a Dragon Tail. Ice Path the control, and Shiro behind him. they wisely get out of that.
Yeah, I mean, your avenue back into this game is not easy. 7E doesn't even elect to press the BKB knowing that the Primal Beast onslaught is going to go through.
It's that, and also if he's forced to buy back, he at least has something to work with, right?
Yeah, Dragon Knight is definitely a hero that, if you're not careful, you can actually be more useless when you buy back by a very large margin. So, I mean, but it doesn't really feel good.
Harpoon on a Beyond. He's trying to survive here. There's the Gyro trying to get something done, but the BKB used by Shiro to leave. They grab that Bushwhack on the Neo, but
oh my god.
Ice Path on it too, and you can see the damage of that Sunray.
Yeah, PYW's cooking them. Slow roast.
Ooh, nice Costco slow roasted chicken. Or a hot dog wrapped in a slice of pizza, apparently.
A squirrel.
Is the
even.
meme. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm watching this game. I don't know what I do in Team Zero's position. They do, like, the thing is, usually in these kind of games, you're playing Gyrocopter. In the Sven matchup, pretty much one of the only ways that's like Gyro is able to do well is to abuse like a butterfly timing or have like butterfly satanic, because Sven doesn't deal very well with butterfly.
Go for Phoenix, but they have... Never mind. I was going to say they have Supernova, but the damage came in too quick. BKB from Erica. The second this runs out, though, Shiro might just come back in. He's got God Strength. You need to be careful. They don't have buyback, but now the Storm Hammer on to 2. They get stopped by that Pit of Malice. New's low. Acorn shot, not going to matter. Beyond and ZZQ are dead to Echo. And this fight has gotten a little bit too split up.
Yeah, it looked really good initially. 70 does have TP, so he should be fine. He should be fine.
There is Pulverized, technically. Oh, he actually doesn't even TP.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good attempt. They honestly had way more damage on that Phoenix than I thought.
I thought he was going to be able to Supernova.
Yeah, it looks like Gyro had 2... Honestly, he might have crit twice, based on how much damage he was dealing, because I was a little bit surprised. But either way, I think he crit at least one of the hits. And Phoenix doesn't have very much armor, so once he managed to kind of like break through the initial shield from Pavis, definitely got a bit fortunate in killing off PYW in a good timing, so there's still some hope for Team Zero here. The game is not completely hopeless by any means, but you just don't have as many tools. It's not, you know, LGD, we kind of talked about, one of the nice things you can have in a draft is just consistent and simple execution. LGD, not all of their heroes are necessarily simple execution, but at this point in the game, with how far they're ahead, you walk around with BKBs, you wait until Aegis, you choke out the map, try not to get caught, you know, try to stop people from splitting. Not always easy in practice, but in this game it's pretty difficult as Team Zero to actually just go out on the map. One of the nice things for LGD with this, you know, first pick primal that they have is he can just TP and like walk around to lanes. He's really good at pushing out lanes, but he's specifically very good at stopping you from, you know, being Gyro and like walking down a lane and then just BKB TPing out. The Pulverize is nice for kind of just preventing heroes from split pushing in general. And you've bought auras, so you pretty much got that covered.
They scan this Roche, but you can't go for it, right? They're not going to get there nearly in time.
They're way too far.
Like, they try to get to this, but... And if they commit, it almost feels desperate, where I'd rather see them go high ground for a defense. At a base, it just doesn't seem as strong.
I think what they're hoping is that Shiro used God Strength to get this Roche done quickly.
Unfortunately, he did not.
He was a little more disciplined, so he did not. I think it looks like Team Zero kind of is recognizing that. Crazy call by 70 here.
Yeah, he could BKB in turn, but he elects to TP, and
okay.
He didn't have the rest of the team with him.
I guess they must have seen that LGD on the rest of the team kind of TP'd out.
Yeah.
But, I mean, not a huge loss for either team necessarily. That's like that as Team Zero, you kind of use a smoke to get essentially nothing except for a BKB. But you keep Stone off the map a little bit longer. You get to push out your lanes. Counter smoke from LGD. Probably should be expecting this one on Team Zero. But might actually catch them off guard in the sense that Sven used the BKB.
Again, there's Pulverize here available, and it will be Erica in trouble, as there will be no way to save this Gyro in 75 seconds without Gyrocopter is terrible. Like, you don't have any damage. Your damage is gone here. Sunray flying in, forcing the BKB. And the towers are going to start to be in real trouble with not only the banner down, but the God Strength still working here for Sven. He's about to hit level 25.
Yeah, I'm definitely wondering if we're going to see more early rotation Phoenixes as like this tournament progresses. The hero slots in very nicely with, you know, pretty much every game we're seeing on both teams. You have to buy auras to some degree. There's pretty much a pipe in almost every one of these games. Most games somebody buys Guardian Greaves, most games somebody buys a Crimson Guard, or the likes. And Phoenix has for a long time slotted very nicely into those lineups. And if you're going to specifically, you know, kind of tech into the Sunray build, you can do it even more efficiently than you used to.
They're trying to
and it feels
hold
very difficult to fight into.
And sit back that far, but They're waiting for gyro, and you lose 2 sets of racks for this. You don't even get the Aegis out of it.
Yeah, it's also, again, another thing between like the Sven and the Gyro matchup is that typically Sven in older patches, not as much recently, but especially since the addition of this facet, he doesn't fall off as much as he used to. Sven as a hero used to kind of, it got to a point in the game where it was like, okay, first of all, if he doesn't have ulti, he's completely useless. And if the other carry manages to reach like 6 items, most of the time it's going to be actually more efficient, more kind of useful than the Sven. But in this case, like you have the facet that just gives you more damage per strength, you have a ton of HP, you have a ton of armor. So this hero is not falling off anytime soon.
Blinking over the Pin of Malice, trying to get a kill here on Erica. Ice Path is down. Using that God Strength, still has this Aegis for a while, and now focusing the tower. The Macropyre down to about half health.
Yeah, he does have Satanic now on Shiro.
Yeah, down for 14 seconds. But look how quickly ZCQ dies.
Nice.
Great Supernova.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's them calling... No, that's buybacks being used, because we didn't see GG before, so I'm just trying to pay attention. Because I don't believe chat is on, but they are still chasing. They've got the BKB from 70, the Pulverize onto the Underlord. Beyond's in trouble. New getting low, but it's not going to matter with the damage from Shiro. He's dead for 75 seconds. Doesn't have buyback. Hitting into Echo is just futile. They've got the lockdown onto Erica. They'll get this kill. Now they call GG, and it will be a 2-0 for LGD.
Yeah, very clean. I definitely think, in part, Team Zero did not do themselves any favors with this draft. LGD drafted very nicely. I mean, they flexed a lot of different things, so they kind of cornered them. I think that CM was a huge sleeper there. I think it was very nice recognition by them. So overall, clean by LGD. Unfortunate to see for Team Zero, because that's their kind of second series. I believe this is their second series they played that we watched. 2-0 again. None of the games felt particularly that close, which is not a good feeling. So definitely hoping that they can kind of bounce back and not get too, frustrated over these losses.
Yeah, definitely. And now, all of a sudden, we had the China v China, but the rest of the day just becomes Eastern European Dota. Both matchups.
Is it all Eastern European versus Eastern European?
It's Navi against VP and then VP against Spirit.
Those will be really good games, actually.
With the way Navi's playing, yeah, I think so.
I'm excited to see more of VP. I think they played very well in the series that we saw yesterday. So excited to see 2 different series from them. Hopefully I'm able to not fall asleep before.
You have work again tomorrow?
I do, but it's mostly fine. These shifts are today I got off early because these shifts are they're really slow. So they're not particularly that stress inducing.
That's good. I'm gonna be sitting with ice on my body probably all day tomorrow at some point.
Probably a good decision.
Get this heat rash to go away, or this heat.
I am gonna go grab a Walter.
Sure, I'm gonna play some music, and I will probably set up for the next timer. What time is it? 2:45. We got through pretty quickly. I assume this will start at 3-ish. So I'll just start that timer and I'll play some music. guys can hear that. Lower the music for a second. Hear that whirling? That whirling is my medicine. It's like a self-injector. Ow. Play some music. The timer on the stream has it for 15 minutes, so I pretty much got the time right. So just play music till then, and we'll be ow, 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 underway. Hopefully soon. Ow, ow.
Hello?
Hello. Figured I'd do my medicine now. I had it out earlier. I have a self-injector thing.
Huh?
Just stays on
Sorry,
my.
you like cut out. Oh.
Figured I'd take this time to take my medicine now. I have like this on-body self-injector.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to like stand.
Is it?
For...
I see. Is that for the rash? Do you like?
No, it's for my Crohn's.
I see. There we go.
So basically it's a. You put it on. I put it on my stomach, and then I click it. Like I put the medicine in, and I click this button, and it injects me for like 5 to 7 minutes on my stomach. I think it's almost done. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's probably a fine
beeps at
timer.
me.
Time between series is
A good time, a better time than ever. The worst part about this thing, I think, it actually isn't the needle. It's taking it off, because I've got a little. It goes on a spot in my stomach where I have hair, and I'm just like, this is terrible. I hate this.
Oh yeah, no, that does sound awful.
Am I microdosing? No. I mean, I guess I'm technically microdosing this medicine. I don't know
That's
how
a
big
really
the
funny
dose
thing to
is.
say about chronic illness medication.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, in some cases, you probably do end up microdosing certain things.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're technically microdosing Tylenol and all that shit. Although it's technically compacted, so it's not really a microdose.
Yeah, I mean, a microdose, I think, is specifically based on, like, the milligrams that you're ingesting of it.
Mushrooms.
Yeah,
Specifically based on
also
mushrooms.
mainly mushrooms. Also, I didn't want to bring this up to cause drama or anything, but I do see currently on www.twitch.tv/JohnXpire, in the bottom right here, I see this weird thing. It says @NefSensei.
What?
Do you know anything about this?
What the fuck? What a traitor.
I know. I remember,
messaging
you
him
know,
right now.
I refreshed it a few times. I think it's real. I'm quite frankly hurt.
Oh, now it's beeping. Alright, it's done.
I think my whole playing League of Legends things has been a little bit difficult for Neff.
I messaged
He doesn't
him.
see me as much on weekends now,
Yeah.
where I have custody of him.
I watched him play RuneScape the other day.
Oh my god. I can't believe that RuneScape players can complain about anybody playing any other game ever. I know that's like all my friends play RuneScape. So, hopefully they're tuned out of this part. Hopefully they're like, oh, it's break. Because I think I'd be eaten alive for that statement.
It's pulling my hair. I have to take this off now. Release me. Ah, there we go. Throw this away. We'll be back. I will say Neff's a traitor, but I've got you, so it's better.
Oh. You know, it's probably, you know, for your own sake, maybe we'll be a little bit more mentally stable without Neff.
I don't even know who Neff is anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. I've heard rumors about this Neff guy, but generally not good things. Very controversial, very mean towards certain members of certain discords. Not naming names.
He's controversial?
Yep, big controversial guy.
Neff, yeah.
He says things like, "I hate you, Roho. You're so stupid."
He says skibbity riz.
Mm-hmm.
It's awful.
And he says, yeah. I think there's something about Among Us briefly that was pretty startling.
Oh, I haven't been on the Minecraft server in a while.
I haven't either.
I think we've been... I mean, you've been playing League. I know that. And eventually...
There's a bit of a curve in the modded Minecraft effort required.
Yeah, because you get the unobtainium and all that, and it's just like, all right, well... You were doing a lot of that, and I'm just over here like, I love bees. I can't get enough of these bees.
I liked the bee arc, but yeah, I mean, personally, this is how I've played modded Minecraft before with XS. This is the same way that it generally goes for me, is that I get really interested in like one thing, and then I realize that somebody else has like a nuclear reactor and is in space, and I'm just like, ugh.
Yeah.
And then I look at like the quest log, and I'm like looking at it, and it's like, oh, in order to make this one thing that you need to make 10 other things, first you have to spend 2 hours scouring the map. And it's like, oh.
It is a bit of that,
great.
yeah.
And I just, unfortunately, I don't have enough mental energy or time at the current moment. And if I do, a lot of it ends up just going towards playing League, which I'm ashamed to admit, but is the truth. I'm recovering.
A recovering League addict.
I actually never played much League before. I only recently got into it. But it's kind of nice that, like, Dota games are such a commitment, you know? It's, like... In Dota, like, one of the big differences, in my opinion, between League and Dota is that in Dota, you're, like, always on. Like, you kind of just always need to be, like, paying attention, focus... Because, like, even when you're dead, there's still, like, always valuable information to get on the map. In League, it's like, sometimes when you're dead, like, you can just, like, Alt-Tab, and it honestly doesn't affect the game that much, because most of what happens in League is either predictable or like readily available by just checking the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, when I play League, I could be pretty checked out.
Yeah, and so that's why, in my opinion, I feel like League is a significantly easier game to stream, because there's a lot of like genuine downtime in League, at least for most of the roles. In Jungle, like specifically, maybe a little bit less, because you kind of always need to be doing something, but a lot of times in League, like, your best play is, like, kind of to literally just stand around and, like, watch your minions die.
That's me.
So it's still, I mean, you know, it still is, like, mechanically intensive a lot of the times, but I don't think League is quite as much, like, mental effort for as long.
I will say I find that my Dota games recently have been, like, an hour. Where I'm just like, ugh, you know?
You kind of cut out again.
Oh, my Dota
Sorry.
games recently have been like an hour. And I find that my Dota games being so long are just frustrating.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's, yeah. That's part of the, I think, like, part of the reason that I've just been liking playing League is it's just not... It's not quite as high commitment, generally. And it doesn't feel like... If I play, like, League and I play bad, like, yeah, I kind of feel bad for, like, a little bit. I'm like, oh, I could have done this, blah, blah, blah. But when you play bad in Dota, it's, like, it's very obvious, and it, like, your game just, like, sucks, and then you're, like, sitting here for, like, 30 minutes, and you're like, you know, my lane opponent is literally, like, you know, 10,000 net worth above me, and it's kind of my fault. And I'm, like, trying my best to play the game, but, you know, blah, blah, blah. it's just, yeah, Dota is just it's a very complex game. It takes a lot of thinking. There's so much to do. There's so much to think about. League obviously has that, but it's definitely toned down. And quite frankly, a lot of times, even if there is like, some nuance to gather, some like something that you should be doing, it's not like the same incremental difference as it is in Dota. Where like, I don't know, you can kind of not know you can only vaguely know what an enemy spell does, and like just completely own them by, pressing your buttons in a certain way, or just being ahead, or whatnot in League. And Dota's not quite like that.
Also streaming on YouTube today.
Is it popping off?
It had 140 viewers. It was nice.
Oh, that's not bad.
For for a YouTube channel that really doesn't have anything on it.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. I definitely do think I had a roommate who, like, for a brief time, he really liked to watch, like, specifically, like, almost every Pro Dota game that he watched, he would watch on YouTube because he could, like, do work on the side and then, like, pause it and then skip to, like, past the ad breaks, or, like, like, he can just kind of, like, move the timer. That's, like, kind of a nice thing about YouTube streams. So I can definitely see the appeal in that sense.
It's also very not, I would say it's, there's no ads on YouTube when you watch live streams, at least from what I see. So if I am subbed to somebody I like on Twitch, sometimes I'll still watch on, like, YouTube, even though I don't get ads on Twitch, but YouTube also runs a little bit better at times.
Yeah. I mean, generally, YouTube streams are generally just quite nice for, like, a viewing experience. They're just not quite as, like, YouTube chat is just a real place that exists. So I think that's really kind of where a lot of people like Twitch, or a lot of times also they just have, like, they might not follow somebody on YouTube the same way that they follow somebody on Twitch, since, it's not specifically a live streaming platform.
Definitely. Oh.
This IG game is almost definitely over, by the way. From the game state that I see, looks like G2 IG is taking them to the cleaners.
Oof. So it'll probably be a 2-0 for them, that means.
Yes. Looks like it should be pretty convincing, unless Talon do something crazy.
Well, game 1 is started for Virtus Pro against Navi.
Oh.
I could see this being 3 games, but at the same time, we've had so many 2-0s on this stream. I don't dare jinx it.
I probably suspect that this one will go to 3 games, just based on, like, the performances that we've seen from this team, because Navi and VP had Navi had great performance into, like, Team Spirit. The games were quite close. They had a lot of good moments. Navi did very well in their first series with a 2-0. VP did, I think, quite well with a 2-0 in their series, so in theory, they should be kind of similarly matched. But again, like I was saying yesterday, these are also 2 teams that probably just know each other really intricately. So it'll probably play out a lot differently than, specifically these Chinese matchups, or maybe even like a matchup into Team Spirit, because I would imagine that probably out of almost all the teams, these are probably the team, like 2 of the teams with, like, players that know each other the best, probably the teams that have scrimmed the most between each other.
Yeah.
I would imagine. I don't actually know that. I'm kind of just making stuff up, but it sounds correct.
It's very interesting to me that we kind of saw a lot of games without core Sven, and all of a sudden, like, today is core Sven day. Not that this Sven is already necessarily a core, but it does feel as though that's what we've been seeing more so today.
Yeah. The Talon game also has a core Sven, although this time it did lose. So it does have holes in the armor a little bit. It can lose. Good news for VP. Not particularly. I mean, I am a little bit surprised by the early Doom. I was kind of thinking about it earlier when we were doing our like silly little scrim. We had to play against a Doom. I feel like this hero is definitely a little undervalued as of the moment because it has. I mean, it can build very versatilely. It can do the auras quite well. The Purge specifically from Doom and the Purge creep that he can take are both very impactful. Just because there's so many auras, like there's these Crimson Guards, you know, generally like all these random debuffs from Gleipnirs and, you know, Underlords, what else have you. So I think Doom is kind of a sleeper. Obviously there's kind of a lot of sleepers, like for example, I also think Elder Titan is a sleeper. That hero was doing really, really well at Riyadh. Kind of depends though. Elder Titan's one of those heroes where like certain teams like Elder Titan, certain players like Elder Titan and have practiced it and love playing it. And certain teams and certain players just don't really. It's kind of like a finicky hero in the meta, and it's kind of just a hard hero in general. So it makes sense that like teams can be kind of wishy-washy on it. We haven't seen it contested in that first series. A little bit curious if it will be contested at all this series.
No hoodwink this time. Thank God.
Yeah, there's also... We've seen also these teams so far. I'm assuming that Jakiro will probably make it to the bans here. Unless, well, actually it looks like VP, they have a ban into pick here. So they can secure Jakiro for themselves if they want, I believe. Which would be probably a nice pickup. What I'd be leaning towards based on how we've been seeing the hero perform. Maybe an option for some kind of, I think, again, Rubik is still doing, or I think is still nice, is kind of decent into the Sven. Maybe it's a bit early to get it, but you don't necessarily want to play the Doom into the Rubik, especially considering, I think, is Zayats on Navi?
Yes.
Okay. Zayats had a very good Rubik performance yesterday into Team Spirit. So I would be kind of watching out for this hero. I think I would be like coming into this game against Navi. I'm personally preparing for like Zayats and Sanctity the most because I think in the games that they've been looking good, those two players have just been a very consistent part of that success. So I guess rather than targeting Zayats, they do end up targeting Sanctity. So banning the SF, that hero is obviously very high value. Sanctity played it very well. I think CIS is a region that generally just likes Shadow Fiend for whatever reason. But when you pick up this Jakiro, you do give a really good avenue for the Rubik, so I'd be kind of surprised if Navi just don't want it for some reason. I think it looks really solid so far.
Yeah. All right. Right on. Well done. Clap.
Thank you, thank you. Now it's kind of a question, I guess, of what you value in terms of like heroes, usually for kind of your players in the meta. Obviously, we've seen Underlord that we think is quite strong, so there it is. I like this. I think it already is decent into these two heroes. Can be a bit awkward considering you generally build kind of like healing and auras, and you're playing into this Doom who can mitigate that. Jakiro has what is supposed to be a nice lane into Underlord, but we have seen, I might have even been Navi playing it, the Underlord Rubik that did end up killing Jakiro a few times. So it seems like they think this is a good lane. I also think that these are generally good matchups. It's kind of, again, it's going to be hard to walk into the Pit of Malice. We've seen pretty good success from Underlord overall. I don't think we've seen a game where it's like, oh, this Underlord is so useless, like he's griefing, like no matter the net worth, no matter how the lane went, this hero just always kind of feels good.
He's gotten quick extra lockdown with the Rod of Atos. Like there's just been a lot of good play from Underlord overall. We haven't really seen an Underlord, I think, loses that last game, but we haven't seen a bad performance from Underlord anyway.
Yeah, and even in that last game, I think Underlord is part of the reason they were in it for so long.
Yeah.
VP do pick up a TA. This is interesting. I was thinking about this as well during our scrims, is that TA seemed to drop a lot in Prio. She did get a nerf recently, so I think that has adjusted her power level. For a while, this hero was very, very strong. Almost first pick material. Nerfed, now TA is a little bit more tame. So I'm wondering what makes people, you know, like what makes VP want to pick this hero up when everybody else is kind of clearly ignoring it. I'm assuming that they want to play it mid, actually, but they're going to flex it, obviously. I think Templar Assassin is another one of those heroes that I consider kind of like CIS, where if you're a carry player or you're like a mid player from CIS, I kind of just assume you play TA, Shadow Fiend, like these kind of heroes. Stereotypically, I think that like they're generally just mechanically very good at those heroes, very comfortable on them.
Right.
Now they have to find a nice
Ooh.
kind of, okay, an Nyx Assassin. I don't hate it. I don't love it. Can be awkward into the auras, can be awkward into the Pit of Malice. Gives away some decent spells to Rubik if you're not careful. But overall, I mean, VP's draft is a bit odd to me. They have some kind of odd heroes that they're kind of valuing. But overall, not a weak draft. I'm just kind of, in my head, I'm kind of struggling to play out how it's going to be so far. This is Navi's kind of, I guess probably what they're looking for is a strong mid laner here. No, they actually go for Terrorblade. Which is a bit surprising to me, but it's a decent Terrorblade game. It's a decent Terrorblade game. I actually don't love it. I don't love this Terrorblade pick from Navi. Personally, I just think that there's a lot of magic damage. There's the Doom. There's a lot of like Hatch and Lockdown. I think that Terrorblade can get to a point where he's extremely hard to deal with when he gets items. So I think that's kind of what they're playing for, but I'm a tiny bit worried about getting there.
Right. So, these teams have played against each other quite often, obviously. Rion Masters close qualifiers. Virtus Pro played Navi 5 times. Didn't lose a single game.
Really? So VP has their number, is what?
That's what it seems like. But
well, hopefully. Oh, go ahead.
Do you think this lineup looks the same? Like, to keep that streak alive? TA, we've talked about, is very strong. And we have talked about how Nyx Assassin feels great. And you could just walk into Firestorm, stun up Underlord, get a Vendetta shot stun. Like, it definitely is interesting.
I was liking Navi's draft a lot into VPs because I think VP, they're kind of doing some of the things that we've seen some of the Chinese teams doing, which is like, they kind of randomly bring out like these like Klinkses, like these just random like Slardars, these heroes that we aren't seeing as much, and trying to kind of like theory craft with it, and most of the time it's been falling kind of flat. This is what VP's draft feels like to me, and like these aren't necessarily all, like a lot of the high prio heroes we're seeing. Mm-hmm. And Navi has, you know, pretty much all of them on the nose. Underlord, Rubik, Sven have been some of the best heroes we've seen. But the Terrorblade is weird to me. Like I was saying, I just think the Terrorblade will be a complete monster with items. It's a very good game once he can get there. But it's a matter of getting there. You have an Nyx Assassin that can stalk you in the jungle. There's a lot of magic damage that can come through. You can kind of be early rotated on by Jakiro. Doom has a decent lane into you. You're also laning with a Sven. We saw this from another CIS team. I think it was... wasn't Navi? I think they played the Sven Terrorblade before, and it didn't go great for them in the lane. Generally, I think it's a decently weak lane, and doesn't particularly, like, Sven isn't going to be the most useful support into the double melee of Doom Nyx Assassin. End up going for the Pango, so kind of just the consistent mid pick on Navi. This rounds out the draft a little bit nicer. I think this gives a lot of control for Terrorblade, gives decent frontline and vision, gives a good way to like hit your level 6 and be ready on a TP rotation to stop VP's aggression if they want to go for this Terrorblade. Now on VP, you're just deciding, do you want this TA to be mid into the Pango, which is generally a decent matchup, and do you want to pick a carry? You could do something crazy like a Muerta. I didn't see what their pick was.
Leshrac.
Oh, Leshrac. That's pretty... I think that's also a good solution. So I was thinking... you pretty much want something kind of magic heavy. just because obviously like you're playing, they're playing Warcry with Terrorblade. So if you go any heavier into the physical damage on a core, you're probably going to end up, not being able to kill this Terrorblade. Leshrac pumps out a ton of damage. It's similar to the TA that it has a pretty decent matchup into Pango. Obviously is quite strong into Terrorblade for most of the game. It's a decent little pocket pick there from VP. I think this is part of the strength of TA in general, and part of the reason we were kind of seeing her early rotated, I think, when she's a tiny bit stronger, is you can just flex it to mid or carry. It has a lot of really good carry matchups, like carry to offlane. It has a lot of good carry to carry matchups. It has a lot of good mid matchups. So you just kind of like, puzzle piece her in wherever, and then VP ends up with this kind of Leshrac that fits nicely into their draft.
Yeah. Gives them pushing potential as well with Leshrac. Gives them more control with the Leshrac.
Mm-hmm.
I like how it rounds out the lineup, that's for sure. Especially if you could be in the front, maybe, be a distraction for TA to all of a sudden be a damage dealer from a little further out and cause some ruckus.
Yeah, ruckus is definitely the name of the game between Pango and Leshrac. I would say probably what both teams are looking at, and I think what both teams really recognize. Major timings are going to be Pipe for Navi. Pipe is like just absurdly strong as an item, but especially strong into like Jakiro, Doom, Leshrac, because most of their damage is going to be magical for a pretty decent portion of the game until TA gets really farmed. And then at that point, hopefully they're going to be able to itemize into the Guardian Greaves, into the Pafis, have max level Warcry. So that could be awkward, but they've set themselves up in a nice position to kind of hopefully prevent the Pipe from coming out super early. And then obviously BKB from TA or from TB is going to be especially crucial. Pretty big timing as well for TA, but as we saw in the Team Spirit game where Yatoro was playing the Terrorblade, he felt pretty much completely useless until he got the BKB, and then from that point on the game felt like a sigh of relief just for him. It's very, especially like a lineup like this with so much lockdown, so many stray spells that you can get hit by, so much illusion clear. It's gonna be a little bit of a struggle for Terrorblade in the early game, but that's not typically in an ideal world. That's not that huge of a deal for Terrorblade, since you can just go hit the creepers.
Can just go and hit the creepos. Definitely true. And we'll see how these lanes go, because I do think with a TA and a Jakiro lane, if you're not too careful, you'll just be burnt out. And immediately there's just this dual breath pushing of the lane, which is a little bit interesting, I will say.
Mm-hmm. I think he was hoping that Underlord would walk up and then they'd get a nice meld. Right. Unfortunately, the trade doesn't really end up that favorable for them, but I guess not too devastating. Kind of first wave, so not a huge deal. Zayat's on the Nyx Assassin doing a little bit of rat behavior.
Yeah.
Oh, Zayat's on the Rubik, yeah.
Yeah, Zayat's is on the Rubik, and then it's Dr. Bum on the 4 position. Yeah, I don't know why we've gotten a different layout here where all the names are just not in English.
Ooh.
But
it's
very difficult.
This early mid lane is a bit of a disaster here.
Yeah, 6-5 already for Leshrac feels pretty bad.
Which is really strange because we're used to Sanctity. In the series that we've seen him, we're used to him being like the one handing out shellackings. He's probably been the most dominant laner that we've seen across like all the games. I feel like he hasn't really come out of a laning phase down in net worth at all. Obviously he hasn't yet, but these early waves mean a lot in mid just because now you're hitting your like level timing so much later, and it's just it gets out of hand pretty quick. In the mid lane, you have to usually start buying more regen, you have to start giving up CS, giving away more denies, giving away more, runes and whatnot, so definitely very happy for Squad X on this Leshrac.
Right.
Especially to be, like I said, I feel like if you're playing into Navi here, you're kind of hoping to shut down Sanctity, hoping to limit the impact of Zayats and, you know, kind of that duo as a whole. One way to do that is just have a very nice mid lane. Pango's a good hero at like recovering from those situations, so not the hugest deal, but you know, it's never bad to get a lead in mid, that's for sure.
Well, Shrek, though, is having a very easy time, and this is definitely a hero that can, we've seen plenty of times before, just kind of rotates over and TPs to a lane, you get a stun, you push a tower down early on.
Mm-hmm.
You can be very problematic early as a Leshrac.
Yeah, and one nice thing, so it seems like VP kind of going into this laning phase in the off lane. They're playing Doom Nyx Assassin, not a very strong off lane up until it kind of hits its level timings. Can kind of punish a little bit if they, you know, land their stuns here.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, double melee, don't have a ton of like synergy between the two. So a lot of times when you have like double melee off lanes, you're pretty much looking to scale. Oh,
Ooh.
Going down
Not
on
expecting
Kirikich.
that.
Not necessarily expecting that, but I guess this wouldn't be the first time that we've seen Underlord do something we didn't expect. That hero is quite absurd. Looks like they just didn't... I think a lot of it too is it seems like Na'Vi has these really nice kill windows where I'm assuming it's basically just like you Pit of Malice, Telekinesis, Firestorm, Blood Grenade, right click, and it's, you know, that's a lot more damage than you're expecting. It's very easy to underestimate that.
Right. The thing is, I will say that statistically, Virtus Pro has not lost to Na'Vi since March.
Mm-hmm.
They've had their number, and it does feel like this is a draft that could really pressure quite heavily and kind of continue the same.
Yeah, Dr. Bum does have his inventory is just 2 null talismans, which I think is really funny. I'm assuming what he's doing is just dying, I guess. Oh, getting a kill. Oh my god, he's actually incredible. That did way more damage on the Mind Flare than I expected.
What time are you at, by the way?
Oh, 5, exactly.
Okay,
Do you want to
I'm like
refresh? Sure.
I'm just a second ahead of you or so, like a second or two. We're
Yep.
still pretty close.
I see. Did it work when you did the like pause thing yesterday? So you can just pause by like a second.
Yeah, I can do that. All right, I did that. I paused for 2 seconds. I'm at 5:20, 21.
Yeah, I'm at 5:23.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, the kill there, the Nyx Assassin just doing a lot of damage. I like, by the way, this observer. Whoever's observing going to net worth this early, perfect. Knows exactly what Twitch chat wants.
Yeah.
And it's always
yeah.
only net worth.
Thankfully, Terrorblade is having quite a good time. You know, as I said.
Look at this Jakiro
Yeah.
damage, by the way. This is so stupid.
So what I think it is I think that Blood Grenade interacts with Liquid Frost and like the extra damage that you deal applies to Blood Grenade. So I'm assuming that's part of the strength of Jakiro. I haven't actually, I can probably just test it. But it seems that that's a lot of the early value of this hero, and then as you get levels, you don't really necessarily need the Blood Grenade because your spells just deal so much damage on their own.
Right.
But it gives you a lot of unexpected damage in the early game.
It's not staying fun for this Underlord, by the way.
I'm not saying what.
Not staying that fun for this Underlord, by the way.
Yeah, so it looks like Liquid Frost damage does apply to Blood Grenade.
That's
That's really quick in demo.
pretty crazy.
Yeah, generally when a spell interacts with Blood Grenade, it's been not very fair. Like when Sticky Napalm worked on Blood Grenade, that was not a good time in the history of Dota. They do catch Dr. Bum and his sinful ways.
Oh,
Nice kill for the Doom.
it's a nice kill
So
there
both
and a
teams protect
wisdom
their wisdom
rune.
runes. Yeah.
For both teams, actually, yeah.
Yeah, they kind of... It's pretty funny, the like supports in the top lane They just kind of handshake and like walk to the enemy wisdom rune and then die.
You like experience? Here's some more. Like perfect. Great. Thank
but
you.
yeah, good. I mean, good recognition. Like they just kind of. I mean, in both cases, the offlaner just walked to the wisdom rune, tried to make something happen. They are going on to TA here.
They have Nyx Assassin coming over, so you do kind of have to be careful about how much you're going to chase the TA if there is a turnaround. But with Terrorblade showing up, TA is going to end up melting, and so will this Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, really. I mean, I didn't see the Terrorblade rotating on the map. Very nice from him. Nice as well from Sanctity here to hover, but kind of puts him behind a little bit in the mid lane if he doesn't get a kill out of this.
He's got Rolling Thunder by the stairs. This should be an easy one.
Nice angle there. So ends up getting something out of it. Quite clean. They do most of the HP of this tower, and Doom isn't really able to do the same thing in the same way. So very good sequence of events for Na'Vi here. Putting the Terrorblade in a really good spot, even though Squad X is definitely something to watch out for on the Leshrac. I think they have Ice Path,
yeah,
definitely.
I was going to say. There's no way he's getting out of this one, and that's a kill for the TA. TA's doing well despite the death, but Terrorblade leading the net worth.
Yeah, and I was concerned about Terrorblade coming out of laning phase, and well,
There's the
this
Doom.
is one thing.
Yeah, that's going to be
that can
another
happen.
kill.
So I was a little bit concerned about this happening to Terrorblade, but overall, I mean, he has pretty good net worth for 9 minutes. Should be able to transition it decently into jungling. But overall, I mean, mainly you're concerned about this Leshrac hero at the moment. Squad X getting a lot out of the map, kind of turning.
Kind of turning on this Rubik, and now the chase is on, but the stun, the Mind Flare, they'll go for the Doom instead. They at least get that.
Don't quite get the kill they wanted, so end up rotating a lot for a tower that does end up going down.
Yeah.
Kind of puts the TA ahead a little bit, so it looks like TA might have ended up maybe cashing out a stack or something. Now slightly ahead of this Terrorblade. Generally, this TA matchup is not incredible against Terrorblade, just because, I mean, TA is pretty much all physical damage. Terrorblade is a very high armor hero innately, and you can't deal with illusion super well on TA. But as I've said before, you know, pretty much in Dota, you can circumvent these issues by having more net worth than your opponent. Doing a pretty good job on Curetich of trying to keep ahead.
Already has that Dragon Lance on TA.
Yeah, building straight into the Deso, so going pretty heavy into the damage here. Hopefully can break through the Warcry Terrorblade. Could definitely be a little bit difficult for him, but you have Squad X to mitigate that issue pretty well.
I don't believe they give this tower up for free, right? Like, Nyx Assassin, if he was level 6, though, they would definitely go for this TB.
They do have Macro Power, so it looks like they're going to give a little bit of respect.
They've got 4 heroes up here.
Not quite, actually. The Macro Power is not quite enough to scare them away, considering that Sanctity kind of has a nice little hover there. A little bit of a scare spell, make them run away.
A little surprised that there was no defense, but you want TA to get to the Deso quickly enough, and you don't want to fight.
I mean, you probably just want as much on TA as you can get, generally. I feel like Curetich is going to be playing a very, like, self-isolated game, he's going to kind of be playing PvE, I think, for a while. It's going to be very intense PvE gameplay on the position 1s here.
PoE.
PvE.
Yeah.
But, you know, maybe PvE. I don't know enough to make some witty joke about PoE.
I have no idea. I've never played that game before.
Sorry.
Not a game for me.
Not me either. There, another interesting thing that's happening, so Pangos, they've stepped away from Diffusal. They nerfed the build pretty heavily. Pango's a lot less about Swashbuckle than he used to be. So most people have been going for Echo Saber. We've seen a few Blink first. This Pango is opting to go for Spirit Vessel, which I actually like quite a bit. to try and, I mean, burn the refraction charges from TA. Obviously, be annoying for this Leshrac is going to go into an early Bloodstone. I think pretty interesting item choice. I wouldn't really necessarily expect it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a nice change, but you can definitely, when you go Spirit Vessel on pretty much any of these like mid heroes, if you're not careful, you can definitely get a little bit caught up in fighting, a little bit caught up in trying to be useful in like fights because you don't have an item for farming, and fall behind. And that's not something you necessarily want to do into a Leshrac who's already power farming
Very quickly.
very quickly.
And
Extremely
also,
quickly.
Doom, we haven't seen this as much from the Dooms recently, but going into the Midas, or at least had it queued up, had over 2,000 gold last time I looked, so we'll see whether or not that ends up being the decision. But we've seen Dooms just, like, fall off in terms of farming.
Yeah, I think Doom is recognizing that this is going to be a slow game, and a game in which they can have... I think it's nice. I think it could be a little bit annoying if you have the Underlord going into like kind of these aura items, but early Blink...
Yeah, goes Blink instead of the Midas, has the Doom onto the Pango. That's the first Vendetta usage. Also landing a stun onto the Rubik, but they've got the Underlord coming through with the Terrorblade and the Metamorphosis, so they'll get a kill onto the Nyx Assassin at least. But they'd probably like to get this tower to make this meta worth it.
Yeah, and they shouldn't have much of an issue, I'd imagine. They have nice vision from the Watcher there. It's a good steal onto Sayats on the Rubik.
TA's here to try and defend. Like, they didn't quite get this tower. Now the Blink into the Infernal Blade. Stormhammer already used, and the damage out onto the Rubik dies so quickly. Terrorblade's off to the side, and now this Underlord's gonna die. So you get 2 dead. Blood Grenade onto the TB, who does have Sunder. And we'll use it onto the Nyx Assassin. But Nyx Assassin just showing up to die, and they've given up a double kill to this Terrorblade, which, truth be told, doesn't feel that great. I thought they were going to try and kill him after the Sunder. Like, they knew he was going to Sunder, but they didn't follow up.
Yeah, it looks like they were really respecting the Rolling Thunder from Sanctity, which was probably a good decision. Not what you want from VP. I mean, I thought it was going to be really bad for Navi because you're showing up on Kiritich pretty much right as he got the Deso. It feels like he probably got like Deso off the courier, like while he was TPing pretty much.
Yeah.
But not really able to, like, he was kind of caught off in like this back corner, so he wasn't able to get much more than the initial 2 kills they got. And very nicely played from the Terrorblade there, like barely getting the Nyx Assassin kill, barely getting the Jakiro kill. So it ends up coming out of there pretty much even, when it could have been definitely a difficult scenario for them.
Rolling Thunder, Doom is dead. Just a matter of time.
They also have the nice timing with Doom Blink, but now you're starting to wonder if he should have just spent the 2,000 gold on a Midas. This game definitely is going to be a little bit slower. I mean, they're trying to kind of make something happen, so I definitely understand why Doom wants to do that. But kind of biting him at this point. It feels like he's not quite able to get into these like farming items. So I think at this point on Doom, you're forced to go into the auras, forced to go into probably like probably pipe, but mech, Greaves, whatever your flavor is. Squad X also is, I mean, he's doing quite well. He is quite farmed on the Leshrac, but it's not going to be as impactful by a pretty good margin because as soon as he gets this Bloodstone, they already have a Spirit Vessel, and if he wants to fight, they already have a pipe on Underlord, and they're kind of using that pipe
Hero
to just
committing
walk
this
under
TP.
towers.
This is crazy. And Doom's already dead, and they stopped the Leshrac TP. That was crazy to continue that TP with 5 heroes around here, but he somehow escapes and survives. But the tier 2 tower not looking like it's going to be as fortunate.
Yeah, and I was saying before that one of the biggest things, I think part of the reason that we don't see as much like Leshrac Zeus as we have previously is for the obvious reason that pipe is just an insanely strong item. We see it almost every game. Somebody buys it almost every game on whatever position. Underlord opts to go for like Arcane Boots, Wraithband, Pipe, basically. nullifies a lot of the impact from VP as a whole because they have so much magic damage like front loaded in their heroes.
Right.
And the pipe just synergizes really nice with the Sven support, who's just giving this like obscene barrier, giving a lot of armor. You have the Pango with the shield craft, so these heroes are very difficult to get through on Navi. And I was worried, especially that with this Terrorblade, if they get ahead, or if the game goes late, that it's going to be really difficult to deal with this hero. And now it's not even very late in the game, it's like 18 minutes, and I am not seeing a very like simple solution to the Terrorblade. The Nyx Assassin has also unfortunately not really been able to like catch onto anybody.
Yeah, Nyx Assassin had a pretty decent timing on some things and swipes that Invis rune and gets dusted.
Really scuttles away. He doesn't even have boots, I think. What a little hoodlum.
Gremlin, yeah. It felt as though TA had that power spike, but it's that fight, and that's that point in the fight where, you know, they walk away from TB potentially after that Sunder that I felt like kind of gave a timing back to Na'Vi.
Yeah, the game has been hard since then. I think one of the things that Na'Vi has been doing very well is with the they always kind of have a number advantage because of Underlord ulti. So they're using it really well to just like walk around the map, Sanctity hovers with Rolling Thunder, and they get some kind of objective. So they manage to clear the towers really early in a Terrorblade comp, which means that they like so much of the map is open. So much, you know, you can get so much farm on your Ragi, especially since you went into this early Manta. And going for a Roche at this time is a little bit sketchy, especially considering that Na'Vi was already smoked.
They've got a sentry, but the Nyx, he'll walk into it, Pit of Malice, making it a bit obvious. Reflection, Nyx Assassin, very much in trouble. Vessel onto him. They should be able to at least get the Nyx, and I think if you're the side of Virtus Pro, now you're trying to retreat. You're going to lose both your supports. The damage coming from the Leshrac is just not felt at all. They're looking for at least the Fiend's Gate to try and make something happen. There's the Bloodstone pop, but still stuck in this Pit of Malice. TA trying to output some damage, but it's not being felt at all. And I think this game is just falling out of favor here for Virtus Pro. And Na'Vi, they don't feel anything that Virtus Pro is throwing their way.
Yeah, I mean, this is another one of the things where like it's only like a 2k 3k gold lead for Na'Vi, but what you would expect their draft to be at in comparison to what VP has means that it feels like so much more. I mean, this pipe, you can see as soon as pipe was popped, Nyx Assassin did no damage, couldn't even burst a Rubik. They can't really walk in, they're kind of like hovering on the side, like wondering, can we kill Uragi? Do we have the damage? He has quite a few items, and then a very nice Manta to, you know, avoid getting doomed. Squad X like walks in. It seems like it's very awkward. They're trying to initiate on VP. It's not easy to do so. They don't necessarily have the items to fight into the ball of Na'Vi. So I think just a few crucial mistakes and kind of like overestimating themselves on VP here. And yeah, as well, just Na'Vi, I think, recognizing a lot of the holes in the VP draft, recognizing some of the ways to exploit it and itemizing really well into it, and grouping very nicely to kind of abuse it.
Doom, I want to say, had this opportunity to go like Midas, have this Devour, and gain a lot of gold. And like elected to go Blink Dagger instead. And I find that these Dooms, they just struggle to farm. It's a hero that's we're so used to seeing at top of the net worth in so many of these games as well.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision. I think one of the things that happened too is like he went for the blink and then they got a pick off and then just like an awkward fight happened. I think what you're generally hoping for is that you get the blink and it ends up landing into a few kills, and then hopefully you can build quickly into like a pipe or a Midas and you'll feel very strong on that timing. But he hasn't really been able to get to that item after Midas, so he's just kind of like, I mean, he doesn't have a farming tool. He's not that good at fighting because you're expecting the Blink Doom to come in. He's mostly
Doom onto this Underlord, which is solid.
Yeah.
It does take a long time to get this kill, though. They've got the scan on TA, by the way, so they know where the TA is.
Blink.
They'll dust the TP attempt. Oh, yeah. And this is
Really nice
now
from
a
Sanctity.
very dead TA.
It looked really good, and then you catch the TA. It does not look very good at all anymore. And Squad X, who, again, you feel like has a pretty good or like a Lustrite game. He wanted to play it, asked for it, has a good lane, has pretty solid rotations overall, gets a few kills, has good farm. He just doesn't feel that impactful, and I think, I mean, not even a lot of that is necessarily down to like play. It's just this draft is so heavy magical in the early game. Has the Warcry to deal with any physical damage from like the early TA Deso. So you're lacking damage. Lustrite can't really go in. You're kind of lacking initiation because you don't have items. And this pipe is just, I mean, you know, causing so many issues for you. This Underlord, which you kind of let through the draft, I think is,
Right.
you know, a menace, really, compared to this first pick Doom that they had. So just a few like interesting decisions from VP here in terms of draft and in terms of the way that they itemize, really coming back to bite them. And it's, I mean, the net worth is still good. They're still keeping their farm up, which is impressive. But it's just these items are so meaningful on Terrorblade. They're so meaningful on like Pango Underlord when they get them because of how big of power spikes they give. I just feel it feels like VP needs an extra like 20 or so minutes to reach some kind of like crazy territory with refreshers and scythes and, you know, a one-shotting Nyx Assassin. But Yuragi has 2.8k HP at the moment with a Scotty at 24 minutes.
Yeah, he's farming really quickly and faster than this TA. Overall, it's been a big issue. Because the last time we saw Yuragi on this Terrorblade, he didn't exactly have a good game, but this time around, it is been pretty free for him.
Yeah, I like the confidence from Navi that Sven and Terrorblade is like kind of a weak lane in theory, but if you're able to use the meta well in an early TB lane, you can kind of switch the favor of anything. In these matchups, it does look like the Nyx Assassin is going to fall for sure.
Yes.
They search for even more. They do have a stun here.
Stormhammer,
Definitely going down.
TA, dead again.
That was nice. That was they like half them split to kill the Nyx Assassin, and the other half went on to Heritage on the Templar Assassin. So these being caught these two times on TA is probably just going to mean that Navi can walk, you know, down your towers, catch all the waves, be annoying, you know, hover your wisdom runes, get vision down. Going to be very oppressive. The Crimson Guard does mitigate at least some of that damage, so it looks like Doom elected to go for Blink into Crimson.
Do you attempt to finish this game right here?
I don't think you attempt to finish it. You might be happy with just this tier 3, or at least poking the racks. It's kind of hard into the BKB from Squad X, so this is a point in the game where the Leshrac does start having some very meaningful ways to fight. You have the BKB, you can kind of get in there, but again, Zayats on the Rubik here did build a Guardian Greaves, so he covered that aspect of the auras. Underlord is kind of built, I mean, he built a mech, so I mean, I guess it's a little awkward from them. But, you know, still has the pipe. They've covered their auras nicely. He's got a Glimmer on Zayats. Itemizing very defensively for what feels like this Navi draft can pretty much have like a single core in the Terrorblade, at least in terms of most of the damage, and then have just a ton of lockdown, a ton of utility, a ton of survivability on the rest of their heroes, and their fights are going to be relatively simple to play. VP, on the other hand, needs net worth on kind of all three of their cores to make stuff happen.
Right. They're not really finding net worth on all their cores, unfortunately, and it feels as though their game is kind of slowed down to a halt. Like, TA died back-to-back times, and we saw it in the fight by Roche. Like, they just don't have damage.
Yeah, I think, like, the more and more that we see a lot of these, like, one-sided games, because we've seen quite a few of them at this point, not that this one necessarily will be, but so far is feeling quite good for Navi. A lot of it just boils down to not having damage, and this is how a lot of aura metas, like, tend to play out. is the team that is behind just simply lacks damage to get through your heroes, and especially when you're going to be playing things like the Sven support and, you know, playing a Terrorblade where you go Dragonlance, Manta, Scotty, like exclusively stats, very hard to burst. It's a nice way for them to itemize. I think their understanding of the meta is pretty decent in this game and in this draft.
If they kill TA again,
yeah,
like when you win a fight from this point, when you win a fight here, and you use meta, you're able to take towers. But they see this TB, they've got Doom, and the Ice Path lands. This could be the beginning of a good fight, but this is a great Rolling Thunder. It just disrupts the back line of the fight. So unfortunately, TB is going to be able to run away. This Doom's not going to be effective to get this kill. And now you're able to turn. You're able to use Metamorphosis, and here come the issues. However, that being said, Underlord's dead. So that's the beginning of something. Nyx Assassin dies very quickly. And are you willing to chase in with this Metamorphosis?
Looks like no. Early gem as well onto the Pango, so vision is going to become a huge issue for the side of VP. Gem is also specifically very strong into TA, because a lot of what you have on TA is like what you provide as a hero is actually your utility and traps.
Right.
And the vision you provide around the map. He does have the shard, which silences, so that can be really annoying to deal with. But you just buy gem, you hit the traps once. No problemo. That was also kind of, I think, even though that fight ended up fine for VP, like nothing was really bad about that. They ended up killing the Underlord, forcing kind of some spells and whatnot, holding on to the game at the very least.
Right.
It's still like that was kind of what you would imagine is like the ideal situation for VP, and all it ended up in was like barely getting an Underlord kill. So that's not necessarily a good omen there on the side of VP, because they, like, what Navi did is they broke a smoke on Terrorblade on the front line, walked into like 5 sets of TA traps, Terrorblade gets doomed early, and they really just weren't able to make anything of it. So it's hard to imagine like a point from now where they're going to get a better opportunity than that to kind of abuse Navi or get some kind of slight advantage.
They're down by double the kills. They're only down a little bit of gold. And it doesn't feel like the gold lead is this tight. It really doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
You don't normally get games like this.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. This is a weird one in terms of like the way the net worth works. A lot of it is just in the sense of the carry matchup is so good, and Terrorblade is just so strong in this game that it feels like the net worth is a lot better for them because the net worth is so meaningful on Terrorblade. And also, like, the Sven as a hero, it kind of doesn't matter how much money you have outside of, like, the 1 to 2 items that you buy.
Ogre Seal Totem, the chase is on, the Ice Path lands, but the Pit of Malice is there, the stun, the Doom again,
Oh my
TB's
God.
dead. 65 seconds, no buyback. Big kills here for Virtus Pro as the TPs, the rolls, and the escapes are trying to be made. Rubik's gonna die. They'll get a third, and Virtus Pro, all of a sudden, the net worth lead hops up high as they played perfectly to kill off that Terrorblade.
Yeah, there was something about a better opportunity. Suppose VP made the best of it. That was really unexpected. It's kind of crazy that they managed to pull that one off. Really didn't think Yuragi was going to die there. Yuragi definitely didn't think Yuragi was going to die there.
And it's right into Roche. I mean, this is Roche up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, they might not be able to get Roche, unfortunately, if Navi decides they want to fight it. Because now you've used the Doom in a lot of crucial cooldowns, so...
Right. So it's hard to fight
not the
without
easiest, but that was tough. I think part of it is that the Doom came out so early that they thought they could heal the Terrorblade. Like Zayas has like the Glimmer and the Guardian groups, but just wasn't quite able to get that off.
They're in
and
Roche.
stop
They're
him from
trying to
dying.
do
They
this.
are starting it. I think this is really smart. VP making, kind of getting water from stone here, or whatever that
Yeah,
is.
that's right.
Although
boy.
now this is
Aegis picked up by TA. Actually got
Nice.
it. But
And he TP'd
how
out.
much are you gonna lose for it? And right now
Well
it's
played by
just the
Kirtich.
Leshrac and the
Not that
Jakiro.
much.
I mean, I guess that's okay, right?
Yeah, I would say that's fine for VP. They didn't lose that high value. I mean, losing Squad X is annoying, but at this point, it's kind of nice that Kiritich is, he is kind of like your solo physical damage here. They haven't, they haven't really had to itemize against him yet, but now he has a Daedalus. Now he's got pretty good levels and Aegis. Definitely scary to fight into this TA. That being said, they do have a nice window on Navi, but while Squad X is dead on the left track, just kind of walk it down.
God damn. Little mistakes that give opportunities. And Pit of Malice into the Stormhammer, and Ogre Seal Totem to get some distance.
That was almost an incredible caster curse. Just FYI.
You're trying really hard. I sense it.
Yeah, yours. You were saying little moments of.
You know. BKB, Doom has to walk back, and this is a free set of racks.
Yeah. Nicely played by Navi. This is kind of what I was expecting to happen earlier, and then Terribly just kind of died out of nowhere. So they kind of just replay it back, walk down the same lane. Squad X isn't alive, so they aren't really able to punish it. And a nice little cheeky racks. The Aegis hasn't felt that impactful, and it's been there for a minute and a half, so not feeling too bad on Navi. The game was definitely slipping a little bit from the tight grasp they had. Now it's back to like that 1k net worth lead that has felt pretty good for them so far.
Right.
I also think I want to highlight as well, because I think a lot of people undervalue it. I was talking about this during the draft, but Doom, I think he's had almost the whole game he's at the Purge Creep. And the Purge Creep is really strong. Like, that spell is incredibly good. It is low range is the only like kind of issue with it. But it can do a lot, and specifically what it can do that's really important is get rid of like the barrier from Warcry. I think once you get Shard, Warcry is undispellable, so unfortunately you can't dispel that on the Doom. But you can get rid of Crimsons, you can get rid of Glimmers, you can get rid of Root on yourself, Root on teammates, you can get rid of Fade Bolt damage reduction. Like like Dispel is very strong in Dota, and so having this really like low cooldown one you can use on allies or teammates gives you a lot of flexibility. And a lot of potential impact, and he's used it quite well actually on the Doom. It's kind of making his net worth feel a little bit higher than it actually is.
Yeah, because he's bottom of the cores at the moment as TA takes the Tormentor and gets a Shard for him now.
See, well now he's not the bottom of the cores. He got a little donation,
A little pick me up.
a nice little gift wrap box from Kiritich.
They're smoked up on both teams. And they have Doom available. Fighting into this is always difficult if you're this Terrorblade. He's been trying to Manta dodge the Doom, or make it more difficult to do, get doomed.
Mm-hmm. Warcry is used early, but they're just standing on this ward. This could be really bad for BP if they're not careful.
Telekinesis and into the Pit of Malice. BKB's popped early, but TA's dead already. They get the Aegis out of his hands. I mean, that was a lot of damage very quickly. They got to find this TA. They got to find this Terrorblade as well if you're the side of Virtus Pro. But look at the control onto this TA. Stormhammer thrown over, forcing the BKB, but they were unable to get that Doom out onto a target that really mattered quickly enough. And now it's onto the Terrorblade, but look at where he's at. He's able to still output that damage. They get the kill onto the Sven. They'll end up trading 1-for-1. They'll buy back on the Nyx Assassin. Stun from the Leshrac lands, but still going with this this Fiend's Gate. And they've got the silence. Do they have the damage? Pit of Malice again. TA, though, is also outputting the damage that the TB's doing, the same with both of them being on the edges of these fights. They kill the Underlord. They bop back on the Sven. The Stormhammer lands on 2. Spike Carapace hits on the Pango. They've got the Ice Path down, but the damage onto the Nyx Assassin with the stolen Ice Path. Impale lands onto this Rubik. They get the kill onto the Nyx Assassin. They look over at the Jakiro, as it's a stolen Impale and another kill here for the side of Na'Vi.
Why do you give Zayats this hero? Is really what I'm wondering throughout that whole fight. I mean, the amount of ice paths that he threw out in that fight, let alone the amount of really important ones that like forced BKB from Squad X. He had like a 3-man, and then he steals the Impale, and then kills Jakiro. It feels like you need to, either address it in draft by not letting it through, or address it somehow in the fight, and they weren't quite able to. I also love how it feels like in these fights, Dota is like this nice mini game of Ogre Seal Totem, where I feel like there's at least like 4 in this game.
Yeah.
I want to say at least 4 or 5. Like I was counting a lot of them. TA has one. I think the Terrorblade has one. Going in with Pango, not quite BKB up on Squad X. Nice purge to try and save him a little bit.
So Rolling Thunder is getting control. They're not following it up with anything just yet. So
yeah, they don't have the meta, so it's kind of like a, you know, this is kind of just like asserting dominance. I feel like that Rolling Thunder, it's like, oh, you guys can't kill me. And pretty much, he has Octarine, he's like, oh, I'll have it up by the time a fight breaks out anyway. A little bit of show and tell on Pangolier here. Ends up losing the rain tracks,
oy.
funny enough.
This is tough days for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, they're definitely, I mean, the game plan generally of like getting ahead and then choking out the map is especially easy when you have a hero that can teleport any number of your team halfway across the map.
Ooh, a little replay action.
Ooh.
And they pulled the sound away from us, but whatever, that's fine. And we're going to just keep your eyes on Rubik. That and also keep your eyes on the fact that TB's able to just skirt the edge of this fight, too.
Mm-hmm. The Doom comes out really late, really nice Manta, and then the Ogre Seal.
Yeah.
Plays it very cleanly on your rookie.
But just keep your eyes on Rubik. Ice Path onto the Shrek from Rubik. Like
It's the Cure as well.
Yeah, it's
Watch this one.
Insane. Oh, that's another.
Yeah. Forces out the BKB here. Really nice Sunder early on there from Iragi. And this fight looks really hard. I actually, at this point, I thought that Navi wasn't going to be able to play it at all. The 3-man is really nice into the Stormhammer. Big shield crash. Meta ends up ending early. Another 3-man Ice Path. Steals the Impale. Gets the kill into Jakiro.
It's disgusting.
Very nicely done from Zayats. The other thing is he's taken the AoE facet, so the Ice Path is that much harder to dodge. Comes out so quick. It goes so far. Very girthy.
Facts. If I had a facet. Never mind.
B cup to B cup.
Yeah. Basically.
Forwarding emails.
Uh-oh. Sorry, B Cup. You are an ass, and we will no longer be working with you. Oh, God damn it.
From B cup.
From B Cup.
And so I was also kind of talking about early in this game. I was really wondering how VP is going to be able to prevent Navi from getting early pipe and early BKB on TB, and how Navi is going to be able to play around those timings. They played really well around the pipe, but Yuragi's actually opted to avoid going BKB for a really long time. Is just now buying one at 40 minutes. So the benefit of that, of course, is going to be they're almost on mega creeps, and he's going to have a 10-second BKB.
Oh my
How
God.
like this is going to be really difficult to deal with. Obviously, best case scenario, you get a chain stun or some form of doom, but it's not easy into how this lineup is playing. Zayats, I also think that he's itemized really well this game. Doesn't go for anything flashy, doesn't go for the blink, doesn't go for ags. Opts to go Guardian Greaves and these auras into like Force Staff, Glimmer. Very defensive. He has the shard. I think one thing that separates like really exceptional Rubik players from good Rubik players is how they use the shard save. Because it's easy to forget about, and it's easy to not use correctly in a fight. But it's a really strong counter to this kind of like, one of the only ways that you're going to end up killing Yuragi is if you chain stun him in place with a Doom, and suddenly you have the ability to Force Staff him and move him this like 400, 500 units on Rubik. Not an easy task. Doing so into Rolling Thunder, into Pit of Malice with your BKBs exceptionally low.
Let me ask you something. Do you feel like it's a waste for Nyx Assassin to just have high-level Dagon?
Kind of. I'm not the biggest fan of super high level Dagon. I think Blink is really nice on this hero. I kind of like utility Nyx Assassin more generally, but You know, if he kills one hero, it's his impact, and
Where is Pango? Pango's off. Gone. He's gone. He's gone. Hey, Pango just left. What the fuck? He's literally not in the fight. Where is he?
I think he's just. Oh, he got.
There
iced
he
off.
is. Now he's
There
back
he
into
is.
the fight. Oh my God. Sven's dead. Underlord's gone. They lose the Jakiro. Nyx Assassin dies. They lose Underlord a second time, I believe. Doom is going to die here from the swashbuckle. They start to retreat. 3-man trap with a stun landing.
Really nice
they have the
stun.
silence. They have the Doom. They need to get this kill on the TB before he's able to sunder.
Zayats.
Oh, God, this Rubik.
Look at this.
Stop. Oh, my God.
Just don't let him have it. Don't let him have the Rubik.
Yeah,
I think.
seriously.
I mean,
so
he is doing
ridiculous.
so much. Really crazy stuff. I mean, the other thing is too, like, I mean, at this point, somebody has to go and kill him. Like, you can't. I feel like he hasn't even taken like a point of damage in these like last like 6 engagements. He's just kind of like walking around, no blink. He's just using force staff on his teammates. Like, I mean, his positioning is incredible. So
Yeah.
mostly the credit is due to him. But at some point, like, what do you just like? When are you like, okay, I'm pressing Doom on Rubik? Because that's what I'd be doing. At this point in the game, like, I actually think that it is probably more value to get Doom onto Rubik than it is onto Terrorblade.
You might be
If
right.
you can get it early. He's been doing so much. I mean, to be fair, also, Zayat's, in that fight, what he was realistically doing was picking up the slack of his teammate who literally abandoned them.
Yeah, what?
Actually went AWOL.
I don't understand where Pango went.
I think he used the double jump and ended up going slightly further than he thought he would. And he just ends up in the side of the map, and you just start, like, when you go outside the map, you just start, like, bouncing around back and forth.
And then he
And
disappeared. Then he was gone.
he used it again. So, then Shield Crash, like, further puts you away from the side of the map. Most of the time what it is if you're really good at Pango, you can kind of, like, time it. But sometimes it's hard because you're bouncing back and forth so much. So most of the time, you honestly just end up kind of playing this guessing game and like pressing W and hoping you get unstuck. Exclamation mark unstuck.
They need Doom to be alive. He's got 15 seconds. They're going to be at least going up against Mega Creeps here. There's just no way to
Yeah.
stop them from taking this last set of racks. Rolling Thunder being the nuisance it always is, with wards up on the high ground as well.
Look at Zayats.
Is
too.
that a stone? Yeah.
Yes.
Differentiating the stuns here. He does have the shard, so this is just so
Oh,
much
look at the
area
mouth.
denial. Really hard to play against. And they just continue to get the stuns
There it is.
there. Yeah, focus the Rubik, or at least try to. Honestly, you need a refresher. The damage out of the Underlord, the damage out of the TB, he does have an Aegis. Underlord and the Rubik both die, but Zayats is able to buy back. They get the Aegis out of their hands. They got to remember, it's still Mega Creeps. Rolling Thunder's in. They'll have a second life here. Zayats is already back in the fight.
Yeah, this is one of the issues about dooming Rubik is good support players, they tend to have this really crazy thing called buyback, and they tend to press the buyback button.
Keep
And it's
an
very strong.
eye on these couriers. There's I believe it's TA's courier up, waiting for this creep wave to go to try and get a Divine Rapier. Stun,
Yeah, it's definitely reached Divine Rapier time.
Yeah, has the gold for it. I believe TA had 7,000 gold, and the courier is just waiting for the moment to go across.
Yeah, definitely an underrated strat, I think. So he is managing to do it. So microing his courier right now. You can see him go AFK for a second there. An underrated strat, actually, I feel, is to get vision and wards across like the path to the secret shop. Because denying like crucial items, you know, a lot of times like people want to get like scythes and these divine rapiers and finish your Daedalus and whatnot. It's very difficult to do.
All right, how often is Rolling Thunder available? Because this is
Yes.
ridiculous.
Yes.
It's so crazy. Nyx Assassin's just dead. Buyback available. Everybody's going to be up in 5 seconds. The tier 4s are gone. But it's so crazy to me. This is still just a 5,000 net worth lead.
It's really hard to believe, honestly. They do end up forcing a BKB out from Underlord, but actually as well, there's not Oh wait, okay, I see.
There's
This
no
TA
glyph.
cosmetic in the bottom left, it kind of looks like Terrorblade in the portrait.
Yeah.
So I thought Terrorblade had a rapier, but that is the TA. So Kiritich dealing a lot of damage, dealing almost half of Underlord's HP in a Psyblade. That is one way to kind of circumvent the Terrorblade having 1 million armor thing on TA, is if you're very precise, Psyblades can do an absurd amount of damage that nobody expects. That being said, it's really difficult to do, and the way that these fights play out, you definitely can't be expecting it.
Who's Courier?
But it's one of those things that will catch you off guard.
Wondering whose Courier is just hanging out here, up above the Dire team. I'm shocked they backed off.
Yeah, I also there's another way to deal with people like camping your secret shop is sometimes you just send it to the enemy secret shop.
Oh,
That's also an underrated strat. A lot of times it's actually really easy to get your courier at this point in the game to the enemy secret shop if they're like camping your base like they were. Now at this point it's like a very risky endeavor.
I'm watching that Courier move and the creep wave follow it. Oh my god, dude. I don't even know what item it got. It didn't pop up for me.
It didn't for me either. I kind of wish couriers... I feel like their wings should be like color-coded or something. That'd be nice.
I think it was for Nyx Assassin. So I guess when we see what Nyx Assassin got...
What would he be buying from the secret shop? I would expect that it'd probably be Doom or Last Track. But, well, I'm kind of just curious what Nyx would need from the secret shop.
Now it's a 12,000 net worth lead. They did get both Tormentors, which is in itself, what, 1,400 gold?
Doom is definitely feeling the impact of not buying the Midas when you have the gold.
He did get the Midas Avenger, though.
That is nice, but I'm sure he's still... I feel like that little, like, you know,
Delay.
Professional gaming part of him, the, like, efficiency loss there is probably eating at him at this point in the game. He could be so high level, he could have probably Refresher +1 item almost off of it.
That's what I'm wondering, if it was Doom's Courier that went out there.
I don't think it was. When they panned over to him, he still had,
Nyx
like, 5,000 gold.
Assassins.
I think it's probably Last Track. So Last Track probably bought, like, a Scythe or component for Refresher or something.
Rolling Thunder again. Mindbreaker Silence. One right click doing nothing.
Yeah, it is also nice. This point in the game, it's very nice for Yuragi that he has an Arcane Blink. This item is really, really nice on TA. Obviously, just, I mean, you don't really need the damage from Swift Blink. Obviously, he also has a Rapier, so you don't need the damage there. So having that added mobility plus level 25, where it's very difficult to break through your refraction charges, it's a very nice buffer. Allows you to play the fights really mobily. Allows you to potentially do things like jump onto Zayats, get a kill, you know, Hurricane Pike, BKB, refraction, like do whatever crazy things TA can do, and then blink away. Keeps you topped up on mana in case that's ever an issue. Not really at this point in the game, but can be. Keeps you healthy. Very nice item for TA. It slots really nicely into like the 6 slots. That being said, Zayats does have an Ags, which is I mean, we've seen what he can do with one stolen spell, B-Cop. Now imagine if he has Split Earth Ice Path. Imagine if somehow he builds Exodia.
It would be quite nice. Kiritich trying to do everything he can on this TA, while Yuragi on the TB really doesn't need to be doing everything.
Doesn't need to be. Yuragi on the TB?
What? Yeah, he doesn't
Sorry,
need to. Yuragi doesn't need to do everything for his team. Where it feels like TA has to be the damage dealer, it has to be the killer, it has to be everything.
Yeah, for sure. The team around Navi just has so much like usefulness in everything. All of their heroes have a very defined role. That being said, at this point in the game, games can turn very quick with the use of Refresher Orb on the Doom spell. Really odd position for your Sven to be. On Malady, I believe it is on the Sven. Trying to remember the names of the overlay like this. Really weird spot for Sven to die. Isn't particularly meaningful at all. I mean, basically
I mean, Doom was
they waste Doom,
too.
and now it's kind of hard to like. I feel like Doom and Sven are probably on similar levels of usefulness at this point in the game. Trading 1-for-1 doesn't feel that bad. Doesn't mean that you're able to fight into Navi. That's for sure. Get a refresher. So I heard that you liked Rolling Thunder. Speak up.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I hate him.
How about 2 Rolling Thunder? Speak up.
Count them 2 marshmallows on the end of the stick.
2 marshmallows.
Lesh has Wind Waker now. I think that was what we saw.
That's a pretty, yeah, that's actually a really big deal. Wind Waker is an item that can very easily turn games, and they actually don't have a good way of dispelling. So yeah, this Wind Waker is going to be really strong. We've seen this item taper off a little bit. I remember there was a patch a while ago, and when I did get the chance to watch a pro game, I would see like 5 Wind Wakers because the games are going to like
60
most
minutes.
games are going to like 60 minutes, and you would see a tiny like start building towards Wind Waker at like 20 minutes because this item is just so strong. They did nerf it a little bit, so you're not seeing it as much, and obviously in the way that these games have been one-sided, it feels really difficult to kind of finish that build up. It will be extremely impactful now that he has it, if he can get it off. Rolling
Thunder starting it up, and there's the Wind Waker's first usage, but immediately going for the throne, hoping to maybe pop out an early glyph. But they're holding on to it. They've got the Ice Path stolen. That's going to be landed onto the Leshrac. Some damage being done here by the Terrorblade. Goes in with the Metamorphosis. They've got the BKB popped by the Underlord. They doom up this Rubik, who's away from the fight. Jakiro's dead, buys back immediately, right-clicks onto the Nyx Assassin, who's isolated from the rest of his team, surviving for about 5 seconds, and he does not have buyback for 24 seconds, and he's short the gold. TP back in, stolen Macropyre with Ags. That's really just rough to deal with. There is another Doom available with the BKB being used here by the Terrorblade. Ice Path once again. Rubik almost dies. Shield crash right on top of the Leshrac. BKB Bloodstone. But nothing. I mean nothing going the way of Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of slowly just bled them out here on Navi across this kind of extended duration. The only saving grace is that meta is starting to run out towards this point, so you can kind of play around that. That's a huge deal, but before meta runs out, you have a third Rolling Thunder.
There it is. I will say they still haven't used their glyph just yet, so maybe there's a chance that they just continue to hold here.
Yeah, really good discipline. I mean, without meta, Terrorblade is really less than half the hero, so not able to make anything happen on this timer. Doom is back up. I mean, honestly, one of the things I think for VP, as it gets later into these points in the game, the timer that I'd ideally want to fight around is the timer where Ice Path expires on Rubik. Because I don't want to play into that. It's a pretty long time, so it might not be possible. I think Navi is probably going to look to, I mean, they get a shield rune on Terrorblade, so that's a nice little top up there. How would you like, you know, half your HP extra?
You're telling me I now have 5,000 HP, basically? Great.
Could be nice. I mean, pretty much all the cooldowns are back up from VP, though. You can see they have just traps all over the space. They are the ones that silence from the shard, so relatively annoying to deal with. It's been hard to get on top of these Rolling Thunder targets or actually get a kill.
The fact that this is just, oh god, Jakiro, Leshrac's dead, has buyback, needs to use it ASAP, holding it. Finally it comes through, and they're going for Pango. They want this kill, and he doesn't have buyback. They'll steal the Impale. That lands on both the Nyx Assassin as well as the Doom. The attention is on to this Leshrac again, who pops the BKB. Metamorphosis comes out. BKB's duration is going to be done, but this Terrorblade has taken 0 damage so far. A Fiend's Gate right by the throne, which they won't commit to. That Impale goes quite the distance.
Yeah, they're still
landing.
Still the glyph, so very good patience from VP here, but they are down 2 heroes.
This is truly insane. I mean,
No Doom, so kind of feels like they're down 3 heroes.
Throne, 3/4 health, Nullifier onto the Leshrac, Doom again onto the Rubik, who's starting to back away. Stormhammer onto the TA, about half health, trying to throw some damage out here, trying to do anything they can to maybe get a kill as they go after this Sven for a second. They went after the Doom, the damage onto the Underlord. It's still not going to be enough. Finally, the Melt Strike in, and one more right click, but the Glimmer Cake. Somebody kill this Rubik. Oh, no. I froze.
Oh, me too.
No. No. Give me back. Please.
Oh, show me to me, please.
My feed. There we go. We're back. We're back. We're back. Oh, no. We're stuck again. Please. No. Yes. No.
Oh, we're the problem.
No. Please, please, please. All right. I have a backup link. Hold on. Hold on.
There's still time to save it.
Is there? I pressed
I don't know. I really don't know.
Oh, no. This is the worst.
I think it might just be a feed thing.
All right. Hold
Doesn't
on. Hold on.
seem to be on our end.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. It's buffering. I'm going to go to the other one really quickly. Give me 2 seconds. I just don't want to show the link because I can't give that out. Otherwise, I'll get in trouble. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. All right. Back in. Come on. Loading.
So
They're
how's
holding.
your day?
All right. I'm at 58 minutes. There we go. We're back. I can send this to you really quickly. EKB. They get the kill on the Sven. They're looking for the Jakiro. Ice Path down. Here's the link for you. They'll get the kill on the Jakiro. I don't know if we're even at the same time. I truthfully don't even remember where we were at. Nyx Assassin's dead. We might be back where we were. I don't know. Sven bought back. Doom lifted, killed, gone for 2 minutes. They look over another Ice Path on a Squadix. They'll take out the Underlord. He's got buyback. TA's low. Melded.
Still glyph.
Wind Waker. Still have the Glyph. Ice Path again on a Squadix once more. Now they finally use the Glyph. Squadix will finally die here. Doesn't have buyback. They look over the TA. There's the telekinesis. Throw him in the middle. They'll get the full team wipe. And Na'Vi will take game 1. You didn't miss a thing.
Didn't miss a beat there, B-Cup.
Oh, gosh. Whew. We didn't miss anything. Perfect.
Took a while for Navi to get there, so
Only
nice. I mean, also, to be fair, that is the streak broken from Navi. I mean, to be fair, I'm sure these teams have scrimmed a lot, so what their actual record is a little bit hard to know. But in terms of officials, I think you said this is the first time they beat them since March.
Yes. This is the first time they have taken a game since March.
Should feel quite good. I mean, VP had some nice stuff there, but again, like a lot of these games, I think especially since the addition of facets, there is a lot of high value heroes and there's a lot of like weird interactions. And I feel like VP just unfortunately gave away a bit too much of it, as well as I think you'd be completely amiss to not mention Zayats on the Rubik. I don't know if I've seen a position 4 be as much like as impactful as he was in this game for quite a while. I mean, obviously position 4s do a lot in pretty much every game. There's a lot of incredible position 4s at this tournament, but Zayats felt like he was doing so much all the time, always in the perfect position, always seeing the right spells, always using telekinesis very patiently, getting damage when he needed to, laning well, rotating well. He just did it all. He was kind of Superman in this game. And I think it was a little bit disrespectful by VP to willingly let that hero through for him.
Yeah, that was insane, and that was just absolutely nuts that the Rubik just accomplished everything in that one. But game 1 goes the way of Na'Vi, and we're gonna just take a quick break. I mean, we can stick around, but I'm gonna get some ice to cool my body off. I am heating up over here. This heat rash is causing me to have a heat stroke, and
Yeah, I don't have anything with electrolytes in my house, so I put some salt in my water. I'm
Ooh.
drinking salt water to stay hydrated.
I've been drinking a lot of seltzer, technically water, just bubbly, and
Yes.
that is technically
But
hydration.
I feel like I've been like pretty good about drinking water, but I started to realize I think I was not having quite enough salt.
I could
It's
definitely
been
do
very
it.
hot where I live.
Yeah, it's super hot here, and it's super hot in my apartment, and it feels hot when my body is just hot as well.
Yeah, heat rash I don't think adds to the experience particularly that much.
So I'm gonna go get some ice. This is where Pango disappears. All right, bye. I don't even know where he goes.
Magician.
Like,
He just goes off the map.
he
On
doesn't come
Pango,
back.
yeah, on Pango when you're in Rolling Thunder, you stay out of bounds the entirety of
That's
like you
crazy.
don't. Yeah, but I mean I think it makes sense because that way you don't have Pangos like jumping on the side and then like clipping through and doing really wonky things. But to be fair, that was really wonky. So
Hmm. All right, I'll be right back. Saltwater, get some Powerade, bro. You need other electrolytes. Somebody said.
I mean I just don't have a power red. I don't have time to go to the. I don't. I mean I have time to go to the store, but I don't want to go to the store.
Oh my god, my body is struggling. Oy. Don't. I suggest never getting heat rashes, guys. Don't let your body overheat. Oh, ice feels so good.
My glance is always darting when I stroll the avenue, avoiding all the obstacles that terrorize my view. And if you are there with me, I trust you to lead the way. But when you're not, I follow you and always go astray. You're silent in the morning, suspended in the trees. When lunchtime comes, you've found your voice. It brings me to my knees. The volume just increases, the resounding echoes grow. Till once again I bask in morning stillness I love so. The target that I shoot for seems to move with every breath. I tighten all my arteries and make one last request. Divine creation hears me, and he squashes me with fear. I think that this exact thing happened to me just last year. Silent in the morning, you found your voice, it brings me to. You're silent in the morning, you found your voice, it brings me to. You're silent in the morning, you found your voice, it brings me to. You're silent in the morning.
方禁用英雄，请 VP 战队禁用英雄。
All right, welcome back. I'm going to swap over here. Dude, can I just be really candid about an experience?
You know, I'd love to hear anything open up like that. Go for it. Pause.
Hold on. Like, so I'm on some dating apps,
Mm-hmm.
and this girl I was talking to, she gets back to me super randomly. Just
Sure.
whatever. I messaged her like a week ago,
Mm-hmm.
and then she just messaged me. It's 4:30 in the morning. Might I remind you? 4:30 a.m. So she was like, "Hey, you want to meet up?" I was like, "Yeah. When would you want to meet up?" "Right now." And I was like, 1, it's 4 a.m. 2, I'm working. And then she said, "Okay, then don't ask me when you want to meet up, dumbass. Bye. What the fuck? Don't text me, stupid." And like freaked out.
God.
I was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "Why are you so mad? You expect me to be like, yeah, I'm going to come hang out 4 a.m. on a Monday morning. Like, what are you even saying right now?" She's like, "You're a fucking idiot wasting my time." She's like, "I'm blocking you." I'm like, "All right, go ahead. I don't care. Like, why do you think you're getting the better of this situation? I just got the info that you're out of your mind." Like, that is insane. 4 a.m. on a Monday morning.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news here, but that may not have been an entirely sober text from the brief amount of information I've been given.
Seriously.
Would not be surprised if there was any amount of inebriation in that.
And then I was like, "All
But
right,
yeah, that's pretty
go
funny.
block me. My life lives on." And then she did. So I was just like, "All right, cool."
Did you say I'm casting Navi versus VP to around 1,481 people on twitch.tv/peacock?
We actually
Sorry, I
maxed
can't.
out at 3,300, and I was like, "Yeah, you know what? I'm kind of sort of a little deal over here." I was like, "What the fuck, man? Are you kidding me?" I guarantee you text a billion people at 4 a.m. on a Monday morning with work coming up in 3 hours for most normal people, and not one of them is gonna be like, "You know what? You're right. I am an idiot. I'm coming over."
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not to take a jab at your age here, but I feel like as you get older, especially, like, I mean, if somebody did that to me, I'm 20 years old, I would be pretty strange. Well, first of all, I usually just wouldn't respond, because if I see a message like that late at night, I'm like, this can be dealt with in the morning, because I don't want to seem crazy. Because this person's probably not making an extremely informed or rational decision.
Dude,
as of this moment.
I was just like, "Why are you getting so upset? You don't even,
Yeah,
am I that,
probably.
like, what?"
Yeah, I mean, probably, yeah, nothing to do with you.
Yeah, I whatever. I
strange.
got blocked. There's no unblocking. I was just like, "Then fucking block me. Who cares?" Like, it just made no sense. It just shocked me. I was just like minding my own
shocking.
business at 4:30 in the morning. And then it's just like, that is such a red flag of like getting mad at something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like,
I mean,
"Alright."
I bet she doesn't even have relative knowledge on the intricacies of CIS matches and their.
Yeah, come be an analyst. It's not so easy at 4:30 in the morning. Also,
Yeah, exactly.
also she lives in the
Seven
Bronx, so like I'd have to go so far. It'd be like an hour train ride just to get up there. So I wouldn't even be there till 5:30 in the morning. Where they'd probably be
that's kind of-
sleeping.
That's a funny mental image. Just like hey, want to hang out? Hey, come over. And then it like pans to just sitting on the transit for an
Yeah.
hour.
For an hour. It's so easy. Dating apps. Life is so easy. All right.
Yeah, they're pretty. Yeah.
All right.
They're
Enough
pretty
about
crazy.
me. Let's get into this draft. Bro, it was a
You'll be
booty call.
shocked.
This doesn't happen often when it's female initiated. Take it as a blessing. I don't care. I'm too
I
old.
don't-
I'm 31.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't really like the sentiment there that much, but
Chat,
alas.
chat, take it as this. I like y'all better than what I was just experienced. Way more. That was wild.
B-Cup's made enough bad decisions by
Yeah. I made plenty of bad decisions in my life. That one didn't need to be happening at all. All right, I don't need that. I could delete that message. You don't have to go that far. You could have just said it was a blessing. All right,
it
Ember
was already vaguely
Jakiro.
strange. Either way.
A lot of
Ember Jakiro.
firepower over here.
Yeah. This is a nice little combo of heroes. I mean, we have a support that does a lot of damage. Ember Spirit gives lockdown mobility. Pretty classic combo. Ember Spirit fits very nicely with these kind of a lot of the meta support heroes. Does pretty well in most matchups. I'm not that surprised to see it. Wind Ranger is one that we haven't seen as much in our games, but I did see. I think I saw one doing really well in the G2 IG game when I briefly looked at it. In my opinion, also quite a strong hero. I'm surprised we haven't seen it as much, but again, like as we watch all these drafts, we're like, oh hey, here's this hero that is super high value, and then I'm like, oh well, this hero is also really high value. So there's a lot of, there's like probably like almost 30, I would say, heroes that you're just like, these are really strong, but you kind of have to pick and choose, of course, obviously depending on what the enemy team has. I like Wind Ranger in the sense of you can flex it in so many positions, and they do end up going for the Doom again. I don't mind it as much this time. I think part of what I didn't like initially about the Doom in that first game and what felt so awkward is they let them have Sven first, and then they ended up first picking this Doom, and it's like the impact from those first picks were very evident. I feel like Malady on the Sven was doing a lot, landing nice Stormhammers, but more importantly, standing near his teammates with auras and armor and pressing Warcry, and he was super impactful the whole game. It felt very iffy in terms of the Doom, especially with the build that he opted to go for.
I don't Huskar.
That is interesting. I was a
Holy
second behind you,
hell.
so I thought you were like shocked by Nyx Assassin. I was like, that's not.
No, I heard the sound and I was like, I'm pretty sure that's the Huskar draft sound, and it was. But it allows you, when it's not last pick, it allows you to counter it.
Mm-hmm. It does. That being said, I mean, well, thankfully they have, since they picked on 18, they can go ahead and ban some heroes here. I would probably still, even though it's really unlikely, I would probably still ban Ancient Apparition.
Hey.
Maybe that's crazy to say, but I think there's a world in which you like,
Mid?
Sanctity plays mid AA or like mid Nyx Assassin or something, mid Jakiro, and you just run with it. Because it's so hard to play the game into AA as Huskar. A really good Huskar can deal with it to some degree, but it destroys Armlet as an item for your hero, makes solo roshing incredibly difficult, so easy to just kill you like randomly. You can't farm fast because you're not at low HP because you're constantly at risk of dying. I would definitely consider still getting rid of it, but there's always a chance that they know that Navi isn't going to step out of the comfort zone like that, so could, just go for a classic carry ban here. I would personally play it safe and get rid of AA though.
I'd love
To
to
avoid
see
any disasters.
but truthfully, like, what's even the AA build these days? Like, is it the exposure
It'd probably
facet,
be
or is it the
like Atos with exposure is what I would imagine.
And then I assume you go Ags, right? Like you.
It depends. I mean, I think going something like Atos, exposure, and then like building into Hex, building into E-Blade, like Force Staff. There's some definitely weird items that I think you can go in a build like that. They double down and go for a Chen, so even more healing. Could be the angle.
It's not. Lena.
That's Lena. Can you when we get in game, do you mind pausing for a few seconds?
Yeah,
honey?
I can.
really interesting from VP. I personally think a bit of a missed opportunity from Navi here. You don't get to play mid AA a lot in your professional career and it actually be
Valid.
not a grief pick. That being said, actually mid AA is really egregious into Huskar. It's unplayable. So you'd probably end up putting like the Jakiro and hoping for some reason that it's a good matchup, and then either you kill Huskar 3 times and completely useless, or he kills you 3 times and you're completely useless, but it doesn't matter because he'll always be useless because he's playing in AA. But this way they just go with Lena, the Fiery Slayer. Like she'll probably buy Gleipnir and BKB and right click the enemies, I guess.
But who do you like? You're always getting life broken if you're this Lena, I would say, because it's so hard to catch the Ember. Like you have to be ready as a Lena.
I think the biggest thing here is just going to be like, I think it's just going to be another case of, do you have the damage? You know, a little fun game show we play here in CIS Dota. Do you have the damage? Are you able to beat through Chen Huskar and somehow like get a kill out of it? Who's going to buy the Spirit Vessel? Obviously, it should be Ember, but I don't think you're laning Ember Spirit mid. I don't think you should do that. I think you should, play it in the safe lane and let the Lena go mid in the Huskar. But it's all weird. The Huskar warps the game so much, and I also haven't really. I don't think I've seen a Huskar, especially in a pro game, since the addition of facets. His are kind of weird. I don't think they're quite as impactful as some other heroes have. His innate is also kind of weird. The having no mana. So, this hero is going to be... I guess at least one nice thing that you have is these teams are probably not quite as prepared to play against this. Since these teams have played so much, I'm sure that... it seems like this Lena is something that they had thought about, so I don't think they're like... They're probably not so, crazy caught off guard. But it throws a, kind of a wrench into things.
By the way, what time are you at right now?
Oh, I'm at 43, 42, 41, 40, 39.
All right. I paused enough. You should be good. I'm at 32.
30秒后战
30?
29,
Yeah.
28.
All right. We're good. Good smoke. How does the Darkseer do? We haven't seen much Darkseer at all.
Darkseer is really strong. Usually it's banned, so that's probably why we don't see it very often. It's also it's a nice lane with Nyx, although this is one way.
Oh, good LSA.
征战号角响
And that'll keep the Darkseer alive. That was well done. At least giving up first blood. For now. Melody denying the rune instead. Well worth it.
That's when you type worth in chat, for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Generally, Lena is supposed to be good into Huskar. Sanctity's also, he's a very good laner. We did see Squad X do pretty well in the last game into him, but didn't seem to make the biggest difference. It's also, Huskar is just one of those heroes too. He's kind of just a specialist hero. Sometimes he just solo kills you, because he knows the limits of your hero a little bit better than you know the limits of their hero. That being said, in theory, should be quite nice for Sanctity. And what we've seen from him, you would assume that he can, manage to pull off a generally pretty favorable matchup.
Right.
It's also Yuragi. Another nice thing too is that you're not putting yourself in this really uncomfortable position by playing Yuragi in Ember Spirit position 1. Because he does this. I've at least seen him before. I believe when he was on OG play this. They've kind of done this flex before. I think into the Huskar when he was playing on OG. He's a gold tier Ember, so he's clearly comfortable playing the hero. You don't put yourself in necessarily that strange of a position in terms of draft. That being said, I actually am a little bit worried that Kiritich is going to be a problem on this support Sven because. The lane is this lane is a little bit. Oh, sorry. This Sven.
Sorry.
I just wanted to say support, I guess, in my head. The safe lane Sven. He has a nice game here. I mean, it's really hard for Ember Spirit to deal with Sven. Really hard. And there are, like, I mean, a lot of times these Svens are just building Blink, BKB, Harpoon, which can be pretty terrifying for Lina players all around the globe. So it's a very good Sven game. We've seen this hero have a lot of success. It's pretty difficult for nice dodge on the power shot from Ruyi.
It's so much damage.
Yeah, I think this Sven is going to get off to a good start. When we saw Shiro playing the Sven, it was pretty evident why this hero was first pick material. We saw it last game as well, and the support role is extremely strong. It has a very solid game in terms of the safe lane here. It's just kind of making sure that, I guess, the rest of your team is able to keep up on the map, be impactful, not lose too much. Huskar doesn't have any like crazy, dives or deaths. Nothing unexpected, gets to his timing, storms the jungle. It is a little bit awkward, so they go for like the last pick Chen to kind of double down with the Huskar. I think is kind of, let's have a strong lane. They're trying to go on to Windranger, don't have enough damage with Listic there. They pick the Chen to kind of double down with the ball. Presumably Notice will go some type of aura, or eventually somebody on their team is going to build like aura and support items, and it's going to be hard to kill this Huskar. It's going to be hard to have the consistent damage for it. But you are playing Chen into the Nyx Assassin, which is a pretty decent matchup actually for Nyx. Usually it would be horrible in times past, but now you can, a lot of the creeps that he can take, you can just one-shot at Sanctity.
Got the first
That
one.
is
I didn't quite
about
see
how this
how.
might go. I didn't either. Looks like we just barely didn't catch it.
But God
So not a
damn.
great lane for the Huskar. Looks like the Lina pick is
正受到攻
paying dividends so far. Sanctity playing it very cleanly. Jurtich still having a wonderful time.
That's the thing, though. I think with you really dominating this Huskar, you have to make sure to not forget about this Sven.
Yeah, this one has a really good game. So it's interesting because VP ended up with a Huskar draft in which Huskar is not actually like really the main win condition, which isn't usually how Huskar drafts end up working out. And Huskar is a hero that deceptively is actually pretty good at going into the jungle early and getting a lot out of it.
Right.
That being said, a lot of the times you're just wondering how much resources are you giving to the Lina, and how problematic is that going to be? Good impale. It's a pretty chill lanes, I think. I mean, it's Darkseer Nyx Assassin, so they're just going to do stupid shenanigans in the top lane, try to get as much as they can. Generally, pretty weak lane, Yuragi.
Yeah, Melody getting that kill on a Notice, and it's 2-0 and a 1K net worth lead already for Navi.
Yeah, I do like too the flexing the Ember to safe lane. I think it was kind of obvious that they might do it from the perspective of both these teams. But it is nice that it pairs up really nicely with the Jakiro. I mean, like we've seen, you don't really need much damage with Jakiro in the safe lane. Ember has decent damage, but the Searing Chains last a pretty long time. And with the way that Ember is at the moment, you really don't suffer that much from maxing chains, like the Slate Chains build. So it's gonna be a little bit hard to step up, and you can see like Notice is already suffering quite a bit in terms of the net worth department.
Yeah, now they're gonna go and get a kill here onto the Shen. No, missing that
Really
stun.
nice, really nice. He got hit by the tiny rock, and it like
Yeah.
canceled the LSA. And he also denied the rune on Rain. So nice little rotation there from him. That was really cheeky. Really nice micro.
Because
And
Zayats
Zayats is
to
a little
be
bit too
in
far.
trouble, but does he get the kill without losing his own life? Squadix even thinking about turning it around and going for more. They've got the Blood Grenade, but the Laguna Blade, the damage with the Dragon Slave, they'll get the kill, and
Oh my
even
God.
Dr. Bum taking a lot of damage, but gets the kill into Sanctity. That was almost a twofer.
Dr. Bum is so unserious. I love it.
Yeah, that was. I mean, good recognition by I think both teams. They kind of just walk on the Lina. Lina's a very vulnerable hero in the early game, but Sanctity is so far ahead that he just like turns around and gets a kill on the Huskar. So wasn't quite respecting it on Squad X. Huskar's not quite having the game that you were hoping he would. Bot lane very strong, so they go on to noticed again.
Gotta be careful. Shackle's lining up. He's walking back in a straight line. That is very dangerous when you're going right into some trees. But the slight, the searing chains, the dual breath, the power shot charged up. They've got a blood grenade, and this will be a kill for Melody. Or Melody. But he's got that.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, Yuragi also recognizing, like, rather than going for the AA, which I think still would have been fun, Yuragi just has a solid lane. He's playing with Jakiro, so it's always going to be pretty good. And he goes into early Spirit Vessel, which doesn't really hurt this hero. It's a very strong Spirit Vessel game. He's going to have a lot of tempo around the map. He's going to Slate Chains build. So they're kind of, like, in a way, they're kind of switching who the position 1 and 2 are just based on the lane matchups. And you have this Lina, who's going to be incredibly farmed. You're going to have Yuragi, who has, even if he isn't quite as farmed, he has a Jakiro.
Notice is in trouble. Just giving the easy Spike Carapace. Laguna Blade kill there for Sanctity. Not the best positioning for Zayats.
Nyx Assassin players are, like, addicted to dying in weird spots.
Yeah, definitely
really do
addicted
love
to
it.
trying to be out as far as possible without dying.
I think it's something about the hero. Like, Nyx Assassin, like, the Nyx Assassin aura is just, I'm gonna be a stupid bug. And then maybe at some point in the game, I either chain stun you and you lose the game, or I one-shot you and you lose the game. It's like this fun little thing that you do.
It's a fun little song and dance.
Yeah, that being said, Kiritich, relatively quiet, but he is playing Sven. Getting very farmed. Gonna still be an issue, I'm sure. But otherwise than that, you're pretty happy on Navi. The cores are all sitting at a very, like, even net worth. They're all buying pretty strong items. And I guess importantly as well, like, not only are all 3 cores pretty farmed, Noticed is not farmed at all. He's having a very rough time on this Doom.
Yeah.
So not only did flexing the Ember, in a sense, like, I mean, not only did it avoid the Huskar matchup, which is the entire point, it actually ended up laning with a Jakiro, which is already a really strong lane, and ends up, like, shutting down this Doom. So feels really nice to get that kind of, like, 2 for 1.
Early Maelstrom there for the Lina, and now they're going to smoke up together. They've got level 6 on Melody. They need a level 6 on Zayats. He's trying to get that solo experience mid, but the stupid mid players here. And Dr. Bum, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, Laguna available, but unneeded.
眼中塔正受到攻击。
Dr. Bum was playing the Nyx Assassin, so it kind of makes... I think it's transferred a little bit in his Wind Ranger gameplay.
天辉上
But he's not a bug anymore, unfortunately.
We'll say it's unfortunate that he ran into an Ember Jakiro smoked up.
Yes. It was a nice smoke walking onto the 10-minute runs. This is also another thing that Huskar can struggle with. If Huskar gets behind, it's usually really hard for him to contest the runes, because he can die in stuns. He's usually really low when he's farming the jungle.
夜眼信使
Ooh, notice is level 5.
And he has been spotted. They have Laguna. They didn't use it on the Windrunner. So now with Scorched Earth, he can spike Carapace. He can just get this kill if somebody wants to come over, but nobody
It's pretty hard to
doing
walk
so.
over there without it being obvious, but Yuragi has the remnant, so it looks like he is going to connect in time.
I think
Definitely
he can
dead on
just get
this.
this kill almost himself, and finally the slide comes over, but the neutral gets the kill.
夜眼下塔正受到攻击。
Very calculated move from Rain there to ulti so that he would survive to die to the creep. Very masterful stuff.
Was that
天辉军
calculated?
在扫描。
I'm going to say it was, and
Alright,
you can't
fair
prove
enough.
it wasn't.
I can't.
下塔
You're right.
正受到攻击。夜眼下塔
So
Wow,
Zayas
so bot tower dies at 11 minutes. Mid tower
already dead.
has already died.
They have a sentry for Squadix to survive here, but Zayas knows what he's doing. He's got, oh my god, he's got Vendetta in a second. Oh, Squadix. Oh, but he's going for the Chen instead. This could have been a kill onto this Huskar. It might not even be a kill onto the Chen, truthfully. And all of a sudden, Uragi,
Nice
they do
dodge.
get that kill, but Sven comes over and he loses his life.
I like the remnant back. He was remnant during Slight, so he did it the opposite direction,
塔正受
and as it went further away from him, so he just ended up remnanting exactly on top of where he was, which is a little bit funny to watch.
Life break.
Quadex is trying to get a kill on the PMA, but he's almost dying.
Squadix?
He doesn't. Okay. Either way, I mean, ultimately, I'm pretty sure PMA can just TP out.
You say that, but there's a Windrunner coming over. Oh,
Yeah,
they
the
just need
TP is so
Shackle.
long onto the outpost.
Gosh.
Yeah. He actually, I'm pretty sure he could have TP'd as soon as he saw the Wind Ranger TP, because the TP is so long on the outpost. I think he had time. Either way, he gets out. So, nice. I mean, good game state from Na'Vi. You've taken a lot of objectives. You've shut down the Huskar. You've shut down Notice. Uragi is a menace on the map. Not to mention Zayat's the little bug. Really nice shackle shot, but does not do much in the way of saving himself.
Yeah, it's always the one in the back.
I wonder what you're just playing for Kiritich on VP, is really what it is. I mean, I'm wondering what they're playing for, but the most amount of net worth your Sven can have over the next person on the scoreboard is probably what you're playing for.
塔正受到攻击，
Whenever you can have that the highest. Sanctity is very farmed, keeping up quite well here. Has a Gleipnir already, which is terrifying. This is one nice thing about the right-click Lina build. Is that when you're ahead like this, you don't have to, he built a null talisman and then pretty much bought Gleipnir. So this is really early in the game to have something like that and noticed.
Yeah, he is
Oh,
deading it.
you sweet summer child. We also haven't, I feel like Rain has played the Chen well. I don't think he's done particularly anything wrong, but we still just haven't felt a ton of impact from it. Looks like they're trying to get something.
The Sven might be in trouble if he dies here. Kiritich, all that you've been working for is gone, so...
And the Wisdom Rune is still there. PMA
Oh,
just walked past it.
Squadix! Ay, this game's falling
Aye.
apart now.
It's been, although they just left the Wisdom Rune. That's, PMA just walked right past it. Is that do you think he's flexing on them? Is that
Cool
a
guys
power
don't
move?
look at explosions. kind of
Yeah,
thing.
cool guys don't take Wisdom Runes, and he's just they can have it.
Damn.
We don't need it.
Damn.
That is a statement, especially a statement against a team that historically has had your number in officials. I mean, based on if I had just seen these games, I would have thought the Na'Vi was the one who had been smacking down deep or VP for the past few months.
To be
I'm
fair,
sure these
this
rosters
is-
are a little bit different.
Yes,
but-
I was gonna say the 4 and 5 for Virtus Pro is not the same at the moment. To be fair. So.
Yeah, it isn't quite the same, but that being said, I mean, Na'Vi just having it. I mean, they've looked really good at this tournament. I think even their games into Spirit were all very promising. I feel like they do a lot of really cool, interesting things, and they're very, very
desperately
consistent.
want that Doom, and now they're gonna get this dust on Azayat, so he's dead.
A nice little grub snack.
Trying to get
Much
maybe
needed.
Sanctity here if they can land a Shackle. But Gleipnir, LSA, Laguna
Noticed.
Blade, and that means no Doom, and all of a sudden Rain and Dr. Bum need to run. Uragi showing up to the mix. This is as rough as it gets, truthfully.
Yeah, truthfully. I mean, you're playing a Chen Huskar lineup, and you're 7k down at 16 minutes. Does not feel particularly wonderful. It's also, you're playing into Darkseer as well. Usually we do see Darkseer banned. This hero is pretty consistently strong. Goes straight for the pipe into Veil.
Oh no.
I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Wall, Gleipnir's there. Remnant LSA, and this is going to be a dead Sven, and Dr. Bum follows him to the grave. Rain, no, it's pouring. It is so bad. Oh gosh, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, there's a kill for PMA, and it is a 10,000 net worth lead at 16 minutes into the game.
It does feel like you've really been relishing the moments you get to say Dr. Bum. I feel like there's a lot of
Dr. Bum.
emphasis there.
烈焰中
Bum's a great word.
受到攻击，
It is. It really is.
Used to,
Pretty
you know,
incredible name there.
Bum is
from the
very
VP support.
90s kid insult to your friend.
Yeah, it makes me think of like The
烈焰
Simpsons.
中塔已被摧毁。
You're a bum. You know? Why would you do that, you bum?
烈焰上塔正受
Yeah,
到
bum.
攻击
Yeah, bum.
I feel like Notice probably feels a little bit like a bum, a vagrant in this game. He like kind of just. It feels like his gameplay looks like depressed. Like I'm not. I don't necessarily think it's like what he's doing or like that he's playing bad, but he's had such a hard game. And the skin that he has is really like his cosmetics are really funny. He just kind of like walks up to a camp,
烈焰
hits it like 4 or 5 times while standing still. It dies, walks to the next camp, hits it 4 or 5 times. It's like this little swing, this comically long swing. It takes him like so long to kill this ancient camp, and Zayats is just watching him, laughing,
There are
taking
people
early Roche.
who read body language, and then there are people who read Dota language. Dota body language. Jesus.
I will say, you kind of see it in the way that like, it's not very high APM, I guess, is like the better way of putting it. But I think saying that's depressed is funnier, because it kind of does look that way. Kiritich finds his little gift the PMA left him.
烈焰军团正在扫描。
And I mean, if you're Noticed, I feel like, I don't blame you if you're a little bit depressed this game. He is less net worth than Malady on the Jakiro.
Yikes. And they just killed Squad X again.
Squad X. Yeah, this is another, like, this is also another aspect of the hustle. This is another aspect of the Huskar that can be difficult. It's like I was saying, you're playing into the Darkseer, which is generally a pretty valued hero that you let through in the draft. And he goes for this early pipe. So what, like Huskar is another one of those heroes that is very barely breaking damage thresholds. Like you play very on the edge on this Huskar hero, and if it's a good game for it and you have a good start and you play it really cleanly, a lot of times that's able to create like huge leads, be really oppressive. But in this case, it feels like you're never going to have the damage. There's not really a meaningful like item timing. It feels like you can get to, you're not the strongest hero with like you're not the strongest hero with 5 items in the game, 5-6 items. You're not really seeing an easy way to get there. So there's not a lot to be done for.
I will say this. Last game, they were going up on the high ground at 16 minutes as well with the Terror Blade. And that game took an hour. However, Hand of God used, and Squad X is dead again. Vacuum into the Ice Path. Macropyre down. Squad X even uses buyback. They're trying to get a kill into Sanctity. They'll take out that Aegis.
Nice angle.
Was the Doom just on Sanctity as he died?
I didn't see it. It might have been.
Oh no. Noticed is dead once more. I mean, if it was just on him when he died, that feels super depressing. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chain, Stormhammer onto 2. Impale LSA, Life Break onto the low ground. Squad X, though, trying to fight. Right clicks down. And then Kiritich against Sanctity, 1v1. But the LSA, it's a 2v1 with some help. Sanctity just dominating this matchup.
Yeah, a little bit of help from a friend. I think it was a really nice try. I feel like VP in both these games that they've been behind, the games have been difficult. They do manage to like somehow find these angles where it's almost good. But, you're Navi, you're playing from ahead, you took an early Roche. So you don't have to, there's a lot of ways to mitigate these losses. They play relatively reserved in terms of like once they lose the Aegis, don't end up giving away too much. So not particularly changing that much. Malhadi barely snatches Wisdom Rune, so insult to injury.
Oy. So much gold on this Lina.
And I think the difference between last game as well too is that, I mean, first of all, the Doom was behind, but not this far behind, not support level farmed.
So, by the way, You say the Doom is that far behind. Huskar's there too. Let's just
Yes,
say he's
actually,
only 100
yeah.
gold ahead of this Jakiro.
Yeah, no, you're right. Huskar is also extremely far behind, but he just.
正受到攻击。
I mean, the thing is, like, an extra 4K net worth on Huskar, and I'm not even sure it does anything at this point in the game. A BKB would be really nice for him, but the pipe, I'm sure there's a mech coming out. He has Blink on Zayat,
no.
so...
Oh, no. Huskar again, vacuum back, God Strength used, Macropyre Ice Wall, Squatix surviving and the Vessel on him, but Kiritich forced to pop the BKB just to run back into the base, which
He's
Yuragi's
gonna be
following.
raided.
Gleipnir, LSA, Laguna Blade's there, Sven's dead, Doom follows. Sanctity, godlike here as the life break is on. A blood grenade at this point in the game, why not?
Throw it on top.
They are farming them in their fountain. And
They
they called
are doing
GG.
so.
I never saw it, but GG
I didn't
not
see
me
it, but
too up.
I could feel it. In my head, there were G's on the screen.
Yeah,
That was
brutal.
a tough one. That was a tough one. There's especially, I feel like there's an even further point there where, like, you pick this Huskar so confidently on 18, and the game goes so bad. Like, and on top of that, like, not only did you pick Huskar, game went bad, game felt bad, wasn't much to do throughout most of the game past a certain point. You're also a Huskar player, which means that mentally, you know, you got to be a little bit psycho up there. So you're kind of, you know, you're teetering on a certain line at this point.
And I will say,
Does not feel good.
you know, now you're Virtus Pro. You just got spanked 2-0 by Na'Vi. Your day's not over. You have to play Team Spirit next.
I forgot about that too.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Like that's the harder of the two. And you just got absolutely spanked hard. That's not going to be fun
Yeah,
to deal with.
I do wish that, like, this is one of the things, and this is what we kind of talked about with drafts. VP just doesn't, like, in this game, it's a game 2. They choose to not go for a very consistent draft. Like, the moment that you hover Huskar, click pick Huskar on that 18th pick, you know the game is not going to be, like, this simple to execute thing. You know that Na'Vi isn't going to, like, see a Huskar before last pick and just be like, oh, like, la-di-da-di-da, let's just pick a normal, like, let's just pick a normal carry hero and send Ember mid. Like, they're going to respond. A little bit of, like, disrespect there, and Sanctity kind of just throws it back in their face, gets early kills on Huskar. I don't even know if he died that game, maybe once. Extremely farmed, extremely, like, takes the Aegis, has BKB, runs up their high ground, fountain farms them. Feels horrible, but ultimately, like, I feel as VP, the only thing you can really do, you sit down, you look at the game, and you say, this is how we need to change our drafts. This was a little bit too much. On this, I think the Chen and the Huskar, it was a little too much. It didn't do you any favors. And it ultimately put you into a game where either you were going to do this to them or they were going to do this to you. You experienced the worst part of it. You know, suck it up, I guess, essentially.
It's crazy to me because Huskar not being last pick always seems like there's gonna be something that can counter.
Yeah, I mean, it's... For the most part, teams don't they don't like to roll over and give Huskar a good game. So generally when you're picking Huskar, I feel like there has to be confidence that whatever they're gonna try to, like, bring out against you is either gonna warp their draft so much that it's gonna, like, make their, like, play feel weird and, like, kind of throw them off, or you're simply just gonna be better and you're just gonna out CS whatever they do, like, at whatever mid they try to send at you. You're gonna, you know, farm the jungle, get early Roche, but none of their lanes went particularly that well. They took, like, an 8-minute bot tower with Malady. It was... there were a lot of problems outside of the Chen and the Huskar, absolutely, but Huskar is just a hero that like offers so little value on TP rotations, contesting runes, contesting objectives. he literally just needs to be ahead. And that is like the whole basis of the hero. And you pick it when you know there's a response to it in the draft. It feels very iffy. It's maybe a little bit overconfident, a little overzealous, and it does come back to bite them in a big way.
Yeah, so they end up losing that series, and now it just unfortunately you're going up against Spirit next, and I think you're in a spot where that's such a deflating loss that the amount of time that you have to regroup is not long to hope that Spirit also doesn't do the same to you, right?
I'm so sorry, I totally spaced out. I saw Neff on John X Fire's stream, and
That
like
motherfucker.
my vision went red. I lost all hearing. I think I blacked out for a second there. What was your last point? Sorry.
I was just saying that now you don't have a lot of time to go and try and survive against Spirit. Like, turn it around, change it up mentally.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, these players all, I mean, they play a ton of Dota. They all love Dota, so they're definitely able to adapt, I think. But it is difficult to kind of like on a dime be like, okay, this draft didn't work that we've probably practiced. This thing that did work in scrims, or this thing that we wanted to do, didn't work at all. So now we're gonna try this different thing that maybe we haven't practiced as much. We're gonna try this thing, and it can very quickly, it can spiral, especially Team Spirit did beat Navi. Generally, Team Spirit is very strong, so pretty much any team that is a fearful matchup, no matter how strong you are as a team. So now your VP, you're feeling down, and then you have to go against this absolute powerhouse. You kind of have doubt in the like strategies that you played, the heroes that you played. So you just gotta pick yourself up. This is this is pro Dota. Sometimes you lose, and you have to, try your best to just not let it affect you in any sense. And this is just a completely new series. Whatever happens, 15 minutes ago didn't happen.
Yeah, seriously. Hopefully they go that way, but the series is supposed to start. They have in 10 minutes or so. Not a lot of time. Oh God. Not a lot of time at all. It's rough. But Navi, what are they? They're 2-1 right now. Close to securing potentially a top 3 in this group for upper bracket. That'd be kind of nice. Well,
Yeah, it feels nice for Navi. I feel like, as we were kind of talking about before with Danog, Navi's an org that hasn't been at the top of their game for quite a while now. Obviously, this doesn't like put them there automatically, but I feel like every game that we've been watching them, it just feels like they have these really nice ideas. They try to execute things, even when games aren't going perfectly. There's always something going on, so they feel cohesive. They feel like they're playing well. It's got to be definitely a good feeling for all those players.
Yeah, so we'll take a quick break. Everybody get your water. Everybody just have some relaxation time, and we'll be back with another Eastern European barn burner coming up soon. Get some water, Rachel. And don't get text messages.
Rachel.
I'm not going to get any text messages while I'm gone this time. You want to hang out now? 5:10? No.
I can't. I need you to know that I can't wait for the 2-month period in which this joke finally culminates, and I can text you at 4 a.m. and say want to hang out.
I thought you were going to say when she unblocks me and goes, hey, you want to hang out?
That's also pretty funny.
That would be very funny. Yeah, sorry, I still use a rotary phone, so whatever. I'm very old over here.
That's pretty crazy.
I don't use a rotary phone.
Okay.
Come on, I would never. Stop that. Oh, yeah. All right.
I used my home phone a few days ago. That was an interesting experience.
A landline?
I know.
Ew.
I'm surprised they even have those anymore.
Same.
You'd think those are like, you'd have like a digging site and bury those, or like, you know, uncover those from the ground.
And you can push me so far, I'll be honest. When you were making your point, you said, I wouldn't do that and I'm 20. I kind of wanted to die inside a little bit. I didn't know you were that young.
I am. I'll be 21 in.
Oh my god, you
roughly a
can't
month.
even have alcohol. Oh
I
my
can't.
god, dude. This guy over here. My bones just creaked. Ugh.
Yeah, you have your little nightgown on.
I don't, actually. I'm trying to air out my skin that has been very burning.
Comes with age.
No, it comes with just
Sorry.
not putting on the appropriate suntan lotion. Or sunscreen.
that's
I don't know what
about
the
right.
kids call it anymore.
I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah.
it's the kids thing.
Sure.
Sorry, Rico.
I'll take it.
You opened it up, so
Whatever. Can only do so much here.
okay, I'll be back.
Same. You are 32 this year? That's not that old, B-Cop. Why did you have to remind me that I'm turning 32 this year? I am turning 32 this year, though.
Buried in the quagmire, and his bloodshot eyes saw all that lay between him and fulfillment of his vow. And he felt his fingers wrap around a knotted root and pull his body upwards to a sea green mossy boulder, and he dragged his wish ass up the mountain, and he climbed so slowly, he climbed so slowly ahead.
You're 35 next week. We're young at heart. It's all that matters. Don't let Rojo tell you otherwise. That young bastard. I'm 27. The only time you feel old is when you go from 29 to 30 or 19 to 20. Yeah, I mean, I had a little bit of existential. I don't know. I had some crisis mentally when I turned 30. It's about where you are in your life. It can happen at any time, truthfully. I would say it's happening to me a little bit more now than anything.
The sacred creed will be yours to devour, yours to seize and to obey.
How many kills did Uragi get? Oh, in game 1, Uragi only got... game 2, Uragi got 4. I don't have any white hair right now. I'm not gray yet.
And was driven to his knees by a blazing beam of light. And he saw the silhouette that stood before him. And he bowed in reverence, trembling in the shadow of the mighty legend's form. Iculus, the prophet, stood before his eyes, looking down on Colonel Forbin, where he shuddered in the puddles and the mud. And and he quietly addressed him. And he spoke so slowly. He spoke so slowly. He said,
Yeah, I will. I don't know. I will say there's definitely parts inside of me where, like, I panic about where I'm at life.
Colonel Foreman, I know why you've come here, and I'll help you with your quest to gain the knowledge that you lack. Call upon my faithful friend, the mockingbird, to fly and seize the helping book and bring it to your shack. The tree of knowledge in your soul will grow, and the helping friendly book will plant the seed. But I warn you that all knowledge seeming innocent, pure, becomes a deadly weapon in the hands of avarice.
And greed.
The sacred greed.
Yours.
And if you wait until tomorrow, the sacred greed will be yours to devour, yours to seize and to obey. The years just keep sliding by, don't they? You ever notice that? I was thinking about it today because it's sort of like breathing. It's one of these things that the way time passes by, you know, you're breathing all day long, but you never really think about it. It just kind of happens. And it would be pretty weird if you did have to think about breathing all the time. But time, the passage of time is really pretty similar to that. It just kind of keeps passing by, but you know, that's probably what you think, but I might as well tell you the reality of the situation here. It's something that we've known for a long time. I never really wanted to take credit for it before, but some of you probably wonder what we're doing when we're not, you know, out on tour, and when time's off, and kind of what we do with our other hours of the day. And really what it is our job is that we work in the Gamehenge Time Laboratory creating time. It's hard work, you know? Gotta get the helping friendly book, you open it up, find the recipe for time, and then turning knobs, turning levers all day, you know? It's hard work. You know, it's something that really we take for granted, but it is what we do when we're off, and you know, it's an important thing because the years keep going by, and you gotta wonder what would happen if time stopped passing, you know, if you got stuck in time. Imagine if we didn't show up for work one day and creating time, and suddenly, imagine like, let's say 1994 came and, you know, the time just stopped. If we didn't go to work, no more years passed. Everywhere you go, it's still 1994, you know. You turn on the radio and same song is playing over and over again from 1994.
Who will I find? Heaven, let your light shine down.
That would be horrible, wouldn't it, if time stopped moving? Well, the scary thing is, in this world, time is still going on. We're going to have another year, but unfortunately right now, there's sort of a dilemma in Gamehenge. And that's that with Wilson stealing the Helping Friendly book and sticking it up into the tower, the Gamehenge portion of the fish time laboratory is no longer able to function because they don't have the recipe for time. So everybody there right now, we have to be here playing the gig, but right now they're kind of running around with their heads cut off, looking for the recipe for time so that they can have another year, you know? And what happens here, if you can come with me, is Colonel Forbin right now, that's why he's climbing up the mountain trying to find Iculus, because he really wants the year to progress into the next year. So he's climbing up the mountain trying to find the great and knowledgeable Iculus, who will send the famous Mockingbird to get the Helping Friendly book, bring it back to the Fish Gamehenge Time Manufacturing Laboratory Incorporated.
All right. Another game. Another dollar. Another moment in time as we are here with... I gotta change what my stream title is. But... Hoodwink getting picked up here first for Team Spirit. Change the title. And change it on YouTube as well. Thank you guys. YouTube, I haven't really talked to you much, but I hope you're doing okay.
I don't.
Oh.
Fuck you too. Sorry.
Whoa! That's on the VOD, dude! That's on the VOD!
It's okay. I didn't finish it, so I was just saying fuck you to you, B Cop, which is friendly banter,
okay.
legally
Yeah.
speaking.
Yeah.
Except I mean it.
Well, it's friendly banter. It made me forget
Sorry,
about our age difference for a second. It's okay.
Sorry, this whole Neff Sensei thing is really getting to me.
It's the whole
Got a
Neff
nice bowl of
Sensei
ice
thing.
cream.
Oh, cheesecake
Yeah.
ice cream again?
Not cheesecake ice cream this time. This time it's like
Whoa.
so it was only like $3 at Winco. It
At
was
what?
like at Winco. Do you have Costco, Winco? Do those exist in New York?
We have Costco, but what is Winco?
I think Winco is basically just Costco.
Is it
From my understanding,
WINK?
no, with a CEO. Win Company. Winco.
Winco.
Maybe I'm like doxing myself and there's like two in existence.
Oh no.
But I don't think so. I think Winco, Costco, I think they're very similar. Anyway, it was cheap. It's like a caramel. It has like some chocolate chunks in it. There's caramel like praline pecan or something like really weird, but it's really good.
Oh, it's very weird. There's only one Winco in the entire country.
Is there?
No, it's
Okay.
pretty national.
Hmm.
I just wanted to be like, oh, maybe. It's very West Coast from what I'm seeing.
It probably is, yeah.
Anything from
I did
the
also find out.
left side of Colorado over.
I did also find out. I think I am closer to where Snow Ruyi is in
Yeah,
comparison to you.
yeah, that probably makes sense. That tracks.
About the length of the U.S., if you can believe it.
Damn.
That's how much closer I am.
The venue looks sick.
It looks so cool.
I
I will also
really
say,
want to go.
I can hear him upstairs. The update. Charlie Brown is being a little bit of a goblin. he got a walk tonight. Like he got like a nice one. He saw some cats and there was a little bit of drama. He's really up in arms about it. He got some treats. The air conditioning's on upstairs. He just wants to. I think it's just in his blood. I mean, I gave him a nice dinner. He just wants more. I think he craves blood.
Attention. Oh,
Similar.
sure. Yeah. All right. Close enough. Man.
There is a draft, D-Cop. Tell me, are you looking at these heroes? How shocked are you? How in awe of this draft are you at this current moment?
Truth be told, I'm not shocked at all. It's more so disappointment because, like, this is a group stage where nobody gets eliminated, and it doesn't feel like anybody's really risking or straying from the norm that much.
Maybe because when they are, they're losing in like 19 minutes. So maybe teams are scared of.
Who cares?
Is that? I mean, you really shouldn't care, but sometimes you have, you have a Twitch chatter. They say Omega Lol, Huskar. It really gets to you.
Well, you shouldn't be looking at Twitch chat while you're playing. There we go.
Ooh,
There we go. Something different.
that's a really good Shadow Demon pick, by the way. Very good.
I appreciate it.
I really love Shadow Demon as a hero. Unfortunately, I think he is a tiny bit weak in this meta. Just because saves aren't quite as useful. We're kind of typically seeing like high damage supports or high value aura supports, like the Sun here. Pretty much what we're seeing most commonly. The Rubik that gives a ton of disable. But Shadow Demon is a hero that no matter what happens, you will always have two of the most impactful spells in the game. And how you use them, regardless of how much net worth you have, regardless of how much net worth the enemies have, will either like make or break the game. So I always think this hero is fun to watch. I think it's kind of difficult to draft around sometimes if you are VP, because you already have two heroes that Shadow Demon Purge is incredibly strong into, and two heroes who have like these relatively single target stuns that can be disrupted. So I think this is a very appropriate time to bust out the Shadow Demon.
I respect a different support. I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you, shocked. Bat Rider's a little bit different. I can appreciate that as well, but it's been banned a lot, so it's like in the mix.
That's true. I think the last game is the only time we've actually seen it banned. Bat Rider's definitely fallen off a lot in terms of prio. Partially also because I think he's not very good at buying auras, and he also isn't very good at dealing with auras. He is kind of not that strong in lane. He's not that strong at rotating. He kind of needs level, so he's an awkward place as a support. They can, interestingly enough, put this as a core, is almost what I might expect. I guess more than likely, though, they're just going to try to match it up against this Primal Beast, because Bat Rider is quite annoying for that hero. The Flame Break makes it really hard to like disengage with Onslaught. It's really easy to take the hero out of position with Lasso. So it's generally an annoying matchup for Primal Beast, is probably what they're looking for. But it's also not... It's not generally considered very good into Shadow Demon, unless, of course, you happen to have a relatively early blink, and you can lasso the Shadow Demon, in which case it is very good against Shadow Demon.
Usually we see Bat Rider with like Brewmaster. Obviously they already have Underlord, but that's what I've been seeing recently with it, because Sticky Napalm activates Cinder Brew.
Yeah, that would make sense. DK isn't really necessarily what I was expecting from Team Spirit, but maybe they're just hoping... With these kind of like heroes that they've picked, I guess they're probably hoping that they can just keep the flex as open as VP has. Because you don't really know where VP is playing any of these heroes, which is a nice part of their draft. Now on Team Spirit, you pick DK. I don't really think it's necessarily the best DK game, but you're kind of matching the flex in that sense. That, sometimes you can play this like game of like cat and mouse, where if you draft in a really specific way, you kind of just have to like gamble on like who's going where, what you know about the players, and try to get the best possible matchups for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
That, or they have something specific in mind, or somebody just wanted to play Dragon Knight, which could be the case. I think Dragon Knight should do actually pretty well. You'd think Dragon Knight would be bad into Bat Rider if the Bat Rider was to go mid. Definitely is not the case. I think DK probably does really well into Bat Rider, actually, surprisingly. I mean, maybe not that surprisingly, but I think it would do very, very well into Bat Rider. Pretty okay into Wind Ranger, because you just, again, you buy bracers, you press Breathe Fire, and it becomes very hard to CS on Wind Ranger. So I could see it mid. I don't necessarily love it in the off lane. But you are playing with Hoodwink, so I guess, you know, like the Corrosive Breath one, it does give minus armor. You have a stun to set up for Bushwhack. I'm really curious what they're doing with this DK pick. And I guess I'm just curious for both the drafts, because I don't know. I don't really know what I'd be banning. Spirit seems to think that they want to pick up a mid laner, so that it's probably along the lines of Sven and Batrider support. VP seems to think that they have a carry left, which does make sense. I don't feel particularly like the Toro probably wants the Dragonite in this specific game. So Morphling is definitely a good ban. They do end up banning the Troll. One of the nice things, if you're, you know, Team Spirit, is it just feels like their hero pool is so deep, especially Yatoro, who played... Wait, it was at TI? I think the TI they won, he played like a different hero like 18 games in a row or something. Just
like
ridiculous.
that, yeah.
It's impossible pretty much to ban this guy out, at least kind of to your benefit. This meta, again, has a lot of pretty obvious high-value heroes, so it's a little bit harder for him to like bring out like the Phantom Assassins and stuff that he might bring out in a different patch. I could see an angle to play Terrorblade here if he wants to. Maybe something like Terrorblade TA. I think look okay, just like a lot of damage with the kind of lockdown that they have. It's an okay Slark game, but the lane can be kind of brutal actually in Underlord. Sounds like it'd be good, is kind of difficult. And I'm going for the Alk, so a little less brown. Gracious. It's a little less damage, but does kind of, I mean, keeps their flex relatively still open, which is nice for Team Spirit here. And it's not very easy to necessarily just shut down this Alk. So they go for the Coddle. I was kind of thinking Ember Spirit for them. But I like this a lot. I was talking a little bit of praise about Coddle. I think this is a pretty decent game for it. I think there was we didn't cover it, but I believe in the G2 IG game, they had Windranger and Coddle in one of their very decisive wins. So I think VP has something nice cooked up here in comparison to the kind of disaster we saw that none of us remember.
Definitely don't remember. No remembrance here. I don't know what you're talking about.
There was no war.
In Ba Sing Se, yeah. See, our memes connect even 10 years apart.
Yeah,
The memes
my
are
brother's
still
like
there.
8 years older than me, so I did kind of grow up around a lot of people older than me.
I feel that. My brother's 11 years older than me.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I have two brothers. One is 3 years older, and the other one's 11 years older than me.
He could be my dad.
Damn, I won't tell him that. He came with me to TI last year.
That's cool. Did he have fun? Was it a good experience for him? Does he play?
Yeah, he plays Dota. Not as much anymore, but he's a turbo boy, and that's all he does. And he had fun with it. He was like, it was weird to see people care about you, and I was like, you don't have to say it like that. I was like, that's kind of fucked up. You know, I took him behind the scenes and everything, and he's like, oh, people actually care. I was like, well, fuck you, dude.
Like, wow, you did something.
Yeah.
Finally.
Yeah, you did something with your life, you loser. Yeah, basically.
You know, I will say the turbo members of the community are an important aspect. I think one thing I feel that people don't touch on enough, though, about people who play turbo is that they are either the most like normal person who just like wants to play Dota, or they are so unbelievably unhinged. I don't know what it is about the game mode, but I feel like it either has the tendency to bring out the worst in somebody, or they literally don't care at all and they're playing like Battle Fury Lion at 2 a.m. because they have the day off tomorrow.
Turbo's pretty unhinged. I mean, my brother also was one of those guys who like went necro passive jungle creeps.
That is so funny.
Yeah. It was pretty ridiculously awful. I used to grill him for it pretty often. So we'll see if Virtus Pro can have a different series this turnaround, or this time around.
Yeah, I think they've set themselves up really nicely too. I mean, I don't know if I'm a big fan of the draft, but I'm definitely a fan of their draft. I mean, it is Yatoro playing it, so I'm sure it's just going to be this high impact, like Alchemist. But overall, I wasn't actually the biggest fan of them ending up going for this. They do an interesting little range creep snipe.
Uproar level 1 is interesting from...
It is interesting, although I think it kind of makes sense. It's really hard to trade into the Primal Beast when he has it, just because you're giving him damage to, essentially out CS you.
Mm-hmm.
Another interesting thing, okay, this is nice by Rain. I think this is actually kind of interesting. We haven't seen this yet. So he ends up going to play Wind Ranger position 5 into the Hoodwink, and before the game even, before anything happens, he levels Windra on level 1, so that he can essentially, 1v1 this Hoodwink, and then still end up losing because Hoodwink is cool. But it was a really nice idea.
God.
It was.
It does, click on the Hoodwink, please, Obs. I just need to see it. Yeah, that's all that matters is when Acorn Shot is off cooldown. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
That is so ridiculous.
It's so sad because Rain, I feel like Rain is doing some. Oh, that was a nice fake out by Mira. That was really well played. Rain is doing something interesting that in theory should be so good into it, and then this hero that just bought Circlet 2 branches is just absolutely eating him alive.
Acorn Shot is stupid.
Acorn Shot is extremely stupid. This mid lane matchup is a little bit interesting. Generally, for Caudle, it's actually pretty annoying to play into strength heroes, especially strength heroes that have stuns. Also, top lane is a little bit dicey.
For both teams is Miposhka. Yeah, getting that first blood. Shadow Demon getting first blood. Not a support you want to be giving a bonus to.
Yeah. Shadow Demon has a hard time farming and does a lot with the items when he can get them. So don't want to give him too much in the lane. Don't want him to get levels into the Shadow Poison that can get pretty annoying. Especially when you have the setup like the Alchemist stun here. This is also a pretty classic lane, actually, Shadow Demon Alchemist, because you press Q and then Radon presses W and then it's a really cool thing. That being said, Radon...
He is dead.
They do trade.
Yeah.
I'm actually wondering if Yatoro should have just held his stun there and tried to deny himself.
Yeah.
Might have been the play. Unsure.
Could have been.
He might have still died anyway. But generally, Caudle... I'm a little bit of a Caudle mid enthusiast. I love playing that hero. I love watching that hero. I think it does a lot of cool things. But Poshka in a bit of danger.
Yeah, he is going to be locked up by Pit of Malice one more time.
Yeah. This is interesting because this Bat Rider... well, Poshka's just dying for the Lotus here.
Value?
I don't think so.
You come back to the
this Bat Rider is basically it's like a fake Rubik Underlord, because the thing with Rubik Underlord is you press pit and then you telekinesis them back. They take a bunch of damage. Kiritich, speaking of taking damage,
he should theoretically be fine. That's a little bit unfortunate that the Acorn Shell went to the creeps over there. I'll say that.
Yes, it was. But I think all Hoodwink players deserve constantly for their Acorn Shot to go some random direction that is unhelpful for them, truthfully. At the end of the day.
Speaking of bad bounces or something along those lines, what are your thoughts on Lich as a hero right now?
That was a really interesting segue. Also mildly concerning when I first heard it. Anyway, bad bounces. I feel like that's some kind of terrible club music.
Oh no, never. I hate clubs.
Lich, I think he's interesting. His innate's kind of weird, so I'm not exactly sure how strong the hero is. I would assume that the Frost Shield is nice in an aura meta because it just makes an unkillable God King, an unkillable God King ×2, which is great. I don't know. Lich is just one of those heroes that he's kind of just a numbers hero. If his numbers are good and he's strong in lane, he's strong. If his numbers aren't that good and he's not that strong in lane, he's really weak. So based on the fact that people aren't picking him very much, I would assume that he is kind of weak in the early stages of the game. And then by the time that Chain Frost can really start cooking with the, you know, the one that like lingers, there's probably just a pipe and like a mech, and it feels underwhelming when you could have better Chain Frost at level 1 as Hoodwink. So
Seriously, basically. So Amira in trouble, but a good bushwhack, win run, trying to block it, and Collapse looking for some damage with the help of the Acorn Shot, but the neutrals get the kill there, unfortunately. Uproar, Trample, and Kiritich onslaughted and killed.
Unfortunately, it's Collapse. Collapse is the best player of all time.
Yes.
But that was nice by Rain. Mira is definitely, I know that in his head, he's probably not communicating it because he's like this, you know, good Dota player. Maybe he's laughing about it. But in his head, he's definitely like, these bounces are so unlucky. Like, this lane could be so much better if they just landed slightly differently.
Seriously, one more bounce there, and that's not a neutral kill.
Yeah, I mean, he maybe even survives, so definitely unfortunate from him. Overall, a very nice game from Team Spirit. I feel like we've had like kind of some consistent action here. Caudle is weird in the strength heroes, but generally the way that it kind of goes, especially if they have stuns, like we saw it into the Slardar, which was doing quite well until a certain tower dive incident happened from 7E. Nobody remembers it. Now we're seeing the DK. These heroes are really annoying for Caudle because you just like walk up to him and stun him during the Illuminate. It leaves the creeps at really low HP values, and then it's just hard to CS. You get a lot of denies. DK also especially has the nice like added benefit. You hit kind of an early level 6, and then you just hit the tower. If you can take the tower away from the Caudle, you can start invading his jungle, and then it's really hard for him to accelerate, which means it's hard for him to hit his timings, which means it's hard for him to really get a grasp on the game, be as impactful as he can be. That being said, Dr. Bum.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Neutral's MVP right now. Shackle connects to the tree off to the side. Squadex makes the rotation. A pulverize attempt, but there's an Illuminate to get the kill.
This is one of the things too. Caudle is, if you've played against it or if you've played it, Caudle is one of the like strongest level like 6, 7 kind of rotating heroes in the game because Solar Blind is such a like oppressive spell, but Illuminate, you don't have to channel it, so it removes the like pretty much entire downside of it when you press ulti, and it also heals. So it's like the spell is so hard to beat in an engagement. If you are disrespectful of the Caudle rotations, it's very easy to give away kills. It's very easy to overestimate your damage, underestimate theirs. And
they'll go for Laurel. He's pretty tanky.
Yeah, it seems like it will be fine, but they do push him off the tower, so not really a loss, all things considered. If Laurel gets a good rune, it'll be annoying. It's a pretty good rune.
Where are
but Dr. Bum is, he's cooking them up. What's the diagnosis, you think, from Dr. Bum here?
Depression.
I hope not. I hope Dr. Bum's having a wonderful night.
No, he's the one giving the diagnosis. What do you mean?
Yeah. I see. Depression to Maposhka.
Yeah. Come on. Which I hope not, but whatever. I was just, you know, I said the first thing that came to my mind. Collapse able to get back, and we have seen Collapse have some fun times with this hero in this I think in this event already, so
yeah, I think we've seen Collapse have fun times in most of his games. That guy he does so many crazy things. He kind of likes to play the like fun crazy heroes. I mean, you know, famously his Magnus, Primal Beast. He's playing like these centaurs, has a very distinct style, very good at it, very consistent. So can't really ever be upset, especially considering Collapse is having a pretty decent lane, pretty even with the Sven. I will say there, you are looking a little bit, you know, Yatoro was having a bit of a, I mean, it wasn't an incredible start to the game. I'll stop talking.
However,
he is now kind of doing Alchemist things. They haven't really been able to contest this top tower. It's almost full HP. Now they're attempting to do it. Miposhka is... What was... It was 14 deaths we saw on the CM the other day.
Yeah, it was a lot of deaths, and they're going to continue to try for more. Try to go for an Alchemist, bringing everybody up here, holding that stun, even turning it around. May not get the stun off, may die to it, but they get the damage out before he's able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you needed to do. I was just starting to worry about the fact that this Alchemist is getting a lot. The tower isn't dying. Again, the power of this Coddle with ulti, so strong in the rotations, so consistent.
This
But
would be a big kill if they could get it.
rather squishy as well, especially once the ulti runs out.
Yeah, Collapse getting the
So
kill on
overstayed
Squadix.
slightly, for sure.
Oh, just, yeah. Casual.
Let me just take
8-point
half your
shot.
HP
Yeah.
from 1500 range.
It's
at 10
equivalent
minutes.
to, like, toss. I don't know why we're giving these supports just so much damage.
Yeah, and you see it every game. That being said, I'm really impressed. I feel like with Dr. Bum's performance so far, and I'm not even saying that just so I can say Dr. Bum. I think he's actually. I mean, he's had a really nice Batrider game. He's been very active around the map. He's been punishing Miposhka in like these kind of weird spots that he wants to play. Playing with Squadix well. Doesn't quite, unfortunately, have. That was really well done. That was really well done. The blinding light into the stun, because they would not have gotten it in time, I think, if the stun just came out without the push back there.
It was like just on
So
the
nice.
edge of the TP.
Yeah, that could have been an rotation for them. They would have ended up using a lot if Collapse cut the TP off, but ends up being very successful then. Kind of Collapse has like a few moments off the map, and now he's suddenly about even with this Underlord. And the Underlord matchup is pretty annoying for Primal Beast. Pit of Malice is a spell in Dota 2.
Very much so. And I will say, Mira, we were saying he's doing a lot of damage, but at the same time, it's just like he's lowest net worth, and he's not level 6 yet, 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah, we've seen this quite a few times with Hoodwinks. I feel like the hero does a lot, and he's still providing like pressure on the map and like alleviating pressure. But overall, he's kind of reducing, like he's not staying in waves and getting farm. Laurel's kind of been constantly in this mid lane. And he's not, like, all these times that he's rotating and trying to alleviate pressure, they're not actually really getting anything from it. So he's kind of sitting low in the net worth. We've seen Hoodwinks kind of do this a few different times when their rotations don't land. And it can definitely be, it can be annoying considering how much net worth can do on this hero.
Smoke attempt.
A little bit of a farm war between Alchemist and Sven here.
Scanned. Good scan. If Notice still dies here, though, they scan and they make the rotation. They do have the Alchemist coming through. Onslaught, Bushwhack, and the Trample with the Sharpshooter. They kill off Squadix so quickly.
Yeah, I feel like VP had a really nice read, and then they kind of took their thinking caps off for a second there. I mean, they probably could have known what was happening. So a little bit, unfortunately, get caught there. Probably just didn't expect them to be in that exact position. But I mean, that's a huge deal. We see these like small kills in the early game. They don't feel like they should be as much as they are. But especially on a hero like Coddle, who kind of needs to accelerate, is losing time on the map, is losing presence with a Spirit Vessel, which is, you know, going to be the primary solution essentially to Yatoro on this Alchemist. You're just losing so much time and value, and that is concerning, especially into this kind of lineup. Like, Coddle is another one of those heroes that has a very like back and forth matchup, I guess, with like tanky strength heroes, because you buy the Spirit Vessel and you're very good at like rotating spells onto them. You're very good at keeping your distance from them. But when these heroes get ahead and it starts feeling like you're doing no damage, and they also have blink daggers to jump on you, and you don't have enough net worth to like buy items to save yourself or to have HP to not die to just one jump, it can be really difficult for the Coddle. So seeing him at this like point in the net worth, is definitely a bit concerning, and
Yeah.
especially concerning when the Alchemist is so far ahead that it feels like, I mean, I think Squadex has used the Spirit Vessel once on Yatoro and the Alchemist. I think he's going to have a Manta probably almost before he even gets the chance to use it a second time on him.
He's
Especially
staying,
with stacks like this.
Yeah, he's staying where the stacks are. He was forward for a little bit. That was maybe your opportunity, but truthfully, it is not looking like he's going to be going out that far across the map for him to get hit by a Spirit Vessel. So they're going to have to make an aggressive move if they want to catch him, and maybe they think about going for Mira, but Mira is pretty quick when it comes to scurrying out of there.
I kind of wish too that I was praising Dr. Bum for quite a bit there. I think his early game was very, very nice on the Batrider. I do kind of wish though that that at this moment he had a Blink Dagger, and that maybe he spent a little more time just like fire flying waves and camps in weird spots, being a bug, essentially. Because the Blink would give them that opportunity to kind of utilize the strength that the Caudal has at the moment. But it doesn't quite feel like they can do that without any Blinks yet.
Right.
And there's almost a BKB on Collapse, very narrowly dodging the gank there. And you do have the Manta on your Toro flying out.
Yeah, you do, and it's a lot of aggression that we were seeing from the side of Virtus Pro now not really being existent, and there's that Manta style. Like BKB soon for Collapse, and Laurel just kind of doing his thing as well. You're missing a lot of opportunities as the Blink Dragon Tail comes through. They've got Sharpshooter with the Bushwhack. Mech is used. Pit of Malice is down, but these right clicks, this Shadow Poison, Mapushka gets the kill. They'll turn it onto a kill on a Laurel. They killed him very quickly. Kiritich having a lot of damage with this God Strength, so you need to be very careful about how you go for it, because this is going to happen where you lose more than one. And that one goes to Squadex.
Yeah, it was. They definitely thought they were going to get the kill
Quicker.
in a little bit tighter of a window there. I don't think they would have lost Laurel in that case. Didn't expect the Pit of Malice to come out. So not really worth it for them. You also, of course, anytime that you can help it, you don't want to be giving net worth to a Sven. It also, Laurel was doing quite well in the net worth, right about even with the Caudal, or above, ahead of the Caudal. Now the Caudal is about even. So it's it's a good attempt, I think, by Team Spirit. It's just unfortunate the way it worked out for them. Not a massive deal, but gives VP a little bit of breathing room. Now at this point, the net worth is pretty much even outside of Alchemist. Most of the net worth here is Alchemist.
I'd like to see what Mira has, because he's gained a lot of net worth recently. But more stacks being made, and Kiritich going to be able to clean that up, and there it is. Was that Maelstrom soon for the Hoodwink?
Probably. There is also a Blink Dagger on Dr. Bum.
Back-to-back kills on Laurel would be pretty huge. Squadex Spirit Vessel. Boots of Travel, but stun on a Kiritich. He's got God Strength again, and it looks like they're going to lose both Laurel and Maposhka once more. However, with the BKB just getting it on the edge, have the Shackle Shot onto this Alchemist. You need to be very careful. Onslaught around the Pit of Malice. That's so well done, and they'll kill Kiritich. Shackle doesn't matter. Trample on a Notice. That's going to be 3 dead with Dr. Bum falling. Really well done there from Collapse to just kind of Tokyo drift around that Pit of Malice.
Yeah, as I was talking about before, Underlord can be pretty annoying for Primal Beast. Added style points there for Collapse, if you can do that, if you're a Drift King. But he also just has a really early BKB, so ultimately, no matter what he did, he felt pretty confident making that play. He isn't like the Primal Beast that we saw earlier, going into like auras. He's playing the, I'm going to be strong, I'm going to deal an absurd amount of damage for some godforsaken reason. with just a BKB. Going into an Ags, which will be quite nice, breaking the Sven, breaking potentially the Atrophy, or it doesn't necessarily break that much, but Ags for Primal Beast is just a lot of damage. So probably the primary reason he's looking at it. And I was in that last engagement, it felt like they kind of went. They got like this nice like kill into Laurel, and I don't know where Squad X went, but he wasn't really there for the last half of it, which is a pretty. I mean, Squad X is a lot of the like manpower of this VP team right now. It feels like they're lacking a lot without him.
Definitely. And Underlord, he's going into the pipe, which he just finished. We'll see if that sustains him enough. We've seen how strong this item is. He will get a Tormentor on top of that. Rain, be careful.
It's okay. Kiritich is a kind soul. Cancels the auto attack there.
Good job, Mira.
I kind of thought Mira would die.
So did I.
Ends up getting the Hunter Boomerang. Bangarang is quite nice for Hoodwink. I mean, it's, you know, as if Hoodwink needed more damage in their kit. Almost Octarine on Squad X. Actually, I mean, does have Octarine once it comes to him on the Courier. That's really nice. I think Octarine is one of the nicest feeling items on Coddle because, again, if you play Coddle, if you play against Coddle, like, that hero is really not that useful in the mid lane when it doesn't have ulti. Having Channel Illuminate just removes so much of your damage. Not having Solar Bind removes so much of your utility and damage. You basically become a Chakra Magic, and then the Octarine just gives you that much more uptime. And also at the same time, because you have more ultis and you can use them more freely, you get a lot more farm around the map. You have more Illuminates for camps. Very feel-good item, and he's just been kind of... He's not really punished for just buying it without going anything else.
Right.
Which feels quite nice for him. Smoke onto the Underlord.
Yeah, if they could kill him very quickly, which this has always been a struggle for them, they can get a tier 2 tower, and they did that with nobody rotating in, and this is going to be a tier 2 as well, unless they glyph it.
Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit has 3 strength heroes with pretty long duration stuns, so if you get caught out with no help like Notice does on the Underlord there, you're pretty much dead. I mean, no matter how tanky you are, no matter how ridiculous your hero might be at times. BKB finished on Yatoro, level 18. Definitely worried about the smoke. Underlord can connect with the ulti when he respawns, but I don't know if they'll have the damage for Yatoro here.
It'll be tough. He can't really give up this Aegis Blink with the Stormhammer going from a Poshka, but that's lasso used.
And BKB and God Strength.
Now you wonder if they have...
Oh.
Yeah, they just TP back. And give up
Wow.
Roche.
They got Maposhka and then they said deuces. We're out of here.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I feel like, I mean, I actually do think that if Team Spirit decided to reinitiate on them, it probably was going to be not an easy fight for VP. But it's kind of an ideal scenario. Like, you blink in, you catch the Shadow Demon right away. He doesn't have buyback, he can't get back to the fight. And the Dragon form is running out. So, again, like, what is your timing on VP? How are you going to be able to fight if that's not a fight?
Now an Aegis
Certainly
on
not
the out.
into an Aegis.
Yeah,
He'll be able to
seriously.
fight.
It's definitely concerning.
I will say as well, it's evasion is really annoying for Sven. So even though Sven does have a lot of single target damage, a lot of like armor and burst, overall has a pretty decent matchup into Alchemist in theory. The fact that Radiance gives so much evasion gives a lot of buffer room for the Alchemist. It lowers the DPS pretty significantly by Sven. That hero doesn't really have the luxury of buying like an early MKB most of the time if they want to keep their damage high.
You
So,
immediately see
not,
Collapse to want to go for him, but he can onslaught out of this Gale Force.
Yeah, which is nice. They weren't able to get the lasso either. I feel like it's been relatively quiet on Dr. Bum's end here for a while.
Oh, whoa! He blinked in
catch, though.
instead. That was interesting. Maposhka dead again, but it's BKB and the God Strength once more with the lasso from Maposhka. We'll see how much this ends up being worth it, as they've got the shackle that connects on a collapse. They've got the damage. BKB pops that Ags and will run away from that Gale Force, but the right-click damage still there.
It looked like collapse was out, but that the pipe was actually really nice because it meant that Kiritich wasn't having his blink broken. So he's able to get in for that like last little right click, otherwise collapse definitely would have gotten out. So you know, make fun of Dr. Bum and he makes fun of you. Really nice initiation onto Maposhka, which is your ideal target pretty much always as the Bat Rider. And definitely a very nice instance for them to fight. Also, Yatoro, like, pretty much as they're initiating, they have like this unofficial Venge swap, you know, where they like blink onto each other. And then, like, Yatoro's ulti is running out, so it just feels really awkward. You can't really re-engage. You're missing one of your crucial components of your team comp in the Shadow Demon. So, I mean, you know, your VP, you're pretty much just buying time off the Aegis at that point, and you definitely take it. Definitely take it. Almost dataless for Kiritich level 20 as well.
So what's the deal? I would assume people against Sven these days would buy like a halberd.
I think halberd is just not a very good item anymore. The fact that it doesn't go through BKB anymore has pretty much eliminated most of its value.
Right.
It also doesn't give status resistance, so I mean, it's nice that it gives like strength and evasion and the disarm, but it doesn't do much outside of that for how much it costs. A lot of times people would rather just have a Crimson Guard, Glimmer Cape, Force Staff, whatever else it is, you know, Solar Crest, Pavis. These items I feel like kind of give generally a little more EHP for what they cost. And it's also not really easy to build Halberd on pretty much most of these heroes. It's okay on DK, but your net worth means a lot on Dragon Knight since you don't get a ton of it. And 1500 crit. I wish all Hoodwink players a very lovely 1500 dataless Sven and crits.
I truthfully want to say I think Spirit, despite the fact that they've got a net worth leader behind in this game, if that makes sense.
You most certainly cut out Charlie Brown.
I said, even with the net worth lead, it feels like Spirit don't have the lead here.
Yeah, I mean, it's also because most of the time when you look, it's like an Alchemist game, you look at the net worth lead and then you look how far ahead the Alchemist is of the next hero and you kind of subtract it. So they're pretty much relatively equal in net worth, even though Yatoro is quite strong. That being said, Squad X, his game definitely can be hard when the initiation's onto him. So very nice kill to get there. It's pretty much, at this point, you're pretty much 4 supports around Kiritich, and that's not a very upsetting game state for VP. Can be a little bit frustrating considering that Pulverize is such a good way to mitigate the Sven, and that the Shadow Demon curse is always going to be annoying for this hero. But, you know, you have good ways to deal with it. You have the healing from the Coddle. He's going into the Scythe. Pit of Malice, auras from Underlord, and honestly at this point too, like the later the game goes on, generally the higher value like Lasso becomes, especially if you are able to keep up decently in items, which Dr. Bum has done well. So he kind of, even if, you know, you're able to get like a Pulverize onto BKB Sen, sometimes you can be caught in the Flaming Lasso, sometimes before the Shadow Demon ulti comes out. You can, you know, catch him in the lasso, which has happened in the last few fights. It's a nice little X factor. I think it, you know, if you can just delete Maposhka from these team fights, it looks extremely different for Team Spirit.
Sven smoked.
Oh,
Blinked. Oh, blinked the other way. They catch Maposhka. That's going to be a dead Shadow Demon again. They have not once been able to have Maposhka survive this, but the turnaround on a rain, Kiritich coming into Laurel, they've got the Solar Bind, they'll slow him down, they'll kill him off. No way for him to survive, as Collapse will stop that onslaught and doesn't want to go in.
I am really shocked by. Oh my god!
Still looking for
damage.
Collapse. Good bushwhack though. Hunter's boomerang. You need to be careful because once that God Strength is gone, do you have the survivability and the damage? But Alchemist can't TP away, and I think Spirit. Oh boy, they just threw that back in, trying to go for that kill.
Yeah, crumbling a little bit here to the pressure of this Sven. Not really being able to deal with Kiritich at all, and honestly, like, credit in a big part to Dr. Bum on the Batrider. He really has Miposhka's number. It's been the last, like, 3 fights that he is consistently getting lasso onto Miposhka, and Miposhka's dying. Definitely part of the issues that we can see with the Shadow Demon hero, and sometimes why it's not valued as highly as it used to be. But also just, I mean, really well played by Dr. Bum to recognize that, to constantly get those jumps. And it's also, I want to say too that I'm a little bit surprised by Laurel's build on the Dragon Knight here. It looks like he has like Mage Slayer Hurricane Pike, and Blink, yeah. So that's like the core of his build. That doesn't feel very strong when I look at it. The Null Talisman, Bracer, Hurricane Pike, Mage Slayer. It definitely feels underwhelming, and I mean the Hurricane Pike is nice against these heroes, but it doesn't feel like it's creating enough distance, and it doesn't feel like it's, you know, maybe it's getting him away from Sven, but it doesn't feel like it's making him particularly useful per se.
Yeah, and now Miposhka finally gets a shard.
Satanic on Kiritich.
That matter is, yeah, Kiritich, and it almost has Alk's net worth. Like, Sven is just hitting that point of unkillability.
Almost level 25 as well on Sven, so a pretty massive deal there. Ogre Seal Totems galore as his custom. And even though Sven did not end up getting Ogre Seal Totem like he probably would have liked, he does get the Defiant Shell, which is a pretty nice item on Sven. The redirect hit obviously is very strong, and then the stats it gives you are nice as well. Smoke on smoke action here.
Let's see. Collapse on the high ground. Looking for the smoke to break. It does on Squadix, and nobody making the initial move, but they've got the Gale Force and Radon Force to Manta dodge his own stun.
I go with you, Toro. It's just forced to Manta dodge. Just another day in the life.
And that was what, Hex, I assume, coming out from Coddle?
Yeah, so Hex on Squad X, which is a really big item timing for him, but doesn't particularly help the fact that if he gets jumped first, he's a little bit difficult to save, but still a very, very impactful item. They actually re-smoke.
Hoodwink's not here at this fight. Lasso, God Strength. There's the Shadow Demon helping this time around with the God Strength out. Mira finally back into this one. They've got the Pulverize, so they'll take care of the initial part of this God Strength, but Yatoro? He's dead. He just gave up 1,500 gold to Kiritich. He went in. God Strength lasts for a long time, and they don't know how to deal with this right-click damage. He's holding this BKB for these initial fights, and I think they just don't recognize that he's doing so. And it allows him to just clean up, as this is going to be an ultra kill for Kiritich, potentially even a rampage if he kills Miposhka. But he's not the one going for it. It's Rain. Now Kiritich is coming over. Miposhka's in trouble, as Kiritich will get the rampage. And that is a full team wipe, of course, for Virtus Pro.
I don't know how there aren't tips on the Rain here. I mean, I don't, maybe they aren't supposed to tip or something. I don't know. But wow, what a lovely little play from Rain. Literally walking into the base and just dying to give the rampage over to his carry player. I feel like he's done a very nice job this game, Rain, of just enabling Kiritich. Came out of the lane pretty decently. It was a little bit rough initially into the Hoodwink, but had a pretty good time. I think he, like in this last fight, I think Yatoro, he did like, there's this really weird, he like jumps in, he doesn't have ulti going, and I think he was just gonna, in his head he's like, oh, I'm just gonna BKB and I'm wasting Sun's time. and then gets caught by this like shackle shot out of nowhere.
Yeah,
And
let's
it really,
watch.
let's see, yeah. So the shackle shot connects onto a tree, and he just dies without BKB. So nice from Rain there. Also the blink forward feels like he's just, and as well the Gale Force too is really nice. The few times that we've seen it, Squad X as well. I was talking about how the Hex is an extremely powerful item if he doesn't get jumped on first. He does not. He's pretty much allowed to free play these fights. And anytime the Caudle, if they have any decent amount of net worth, anytime that a Caudle is able, I mean, really they don't even need a ton of net worth. If a Caudle is just allowed to like play in the back of a fight for an extended period of time, giving Chakra Magic, giving heals, using Spirit Vessel, whatever item they have, E-Blade, Dagon, Scythe of Vice, whatever flavor, it's going to be extremely useful. It's going to be extremely impactful. And on the flip side of the mid coin here, you have Laurel, who has yet to finish a BKB on Dragonite by 35 minutes. Which does not feel good.
I don't see how they kill Sven at this point.
It's quite difficult. I mean, honestly, they're running out of damage even onto Notice as well.
Oh, wow.
Avengers Assemble.
Seriously, he is
has a nice blink.
Oh,
nice Hex.
Alive. Oh. That's rough. It looked like he was going to TP out of that, but I think that kill kind of seals this one up.
Yeah, I mean, it turned really quickly for VP. This, the power of the Sun here that we've seen been quite good in this, in pretty much all the safe lane games we've seen, can definitely be a monster in the late game here. Scales very well with his strength facet. And on top of that, Squad X is playing this really, he's just playing this Caudle, and he goes, presses Hex, heals the team, gives them mana, doing a lot for the team. A really nice portal play from Notice. They're trying to go on him again, but last time this didn't work out so well for them. This time
finally have the
barely,
damage.
Just barely. Meanwhile, Kiritich, he has payphone on in his headphones. La-di-da-di-da. Running down the bot lane. Dr. Bum.
Lasso and the Stormhammer, but BKB popped by Laurel. Finally has one. Gets the kill on Dr. Bum, so that's at least 2. They lost their tier 3. This is...
Ooh, well, this is also quite cool by Rain. So Rain went straight into the Boots of Bearing, which is a nice little aura that one Ranger can buy, because you're not quite as good at carrying like the pipe and the greaves and whatnot. It's a very interesting counter to the Shadow Demon, because in theory, like, one of the only ways for you to deal with Kiritich is that you get the Shadow Demon, like the disruption or cleanse, demonic cleanse, onto Sven, and it slows his movement speed a lot. Thankfully, it doesn't dispel Warcry thanks to the way the Sun Shard is, but the slow is enough to kite out a BKB, and you're just hoping to survive a Sven BKB at this point. Not an easy task, but with the Boots of Bearing, the Gale Force, the Hex, the Pit of Malice, Dr. Bum with the lassos, it feels so hard to escape this lineup. It feels so hard to get away from Kiritich. And I'm not quite sure how you fix that.
And I would say eventually, because potentially on this next Roche, depending on where it spawns or where they eventually end up getting it, you can see an Ags come out here for the Caudle, and then there's just even more control. Like, yeah, Mira wants damage here with that Crystallis, but are you going to be able to even scratch the surface of a Warcried Sven?
I mean, it's pretty hard to say. It's been I feel like Collapse had a pretty decent game, but now it's been quiet for him for quite a while. I'm not sure I'm as big of a fan as the Ags, because the Ags isn't really actually breaking anything, and it doesn't feel like the damage is meaningful enough to have justified the 4,200 gold he put into this, because that's a pretty significant chunk of his net worth. About a quarter of his net worth is sitting in that Ags on Collapse. And you're not really feeling it in any of these fights. I mean, Kiritich, sure, he can't cleave, but Yatoro is still taking, almost 600, 700 damage a hit. if he's shackled, he can die in, you know, just one series of stuns. So
夜眼军团正
definitely a bit rough from the, you know, Laurel and Collapse at this point in the game. They've fallen a bit behind in net worth. Build's coming back to bite them a little bit, but they're you know, they're blink stun strength heroes, so they'll always have some kind of playmaking potential.
Notice the one standing on the front line. He's very tanky, not afraid. And these heroes really can't deal with Pit of Malice at all.
Yeah, the Pit of Malice is an extremely obnoxious spell, and then furthermore you're playing into like Coddle and Bat Rider, like all this displacement, random shackle shots that are stunning you for almost 4 seconds.
夜眼军团正
Not easy fights to play for Spirit. They go for kind of the Hail Mary smoke, hoping that something sticks. Nice recognition from VP, just group up as 5. You can see they have like this. They have this really nice like little formation. Kiritich is in front, 5,000 HP at this point in the game, which is pretty absurd. And then the rest of the heroes are kind of covering the Coddle, covering Notice, making sure that, you know, nothing goes wrong there in the backline, nobody gets caught out. So they're covering all their bases, which makes it really hard for Team Spirit to really get anything in the map, and eventually they just kind of have to head back.
I don't really see Spirit. Like, does the perfect fight even beat Virtus Pro from Spirit?
It's hard to say. I think ideally, like, you need Coddle and Dr. Bum to go down before getting off the majority of their spells without wasting the majority of your BKBs. Which, I mean, that's a bit of a pipe dream, because VP, as I was saying, they're kind of playing in like a formation, so they're not even giving you the opportunity.
And is Radon giving, or is Yatoro giving that Ags away, and who do you want it to be on?
Oh, is he buying in Ags?
That's what it showed, yeah.
I don't know how strong DK Ags is. I would assume it's going to him. I'm sure it's still decently strong. Not as strong as it used to be. It's that or Shadow Demon for sure. Shadow Demon Ags is very, very strong. But definitely limited a little bit in impact by just how far ahead these heroes are.
Doesn't quite have it yet.
I do think also, I'm pretty sure it's with the Alk Ags specifically that you can refund people's Ags. So there's a small chance that it could go over to Collapse.
Yeah.
Primal Beast does a lot with net worth, as I was saying, so being able to just have that free Ags is a pretty big deal. You can just buy like a full Hex or Refresher, Bloodstone, like that amount of net worth to just get is really nice for that hero. So I like the Ags, but don't know if it's going to change the course of the game so drastically, and he's not even quite at it.
All these heroes coming through the Twin Gate very quickly. Underlord can be at the fight in a moment's notice. And they know where they're at. Laurel. Whoa, the blinks back and forth. The Hex, the Shackle, the Harpoon, the God Strength, and the not kill yet. But he is looking dead to rights, and so is Maposhka. Spirit falling apart on this one, as they've got 3 heroes remaining. Shackle doesn't hit because of the BKB from Yatoro. He'll blink away. Mira TP attempt, and gets out just barely. Collapse? Ooh, again.
Well, I mean, could have been worse, I guess. Could have also been significantly better, to say the least. So holding, I mean, Team Spirit, we saw them yesterday against the series in Navi. Quite good at holding on to the game. This time, though, I'm struggling a little bit to see what use holding on has with the way that this game is playing out and how absolutely gigantic Kiritich is.
Ooh. Sharpshooter, Pit of Malice. Mira's in trouble. Doesn't have
This is
buyback.
disrespectful.
Does not have buyback. Uh-oh.
Desperately trying to get 25 on this Alchemist, although Alchemist level 25, pretty underwhelming at this point. pretty overwhelming, kind of in general.
塔正受到攻击，
So not going to be the power spike that they're looking for. Laurel is not nearly close enough to this Bloodthorn.
军团全面加固，
Maybe the Ags
He gave
from
it to Laurel.
Itoro.
Yeah.
So it does go to Laurel. I mean, it's nice. Doesn't feel particularly game-changing, though.
And what's the 25 talent for Alchemist that he took on the right side?
I believe that's so he gets 50 movement speed during his ulti. It's either you get 50 health regen or 50 move speed as Alchemist at 25 when you're chemically raged. So not, I mean, not that crazy. Not,
got no time for
I mean,
this.
I think Sven is an extra like 50% God strength damage. That one feels quite good. The level 25 is also really good on Coddle. You either get Chakra Magic Strong Dispels, which having a Strong Dispel from such a distance is very strong, or you get plus 200 to eliminate heal / damage. So, I mean, as levels come in for VP, they're going to be super impactful. You're not really close to any other breakpoints in levels in terms of Team Spirit. 25 on Underlord as well. I think that one is quite strong, if I remember. I think it's Pit of Malice.
Noticed. Silenced, but the Hurricane Pike away. That was Mira doing that Stormhammer onto this Hoodwink who's trying to get away with the Sharpshooter, getting some distance. They'll throw the Gleipnir over on the Bat Rider, and all of a sudden the Pulverize is onto the Sven. Maybe they have him this time. The right click damage from Laurel. Oh no. There's the Satanic. There's the healing. Collapse is dead. They're still trying to get this Sven. He's so tanky, but eventually he dies. He has buyback. These heroes are low on the side of Spirit if they want to come back into the fight, as they will buy back on Dr. Bum. The Illuminate Laurel surviving for now. The Will-O-Wisp is there to get some control. They'll bring the Sven back into the fight. Buyback from Laurel. The kill on Arain. They have Radon, who will get that Will-O-Wisp out of the fight. Notice is going to be hit here with the disruption. Bushwhack lands. Hunter's Boomerang. They've got a kill on a Notice, and he's got buyback as well. With all these buybacks used, I think Team Spirit, it might be time to leave, but they can't. Oh no. Notice with the Pit of Malice around that Fiend's Gate, he locked up a couple heroes, and they are going to get Mira and Miposhka.
Yeah, I mean, committing literally every buyback that they possibly could on VP, so very heavy committal. Still ahead by
Quite a
9K.
margin. And it gives him an
Going to get
Aegis
the
on Sven.
Aegis, which is nice, but I mean, that was kind of a miracle fight for Team Spirit. I was kind of wondering. It felt a little bit strange. I feel like Squad X was not doing as much as I thought he would, considering how unchecked he was in that engagement. They were also doing a lot more damage. I think Laurel with his Ags is doing a lot more damage than I expected. Honestly, just sitting inside the Roche Pit, which is a really nice angle for him. I mean, they eventually managed to bring down Kiritich, which is, you know, a sign of life. Doing it twice might be a little bit more difficult.
And now he's got that Ags upgrade too, so he can kind of get in your face, where they were able to kite him really well in the last fight. Link on top, the Gleipnir, the Pit of Malice, Alchemist! Oh, Yatoro! Oh, he survives! How is he alive?
He still has BKB.
Oh, Dr. Bum, he's dead for 108 seconds. Bushwhack on a 3. Onslaught comes in. Gleipnir to follow it up. BKB from Squadix, though. The right-click damage on the Collapse. He doesn't have buyback. The gate. It's the Pit of Malice. They've got the Shackle Shot. They've got Yatoro dead to rights. He's got buyback, though. Laurel is outputting a good amount of damage. But they will kill off Mira, who also doesn't have buyback. It's a 2v4 here, really a 2v5, and instead they just call GG, and Virtus Pro take game number 1.
Yeah, a fair point to call GG there. Would have been a very difficult 2v4 hold.
I thought doable.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably worth trying, but I don't blame them for calling GG. Kiritich, I think, had that was just a very absurd game from him. Really nice engagement from Team Spirit in the last part there. It just felt, at that point, I feel like you were seeing kind of everything that went wrong in that game. And it's also, I mean, this has been Alchemist's issue for pretty much as long as he's existed. Once you get to like this 50, 60 minute mark, you've been full build for almost 20 minutes usually at that point. It doesn't feel quite as impactful, especially as I was talking earlier, Sven now, Kiritich, who had an incredible performance. This hero scales very well. His damage, he was hitting for almost 1,000 apiece with honestly not crazy damage items. Plenty of utility to go along in his build.
Mm-hmm.
And just, it felt very hard to deal with Squad X. I think he had a very nice build. He went for this Vessel's Hex, no Dagon silliness, none of that. And it was a nice, once they kind of like picked up the pace on VP, once a few mistakes came out from Team Spirit, it felt like they really capitalized. And they had a nice little game there from VP. I think Dr. Bum as well on the Batrider had a lot of nice lassos there. I think particularly the flip side of Dr. Bum was the Miposhka Shadow Demon, which particularly didn't feel super impactful, if we're being honest. Wasn't quite able to do Shadow Demon things most of the game, and Rain on the Wind Ranger itemized well with those Boots of Bearing to kind of circumvent the issue that Sven might have into the Demonic Cleanse. Good stuff. I mean, you need this if you're VP, right? Coming out of this last series.
Definitely. I was thinking the same thing where, you're now hoping to get a 2-0 over Spirit, but, that is largely very difficult. They don't drop games that often. And they did the same thing against Navi yesterday where, Navi, they were able to get game 2, but we'll see. Virtus Pro does have 2 chances to take this series, and it felt as though Spirit's draft, without the Alchemist staying ahead, fell off real hard. And it was the late BKB from Laurel that really was maybe a misitemization in that.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was really awkward when it's like 30 minutes and you're looking at this Dragon Knight's inventory and it's Blink, Hurricane Pike, Mage Slayer. It doesn't feel like it does much damage. Doesn't feel like it's that great at initiating. Is pretty much only good at kiting Sven, which most of the time Kiritich was so big that it didn't even do that. So tough game for Laurel. I think also pretty quiet game from Collapse overall. Probably he's not feeling the best about the Ags purchase, as I was saying as well. So Laurel and Collapse kind of doing these like weird things with their itemization, not really being able to keep up with the rest of the cores. I think noticed as well. I've said pretty much all the other names on VP, but you can't ever ignore an Underlord, is what we've learned from watching these series. Pit of Malice, such an obnoxious spell. He's doing very consistent damage in fights by just pressing Q. Always has auras. Fiend's Gate is an incredible spell. I think they used it quite well throughout the majority of this game. So yeah, Team Spirit, I kind of wish that they didn't go for the Alchemist. That being said, I think that there was a lot of issues outside of the Alchemist. I think the Shadow Demon was also a bit awkward, even to some degree the DK. So giving away a lot of really nice heroes to VP and kind of giving them a draft that can play this style. Even though Team Spirit, was doing well for quite a while, I just feel like this Sven is a huge problem. And this last pick, Coddle, felt really impactful. The Wind Ranger Flex, I think, kept them kind of guessing the whole game. Underlord. It's all very nice. It's a nice little, draft sandwich that they have here on VP. Pretty classic from what we've seen in these CIS teams. And hopefully they can continue it in the next game.
Yeah, it felt doable for a second here. Like, I still think this is a very doable fight. No God Strength available on Sven, but I don't know. They just chose not to, which was odd.
Interestingly enough, I do think especially the last series that we watched, I didn't call him out a ton, but I do feel like Dr. Bum had kind of underwhelming performances, on the Nyx Assassin, I kind of forget the other hero that he played. Mm-hmm. It was just I think he played Wind Ranger. Not that he played bad. It didn't feel like he wasn't Zayats. He wasn't Mira in most of these games. He wasn't quite having that pop off position 4 experience. In this game, on like a hero that we haven't seen as much this tournament, the Batrider, he made it look really good. He made it like feel very confident that, you know, we can play this. I believe that Rain as well, he's quite a good Batrider player, so they even had flex in it. They made it look really nice. It didn't, you know, he didn't really stutter with it. I feel like he was always getting really good lassos, wasn't really dying much, kept his farm up, got good items. So I'm glad to see it from the VP roster. You know, this kind of livelihood in this first game.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if you know, they can force 3 games, or if it's just gonna be a 2-0 for Virtus Pro, because it could be with the way they played in that first game. Big turnaround from the last series to this game 1.
Yeah, it could be, but I mean, definitely. I wonder if somewhere like in the pit of VP stomachs, there's like the team spirit anxiety, you know, where you're like, are they about to release, you know, is Yatora about to go Super Saiyan in this next game, 20-0? Are they gonna pull out some insane draft that they've had under lock and key?
He shaved his head for this event. Oh no!
Exactly. So, team spirit, they're very good, and I think a lot of what happened in that game ended up being kind of minute itemization errors, few times getting caught out, and then draft as well. So all things that are very fixable for a team the caliber of Team Spirit. So I would expect probably a good game 2 at the very least.
I hope so. I really hope so. But let's all get some water, reconvene, and be back soon. I need some water for my throat.
I know. Me too.
Some Wawa.
P 战队禁用英雄。请 Team Spirit 禁用英雄。
Okay. So game 2, we'll see if Virtus Pro can stick to the winning ways here. As they ban Primal and Sand King. Monkey King getting banned out by Spirit. Have to see what Virtus Pro kind of wants here in this game number 2. They're looking at, looks like they're looking at the graph. They're looking at some printouts here. Hoodwink for Virtus Pro. Okay. Decent start, I would say. See if what the response will be here from Spirit. Spending a lot of time already on this first pick, so what do you want to go to? Down a game at the moment. What are you feeling? Are you going to bring out the big guns? Are you going to go Super Saiyan, hair not shaved? At least for now.
Would you shave your hair for a Dota event, B-Cop? If you were forced to power up?
I would never be powering up like that, so probably not.
Yeah. That's sad. Team Spirit's using a lot of reserve time, by the way. I was like brushing my teeth and I came back and they're still using the reserve time. Pick up the Darks here. I think that makes sense. This hero is really strong. I think Collapse is exceptionally good at the hero. Has plenty of great matchups. They're probably debating, I suppose, with the Jakiro, so I'm curious to see if VP wants to get rid of that. Pretty strong with the Darkseer as well. There is also, thankfully, if it didn't happen, I was definitely going to mention it. Finally, in the first like 7 bans, we see Sven in there. I feel like he's been like sneaking through like all these drafts, and he's been winning like the majority of the games that we've seen him. I think maybe 2 of the games that we've seen Sven, maybe only 1, have actually been a loss. So it feels really impactful in the 5 and the 1 role. And it's just, I'm surprised that so many times it made it through the draft.
Yeah, the Sven feels very strong, and it's still in the draft, still available.
It is not. It's banned.
Wait, is it? Oh, I can only see his gauntlet. Sorry. Or his
It is
pauldron.
okay. Pauldron. Yeah, so they do end up banning the Doom here, so actually taking out quite a few of the key offlaners, but Underlord's still in the pool, so I guess they probably just end up playing Underlord. I'd be a bit surprised if Team Spirit don't want to go for the Jakiro. I think it's decent into the Hoodwink. I think it's quite strong with the Darkseer. But maybe they're thinking a different pairing. They did end up banning the Nyx on VP because they're scared of that. They actually go for the Batrider themselves, so taking a page out of Dr. Bum's medical book here.
Do you think the
Not really what I
Darkseer
expect him.
is good enough to hold a game on his own? I mean, we just saw it dominate before, but
Yeah, I think it's really strong. I think it is also nice in the Hoodwink because we've seen a lot of Hoodwinks get away with some pretty criminal activity. It's nice with this hero to be able to search after him, and more specifically to just be able to like vacuum this like little rat out of the trees. So I think it's nice into the Hoodwink. It builds auras that kind of mitigate its impact, isn't that bothered by it in the early game. Has like useful spells throughout the entire game, is able to keep up and farm without buying really any farming items, which is really nice for that hero. And has generally quite strong lane pairings. Batrider is one of the ones that can be nice for the Darkseer. I think a lot of the ideology behind Darkseer in recent times has been it's hard to actually just straight up lane this hero. He has probably one of the weakest level ones in Dota, like not necessarily in theory, but generally in practice, because you can just walk away from him or kill the creeps that he ions. So there's usually shenanigans with Darkseer. Batrider is notorious for shenanigans, so fits pretty nicely into the 4 position if they want to put it there. That being said, if you're playing into Clockwork Weaver, which I would assume is probably going to be the position 5, position 1 combo here, might be a bit difficult. Definitely are not going to be getting any kills onto that safe lane, but you might still be able to get away with some shenanigans. Team Spirit lock in the Dragon Knight again, so sticking to their guns on this one.
which is interesting that they would go for that. I mean, it can be good. We've seen it be good, but you need to wonder, you know, if it's just going to be, all right, you have to get BKB this time. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Yeah, I wonder if somebody pulled Laurel aside and they were like, okay, enough of this, and enough of this Hurricane Pike item. You're going to spend your 4,000 gold. It's going to be on a Black King bar, and everything's going to go smoothly. To the Russian mafia. Talking about Black King bar, pretty important to their cause, I believe. So they do end up going for the Jakiro eventually, which I'm not that surprised about. I'm a little bit shocked that it made it this far, but maybe they kind of knew that VP weren't likely to play it or didn't think that they would. So far, I think I like the Spirit Draft more than I did the last game. I think Dragon Knight fits in a little nicer with it, especially having like this Jakiro who just does so much damage with your hero. But you're still, I mean, a lot of like same problems are present. Underlord, specifically, is present. Hoodwink, Weaver. I mean, your lanes could be a little bit tough. You also early rotate this Dragon Knight, which I feel like they pick it like they're flexing it, but I feel like when you have Yatoro on your team, you don't want him to be playing Dragon Knight into Underlord. That sounds pretty miserable. So really it's just going mid. Now you have your mid matchup as well. DK does good in most mid lanes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that there aren't ways to deal with him, aren't ways to mitigate his impact. And now you're just looking for a Yatoro hero. As we said before, there are a lot of them. A lot of ground to cover there.
Stormband again.
Does make sense. Has a pretty good lane into the Dragon Knight, and they don't have a lot of, I mean, they have some instant CC, but definitely could be annoying for them to get jumped on in the backline from a storm. Gives them very nice initiation with the clockwork as well. Curious to see if they'll get rid of something like the Invoker, something like Void Spirit, something that's akin to Storm Spirit in terms of utility and damage. Pangolier is open if VP want to play that. Instead of ban the Ember Spirit, so similar to the Storm Spirit, I think wouldn't be too crazy to just go ahead and play a nice Storm Spirit game here. There is also the Coddle open for the side of VP if they want to play it. I think Squad X looked really good on it. I actually think it's it may be a slightly worse Coddle game. It still does have a, as I said before, a kind of rough matchup into the DK, but obviously didn't seem to affect them that much. I think that could be a solid option for them. Shadow Fiend is well untouched in this draft, which I think is interesting.
That's crazy.
Curious to see if either of these teams go for it. I'm sure Squad X is good at Shadow Fiend. That's also really strong into Dragonite if you can land those raises consistently. So yeah, just going to be a nice and easy Shadow Fiend. Definitely surprised that it made through in the draft, but they might think they're able to handle it with Lasso and Vacuum and all those various annoyances. Teams start looking for a carry themselves.
So is this mid Rubik?
Oh, I think it is.
Interesting.
I love that pick because I think it's so fun and interesting. Hate that pick because I don't think it's good. But my mind is open. I love mid Rubik. I think it's very cool when it does work. I think it's very cool to see just how it plays. Has a nice matchup into SF overall, but it can be a little bit tough into Weaver, Pit of Malice, Hoodwink, Clockwork. Like there's a lot of ways to fuck with the Rubik, and yeah, Shikuchi is an incredible spell to steal. Pit of Malice is a nice spell to steal, Bushwhack's a nice spell to steal, but they're honestly not as high value as most of the Rubik games that we see. SF, like unless you get Requiem, which is kind of hard to do since it fears you, since he's probably not going to do that. He can use the raise right after. Kind of hard to get Requiem. Also hard to use Requiem since you're literally Rubik. You kind of need to have Blink. Shikuchi is obviously very, very strong, but you're a mid Rubik, so you're not playing directly into the Weaver.
Mm-hmm.
And then Hoodwink spells, obviously, sometimes it's harder to steal those spells than to survive. Just getting on the onslaught from Hoodwink. Hoodwink also does have the instant cast Scurry, so I don't like this Rubik pick.
It could be
unless it is something really. It could be mid bat. That is definitely also an option. I wouldn't hate that. I would like that more. Still feels a bit awkward. Definitely like that way more than the mid Rubik. But you're making your offlane maybe slightly weird, I guess. Maybe rather than trying to do shenanigans with Darkseer, you just play a really normal lane and you farm under your tower. Could be the angle here.
So we'll have to see who they end up putting on that Rubik or the Bat Rider. Because we're loading in and it will be
mid Jakiro as well.
It'll be mid Rubik.
Interesting. I love to see it. I think it's really cool, but I am very skeptical of it. Very, very skeptical of it. In terms of spells to steal, very skeptical. In terms of its general impact, I think it can hold its own, assuming that it doesn't get hooked or rooted for 7+ seconds for some godforsaken reason. Mapochka on the Bat Rider.
You're wrapping all the way around. They might be able to get something. Collapse.
Did you see the Darkseer?
Collapse could be in trouble. And they will shut off the watcher, realize where everybody's at. That's unfortunate.
Wow, pretty swagger by Collapse. He just stands still for like 30 seconds. They walk towards him, he walks in the opposite direction, jumps a little rope. Stunting on him already. Big mental win in terms of the jump rope community.
Able to secure
我们是不是达到了你松懈的时候？
his life, not dying to that first blood.
I guess it's good for that too. I was thinking more along the lines of jump rope, but interested to see how this mid lane plays out as well. It should be good for Rubik in a general sense. Mira, oh my god, Mira, oh my god.
What time are you at right now?
Oh, 36.
36.
8,
All right, 9, 40,
2,
1. Okay.
3, 4.
All right, there we go. All right, now I'm at 48. 9.
Okay.
All right, cool.
We
You were
were
behind
pretty in
by.
sync then.
Yeah, you were behind a lot.
Oh.
I was like, oh. 'Cause I said the Rubik pick, and you were just like, oh. And then.
Yeah, I started talking about it when you said it because I hadn't seen it. I didn't really think
Yeah.
about it though. Batrider did take the napalm does tower damage, which is interesting. Haven't seen that one much.
Which is
I'm also-
usually a core pick, too.
It is. It's also. I'm just not a big fan of it, to be honest. I don't think it does that much damage.
Right.
But honestly, there might be a cook. Miposhka might just like randomly start sitting in trees and taking your towers down. I don't know. I'm personally not a fan of that Batrider talent. I think the other one is just always useful. Interesting as well, I think that they put Mira in this lane over the Batrider. I don't really understand why. I mean, I would assume that Jakiro would honestly be stronger into this bot lane. Good into Hoodwink, good into Underlord.
Rain.
And
Kiritich
it's-
comes over. Collapse in trouble. Body blocks trying, surging away. And the Ion Shell is doing some damage. They finally get the bug off, but Kiritich, can he chase him down? Maposhka's
They do
dead.
win.
Rain is gone. Shikuchi lands and kills Collapse.
烈焰上塔正
I guess, interestingly, it like, maybe their reasoning was Jakiro can double hit Cogs and can double hit the bug. I mean, that is kind of neat. Although I think, I don't think the hero is stereotypically good into those heroes, so.
Bit of malice. Bushwhack. The control is certainly there. It's already a 1,000 net worth lead here for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, generally you try to avoid playing Jakiro into Clockwork like the plague, from what I know. Nowadays with the double hit it is kind of nicer, and sometimes Jakiro can just deal enough damage that you can kind of prevent the Clockwork from actually having the impact that he usually does. So in that instance that is nice. But it's this is a very strong lane, the Clockwork Weaver. But Collapse has nice CS, so I think still a win for Kiritich considering the kills that he got. But not as bad as it may have initially seemed. Curious to see how Yatoro does in the spot lane.
天辉信使已被击杀，天辉军团全面加固。
Kiritich needing to be a little bit careful. They're just under his tower. Doesn't exactly have much once the Clockwork's gone, and you can see how they were able to dispatch Rain, where maybe it doesn't even feel that great for Kiritich anymore. He's only 15-2 now. Look at Yatoro, though, and Dr. Bum in trouble. They'll try to get this kill. They'll use the Blood Grenade, and the Acorn Shot doesn't exactly bounce that well, and Noticed also taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean this is really nice. I would assume that this lane would honestly be really weak in comparison to the Underlord Hoodwink, the Dragonite Batrider, but playing it really nicely. I think it's interesting to see the kind of prio suddenly on Batrider that we haven't really seen. Feeling pretty strong in lane. feeling decent in the game that we saw from Dr. Bum. Also,
Mira picking the
Collapse.
cogs, trying to fight, needs a Shikuchi. Oh, but the vacuum. It'll end up being a trade, but it's a 2-for-1 with a kill down bottom onto Yatoro.
套路可以选择任何人，结果选了你。这个世界到底是怎么？
And they were trading back and forth right now.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I mean, like I said, the Jakiro can be hard into Clockwork, but I definitely think that was definitely, I guess, before Liquid Frost was as much of a thing, so now suddenly this hero does such an absurd amount of damage that it doesn't feel as bad. Rain also went for the, rather than going for the extended cogs, he went for the hook barrier, so doesn't really have a facet until level 6.
Dragon Tail cogs around onto this DK, but Rain now needing to run. Maposhka on the chase. Acorn shot, Pit of Malice locking up Radon for a second. Thinking about the 6-minute Lotus, and Maposhka gonna pick that up.
The 3-man rotation for Lotus. Love to see it.
Worth.
Hashtag worth. Laurel is walking down here, but doesn't really have a good spell to steal.
Battery
I mean,
assault. Steals cogs. I mean, I guess that's okay. They will get Rain for this. A lot of damage being done to Laurel. If they had a +1, maybe they get something. Squadix actually never
one.
coming over. Dr. Bum taking a lot of damage as the raises come through. Stolen raise, the damage on a Squadix, but it's a Requiem in death. Oh, that's not good at all.
Yeah, Mira, I mean, so far I think we've only seen Takiro in the position 5. This hero can be played in position 4, as you've seen, but I think Mira's looking at making it look really nice, considering especially that he was first blood.
正在扫描，
This hero just does so much damage.
被击杀。
Collapse, trying to run, but the battery assault stopping that, and the rocket flare also hurting that chance of getting away.
Rain also manages to force a TP out of Mira, just to make sure that he doesn't get the Wisdom Rune, so kind of fakes that one out on Rain. A little bit nice. Stealing raises is pretty decent in the early game. Eventually it becomes quite useless, but really nice at this level 7.
How many times is Rain dead already?
Yeah, and gives it right over to Laurel as well.
That feels pretty bad.
I wouldn't be that surprised if the supports just kind of stayed in the triangle and stacked. Well, they don't have the best stack takers outside of Darkseer. Looks like Makosha will go back. Pretty nice rune control, all things considered. I also like the, he does take the AoE talent on Laurel, which is definitely,
正受到
that definitely makes this Rubik pick a little bit stronger in the sense that if he does get a crucial steal, i.e. Pit of Malice Firestorm,
Right.
it's going to be massive. And even on Raise, it actually is a pretty big deal, just because sometimes Raises can be hard to hit. When you're increasing their AoE by like 75, 100,
受
that
到攻击。
become a little bit easier.
Flame Break, Kuritich, who's top of the net worth right now. And going back to that, talk about Rubik getting Firestorm. Rubik, for a while, and still kind of is the counter to Underlord, because Firestorm getting thrown back by Rubik hurts way more.
Yeah, it's, I mean, that's probably the biggest benefit of this Rubik, pretty much, is towards most of the game, I think his spell steals are going to be
夜眼上塔
from Underlord or trying to get Shikuchi. That's going to be pretty much his life. So that's why I was a little bit skeptical of the Rubik. I'm still not fully convinced, but I do think that
天灰军
I'm
团
kind of reconsidering the AoE change. His nice Rain is just,
Reading this.
he's standing on business.
Now sees it coming again. Mira makes the TP level 6. But Rain didn't have cogs this time. Macropyre is down. Notice is going to burn out pretty quickly. A lot of firepower coming their way, and that's going to be a kill there on Noticed. Mira actually, you know, this is a Jakiro who's already level 6 and quite strong.
我们是不是达到了
Yeah, this is, I mean, time and time again, why we've seen the Jakiro so early into the draft. It just does crazy damage. You usually on Jakiro, as I was saying, you kind of have to. I think I was saying this the other day. Generally, you have to kind of either have less damage and be more useful with Ice Pact, or risk that you might be low level like Ice Path and be unimpactful later into the game. Once you start hitting like higher levels and it's a little bit more difficult for you to gain levels. On this version of Jakiro, you just deal so much damage that it doesn't feel like you're giving anything up. You're not really sacrificing anything no matter what skill build you go. You're pretty happy to just, you know, Mira's literally running around just getting kill after kill. Macroplier plus Liquid Frost plus a Blood Grenade is an obscene amount of damage. Also nice
Requiem.
go here from Squad X. Very clean triple raise.
Well done, and should get the tower, but Maposhka is here level 6, and they do not have creeps yet.
扫描
Yeah, they're sussing out a little bit. Get the scan there.
They don't end up getting that tower, and you know, Spirit do have a little bit of a net worth lead. Kiritich was getting a lot of gold. His net worth has kind of slowed down compared to the Darkseer, but it is hard to beat a Darkseer's farm with Ion Shell.
Yeah, it's nice as Darkseer. Your farming is not contingent on your items. That being said, oh, Pit of Malice was not quite in range. They were really close to getting that kill there. But he does get level 3 Pit of Malice, so I guess you can't really complain. Honestly, that might be worth a smoke on its own.
正受到攻击，
The extra control is nuts.
Yeah, very strong with Rubik, especially stronger on Rubik. So that feels nice for Laurel. His game is going relatively decent. Yatora's game is going relatively decent. So even though Team Spirit has a little bit of an odd draft in terms of their core heroes, nothing's gone catastrophic. There's no Huskar level emergencies so far.
Is Kiritich the end-all be-all carry in this game?
烈焰
I don't think so. They do have a lot of instant lockdown. They do have.
已被摧毁，
They just have a lot of chain stun. They have a lot of instant lockdown and a lot of chain stun, which is pretty difficult for a Weaver. So I think it's definitely gonna be a lot of impact coming out from Squad X as well. So I think on the side of VP, you're gonna be seeing pretty equal numbers, I would hope, from Kiritich and Squad X. This Shadow Fiend can do a lot, as we've seen, but also can have some pretty awkward moments. Laurel opts to go for the Dagon build, so 12 minutes and he has a Dagon 1, which is
Rain.
quite funny.
It really is crazy to think that it is 13 minutes into the game and he is still just level 5.
Yeah, Clockwork is a hero that suffers a lot from not having levels because Hookshot is so much for your impact, and the longer you go without that impact, the worse it feels. Especially considering that, as I said, Rain, he didn't take the expanded cogs, which I don't think is that crazy. I think that's kind of like a player preference thing for a lot of the time. But it does mean that currently he basically doesn't have a facet.
Mira?
Mira was a little bit too contingent on denying that ward. Should have probably given that one up.
They have Lasso, though, and Jesus, that Ray's doing a lot of damage. Oh, he just got 6 and the hook shot misses. That feels pretty bad.
Yeah, seeing even where his team is in position, I almost wonder, or maybe Rain feels good about missing that to some degree. It could have just ended up with him dying.
He's going to go for Rain, but there is this swarm here, and Firefly means that Mapushka is able to go up onto the high ground, but he's still dead. But now it's Shikuchi stolen, and Laurel's off to the races.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you're hoping for, so... Even though this Rubik feels kind of awkward in terms of the game, the most impact that this mid Rubik is going to have is going to be
全面加固，
relatively through this early game up until the points of where his team is strong enough that Pit of Malice is is strong enough as a steal. So, I mean, they're utilizing it well. Team Spirit as well, like I said, Collapse, he's having a very good game so far. You want a lot of the damage to be mixed from Kiritich and Squad X, but that's hard when a pipe is out at before 14 minutes.
Oy.
Rain. Oh no. And he can't
Doesn't
walk out of
feel
his
great,
cogs.
and now Laurel ends up dying, or getting the kill on Dr. Bum. As Laurel, it is not great for Rain here with the hook shot, and Shikuchi, you can see Laurel feeling very confident with it, and Spirit up 3,000 net worth now. I don't even know if the SF and the Weaver are going to get to a point where they feel comfortable fighting right in this game.
Yeah, it's... I mean, Pipe is really seriously such an impressive item. Tops builds it so early and doesn't really suffer to any degree. As we said, he just presses Ion Shell and his hero's going to always get farm. So it feels very nice for him, mitigates so much of the damage, because Weaver also pretty much always opts to go for early Maelstrom. Rain caught again. Can't catch a break on this Clockwork. Feels like for the past almost 10 minutes since he got that first blood, the game has just constantly been against him. Specifically Team Spirit constantly having his number, Mira being quite farmed on this Takiro, dealing quite absurd numbers of damage. Collapse walking up to Noticed,
Yeah,
giving
has
him a
that
punch.
wall and has that vacuum. Does he have the damage? Pinamalice down, telekinesis, and now Laurel helping out, but Dagon killing off Noticed, and it's all of a sudden a really Spirit favored game.
Yeah, they're making really clean moves. It's also, what are you supposed to do when, you know, the Darkseer walks up and slaps your ass? Not very much if you're Noticed. Ends up falling just barely. Dr. Bum trying to make something happen in the bottom lane. Laurel walks around, presses Fade Bolt, presses Dagon, gets a kill, on to the next. Still keeping up in farm on Kiritich and Squad X, so game is certainly not hopeless. Very interesting build from Yatoro, by the way. Armlet Sanjinasha. Definitely makes him feel hard to kill, because he's also been quiet, but he is quite farmed as well now. He did go for the red facet on Dragonite, if you will, where he has the cleave and the splash.
Just how long do Virtus Pro have to hold on, though, to make this game feel like a reality for them?
First big stop is definitely Pipe on the Underlord. That one is generally always quite strong, and then I think after that is mostly going to be like Gleipnir from Weaver, BKB from Weaver, BKB on SF, and then from there you're looking at pretty big items like Scythe on Shadow Fiend, Refresher on Shadow Fiend. These big ticket items. So I think it's possible. The game isn't in the worst state that we've seen at 18 minutes, but feeling definitely a little bit difficult. Taking tier 2 towers pretty freely. Grouping as pretty much 5 when they can.
Smoke used. Maybe they could start getting some kills here.
Yeah, smoke with the Gleipnir on Kiritich, smoke with the Blink on Squad X.
Blink in, Gleipnir, hook shot. Requiem, okay, it's starting to look okay here for Virtus Pro, but they need the damage. Notice dead, Rain gone, Mira falls with Maposhka. Dragon Tail on a Squad X, he is alone. Bushwhack from Dr. Bum. And Squad X is going to die. Kiritich trying to get a kill. Gleipnir again. Forstef is there. Kiritich gets the kill, but now he needs to run. Time lapse. With the Shikuchi, they've got the Surge. He'll be on the run. The Bushwhack lands. Kiritich can't put damage onto the DK. He feels too tanky. And it's a 3-for-3 trade that it looked good at the start from Virtus Pro, but the Pipe, again, just keeping a lot of heroes alive for longer than maybe Virtus Pro would like. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the best you're gonna get from Virtus Pro. So, Signs of life. You don't necessarily feel that bad if you get that fight. Doesn't feel great either, considering that Yatoro pretty much lives the whole time. You end up giving a lot of net worth over to this Dragonite, who is starting to feel scary, for sure. He's not going for the early BKB like his brother before. But this time, I think it feels a little more justified, considering how high he is on the net worth chart. Maybe there's potential to burst, though. I think Virtus Pro, they've got the tools for it if they can do hookshot into Requiem of Souls. Not easy, pretty tight timing window.
Ice Path Lasso up on the high ground. Notice with the Pit of Malice. Hookshot comes in. Notice still dead. Rain's going to be vacuumed back into this Macro Pyre. And Rain Fade bolted, killed, gone, dead again. It ain't easy being Rain.
It is not. I feel like his Wind Ranger game, I think, was really, really wonderful. This Clockwork game has been a little bit more tough, for sure. Hasn't been able to make quite as much happen. Kind of honestly feels like he's not playing with a facet either, because I don't think we've seen him hook his teammates yet. That's kind of the issue, I guess, with this Clockwork facet, is that there's not... I mean, a lot of times your job is Clockwork to just go in on a specific enemy, so isn't able to give the barrier to his teammates or get the reduced cooldown. Not feeling definitely not feeling as powerful as like this Chikiro or this Batrider by any means. Dr. Bum as well is not very farmed on this Hoodwink.
I don't really know the comeback strategy unless you hold on for about 10 more minutes from Virtus Pro and get a good amount of farm here for the Weaver and the SF. Like, SF's gonna need survivability. Gleipnir, that's well done. Getting that lockdown. Laurel, he's an okay target to get. But you are gonna eventually need to be able to kill Collapse as well as Yatoro, as Rain misses yet another hook shot.
My stream lagged, so he didn't actually miss the hook shot.
Oh, okay. He lagged as well.
True. Can't be a coincidence.
They also do end up getting their other Tormentor as well, so both Tormentors go the way of Spirit, which is also helping them get this gold lead.
Tormentors definitely contribute a pretty massive amount to the gold lead. I mean, it's 1650 when you clear it because of the shard that you give, and then I believe it's 250 gold that you get for killing it. So a lot of net worth at this point in the game. I'm pretty much talking out of my ass because my stream won't load. So I'm going to trail off all my sentences like I know what I'm talking about.
Sure, that works as well. Let me know if it comes back up, but they are starting to break through a little bit. Maybe this Weaver can start to get things done, but it's an Orchid for this DK, which is going to make things a lot more difficult when you've got the additional lockdown coming out from the side of Spirit. They almost have a BKB on Squadix, which is very desperately needed. And Ags being next on the docket here for Rubik, because they're all going to TP top to the tier 1. Kiritich, Shikuchi stolen Orchid onto this Weaver, and he stayed too long. He tries to get cheeky getting a tier 1 tower top and is dead for it. That is not good.
Yeah, not a good time to die, and when you're so close to the BKB, that's definitely one of the worst feelings I think in Dota, is being like 1,000 gold from your BKB and then dying.
And Rain is
feels like
dead
it sets you
again.
so far behind.
They're gonna go for Roche.
There is a BKB on Squadix, which is nice, but you hit these timings and Team Spirit hits the objectives, goes ahead and kills Roche down here. Aegis onto Radon. Just barely missing Laurel.
This is really Shikuchi. And safe. Okay, Laurel. Actually, what time are you at? Yeah, you reloaded your stream.
50.
Oh,
51.
so now you're ahead of me.
Oh, really?
Now I'm at
Let's see.
51. I'll skip. I'm at 57.
Okay, I'm at 901.
Yeah, we're on. Okay. So Aegis here for DK. And it's got to be a perfect hold from Virtus Pro, or I think this game might honestly be over.
Yeah, this one's looking extremely tough. Team Spirit as well is itemizing really well to deal with some of the avenues to get back into the game. This Orchid coming out from Adon.
How is Rain? I mean, it's like they've got a constant radar on him. Lasso on a Squadix. He's got BKB, but he'll never get a chance to really use it until the end, and they actually get Maposhka and the Aegis. Squadix doesn't even die there, which is a shock. I can't believe it.
Yeah, I know. That, I mean, that's a nice turn of events. I definitely think if you want a miracle to happen, this kind of magic version of SF is a good hero to do it. It's really difficult into the lasso, as you can see. About 50 HP being a huge difference between probably losing your racks and feeling at least somewhat in this game, considering that he didn't die on Squad X there. As much net worth as you can possibly funnel into this Weaver and the Shadow Fiend. It's not easy though. You've got an Ags now on Laurel, so that's gonna be a pretty big deal if he does manage to get any of the like big ticket spells that are specifically like Firestorm, Pit of Malice, Bushwhack. He can get pretty massive AoEs because now he has like the Shikuchi plus all the regular spells that he's casting.
Yeah.
Could get kind of absurd. Could get a little bit silly. I think that's what they were trying to accomplish with this mid Rubik, which has honestly looked pretty solid. I mean, he's not crazy in net worth. It's not, truthfully, an incredibly good Rubik game, but he is making it work really well on Laurel. Hasn't, you know, died very often. Seems to kind of be in the right place at the right time. Keeping up with levels, keeping up with items. So definitely impressed by Laurel's Rubik play here.
Having Shikuchi certainly helps.
Definitely helps a lot. Real question is, if they're able to catch chain CC onto these heroes and get a Requiem on top of them, pretty much the only way that they have to burst somebody, and it's not easy, because they first have to land a hook shot, which I don't want to speak on Rain's track record this game, but has been a bit dicey. Definitely a hard game for him. And then on top of that, you have to be in range to hit a Bushwhack, because that is your only other actual stun. And then also blink in, get a Requiem, have some follow-up damage, ensure that they die through, you know, assumingly Pipe and Greaves, since Mira finished up the Greaves just a few minutes here ago. Not easy at all. And Team Spirit playing relatively grouped, splitting up here and there to just, you know, clear the jungle camps and get a wave here and there. But not giving a lot of leeway for VP. Very grouped, very disciplined at this point. I don't think Team Spirit is hoping to lose this one.
Yeah, and they're up by quite a bit. They're going BKB next on the Rubik.
On Yatoro.
Squadix is starting to get up there in net worth. He's looking for an Ags himself. Add to that damage with the Requiem. Kuritich, he's close with where Collapse is at in terms of gold.
Oh, that doesn't feel incredible. Collapse has a lot of money on this Darkseer. Hopefully going to be able to do some cool things. This was their first pick in the draft, so I think they're probably feeling pretty vindicated on Team Spirit. You know, it had a pretty decent lane, even though in theory that should be quite hard for Collapse. And he's kind of been everywhere on the map. He's been farming. He got the early pipe. He's been sitting around his team, and now he's ready to let Super Saiyan Radon take over.
Firestorm down on these creeps. Got to make sure not to give that up, truthfully.
天灰下塔正
Yeah.
受到攻击，
That is quite a. I'm a big fan of that. That where the Underlord does this really silly thing where he walks a little bit up, presses Q, Hoodwink walks a little bit up, presses Q, and then your wave dies.
Easy peasy.
One of those instances where you actually wish that you had Roshan's banner. Pretty bad. Sometimes it doesn't feel that impactful, but oh my god, the reaction time from Kiritich there.
Yeah, and he's looking for a Daedalus, but now that BKB's on cooldown, we could see another smoke maybe come out from Spirit. He's trying to find farm anywhere he can. It ain't easy.
It ain't much, but it's honest work. Kiritich is trying his hardest. They should be really close to this Ags on Squad X, which is gonna be, so it looks like he just purchased it. Decent window here for them. Looks like the Aegis has timed out as well for Yatoro. No BKB quite for Laurel. Could be a moment for VP, but it looks like they already used most of their smokes. Kind of hard as well to get out on the map right now. Could feel kind of obvious, kind of desperate from VP if they did. Don't want to walk into the smoke from Team Spirit themselves either.
Yeah, you kind of want to be working with Vision here if you're Virtus Pro.
Definitely, and it looks like they're just going to do the safe option. The most net worth they can get as a 5-man group is going to be the Tormentor, and then hopefully be able to push up this bottom wave. Hoodwink Shard doesn't feel quite as impactful at this point in the game, but that's okay. You'll never complain about a little extra damage from your position 4.
Position 1. Because look at the Hoodwink's gold.
烈焰
Like
军团正在反击，
10k,
Yeah.
almost 11k on this Hoodwink.
Not doing bad, especially considering Dr. Bum was kind of low at the start of the game. Done a decent job of pressing Q
烈焰
near
军团
anything,
正受到攻击，
praying it dies. Reverse, or kind of a response smoke here. I do like the patience from VP here. They kind of very like weird movement, but just as a 5-man group, they just walk down the right side of this map. They know that they're pretty much safe there. Get a little bit of vision where they
正
can.
在扫描，
Really, I mean, Laurel radar, or was that Laurel? I think that was Yatoro with the drawing on the map. Pretty much exactly
烈
where they
焰中
were
塔正受到攻击，
at that moment in time. They did move slightly up, but Team Spirit is a little bit wiser, not getting caught by that. A little bit of poke onto the tower from
烈焰
the
中
Bat Rider
塔正受
facet.
到攻击，
And they might look to pinch. Acorn shot, Gleipnir, hook shot, raises. That's a kill that they really needed. Ice Path
He
off
was
the
in a bad
mark.
spot,
Dual
too.
Breath is there. Kiritich going in. They've got themselves the Pit of Malice. BKB popped by this Weaver. Buyback committed. And now I think it's time to run. You don't have a lot of time left on this BKB.
Yeah, they don't really get much from the Kiritich BKB, but to be fair, as of the moment, they don't get that much out of the buyback from Maposhka on the Bat Rider. Gonna look back towards Roche, pretty much what's on both these teams' minds. Gonna be hard to contest on VP. It's also quite nice to, whatever fight happens in the next 2-3 minutes, assuming that Laurel doesn't die in some tragic way, he is going to have Firestorm. So one of the best ways for this rubric to stay impactful throughout the entire game is to get this spell. Already has it, doesn't have to do anything special. Not easy to fight into.
I love this move. I'm
VP.
seeing more and more teams do this where they get the Roche to roar and then they back out of the pit.
Yeah, it's smart. I kind of keeps them on their toes, because now, if you know that teams might do something like this, maybe you just flip it sometimes and actually just continue doing it. So hard to know. Thankfully, they have the Rocket Flare on Clockwork, so this time they have a nice read on it. They're kind of just waiting. I mean, I feel like they're pretty happy waiting the Kiritich BKB here, but Yatoro, I think, is also quite happy waiting for Dragon Form.
天灰
Smoke breaks.
Requiem. No, Dragon Tail. Silence with the Bloodthorn. No saving Squad X. Tried to time it right. BKB, TP out. Time to leave. Aegis' spirits. They'll get a +1 on this Clockwork as well. That's a
That-
really bad move.
Ugh. Pretty. I mean, I understand why SquadX wants to do that, because when you pop the BKB, it also makes it that much more obvious. So he's kind of trying to be like sneaky in these trees and get this really nice Requiem. Was so close to being fight winning, potentially even game winning, and then Yutoro, extremely fast response with the stun. It gets the initial vision from Collapse, so well played by him. Definitely that net worth is starting to play pretty heavy. The differential in the offlaners here. Blink, Shiva's Pipe.
Man.
Blink drums on Maposhka.
夜眼下塔正受到攻击，
And all that being said, Kiritich,
夜眼军团
you know, he is getting some damage items here. He is pushing. He is like the net worth lead is kind of stagnant. It's been this way for a while. They are getting to that point where I think the game goes later and later, and you start to feel more confident for Virtus Pro if they could put it together.
Yeah, I think we've seen it was Sanctity on the SF, who had kind of a rough little patch there. And then eventually just hit his item timings and was able to do some, you know, definitely some magic in that game on SF, but he's not quite as high
Lasso
net
onto the
worth as
Weaver.
was.
They've got the Bloodthorn. The
And-
Bushwhack allows him to get out. Now the Gleipnir, the hook shot, the Requiem. Maposhka is dead. The BKB from Collapse. Yutoro on the run. They get Rain. They miss the hook shot, but Radon's able to survive. I thought they were at least going to take out that Aegis and commit, but they didn't go much further. Ooh.
They don't end up getting a lot. Nice force staff there from Dr.
Ice
Bomb.
Path on a 2. Kiritich needs to be
Backing.
careful. He's silenced. Notice taking too much damage. He's dead. Also stealing that Scurry, killing off Dr. Bum. It feels as though Virtus Pro, they gave up on the play, but they stayed too close.
全面加固，
Odd decision making.
夜眼上塔
Yeah, it looked so good. They had such a clean. I mean, the pushback was so good from Dr. Bomb. Really nice hook shot
夜眼上路
to come back in. Just not quite enough damage. Definitely feeling the impact of Collapse on this Darks hero.
夜眼
I'm glad to see him on this hero if you're a Team Spirit fan. It just feels so hard to fight into this. And Yutoro as well this game.
路兵营已被摧
He's
毁，
doing the same thing that we saw in one of these previous games where... Actually, I don't know if it was him. I think it was Uragi on the Terrorblade. But he did this in another game as well that we were watching yesterday, where he buys the BKB actually really late into the game. So he's graded it a lot. Hasn't been punished at all for it. Now he has a 10-second BKB, 37 seconds or 37 minutes into the game, and Kiritich...
And the lasso. Oh, no.
Definitely one of the strengths of having Batrider, so it kind of makes sense as to why these teams are prioritizing it slightly higher than other teams have. At least in this series, where both teams are quite good at playing it. Lasso is a really strong spell, and it can, especially you have really good follow-up and chain stun on Team Spirit. So that's what makes this game feel particularly difficult compared to, you know, maybe the one where we saw, you know, Navi with Sanctity on the SF. This time, SquadX, anytime that he's been caught by a spell, is instantly dying. It's, you know, it's not a lot of room for error.
Really good damage on this DK, but he's got an Aegis.
夜眼下塔已被摧毁，
Blink, Dragon Tail, hook shot, vacuum on a 3, into the ice path. All those heroes are dead. SquadX will try and fight. He gets Mira, but there isn't much left to him. He's gonna die here. Hook shot into his SF. These hook shots have just been off the mark too often, and Gleipnir gets 2, and SquadX bought back, but you still have Laurel, you still have the damage, and Kiritich will try and fight here, and this is a similar situation to when Team Spirit called GG last time.
下路兵营正受到
Yeah, this is an extremely difficult situation here. I mean, yeah. I would be surprised if this was anything but GG.
I don't know where
I'm
Kiritich is going.
definitely impressed by the Rubik pick here. I was a little bit of a hater at the start of the draft. I think there was a lot of other issues, but Laurel made it look really good this game, even if he isn't always getting the exact steals he needed.
Ah.
Always impactful around the map, always making the right rotations, always in the right spot.
Aegis expires, lasso, and they've got the Hex. They need some help. Kiritich, BKB, and he time-lapses trying to kill Laurel, but they've got the Guardian Greaves. Look at the AoE on that Pit of Malice.
Yeah. You versus the guy she tells you not to worry about.
Seriously, Kiritich going to try and put some damage out. Notice is going to die here. Yatoro gets that. It's 2v the world. The throne is exposed. You don't have a glyph. And that dragon's not a hero, so Requiem lands, but won't save Kiritich. He doesn't have buyback. Hookshot. This time it's Laurel. And they will get the kill on a Laurel while Yatoro focuses the throne.
Yatoro's over it.
He doesn't want this game to go much longer. Dr. Bum trying to fight. Gleipnir on a 2, but again, they focus the throne. They'll call GG, and it will be game 3.
Pretty decisive there from Team Spirit. Not quite able to, I think, get off the start in lanes that they wanted from VP. Probably is kind of where most of this bleeding stems from. Rain, unfortunately, had a really tough game. As I've said before, I have played very briefly on a team actually with Rain in North America. Thankfully, he's on to bigger, better things. But this was unfortunately not his game. Had a pretty rough showing. Wasn't able quite to get as much out of that safe lane as I think they would have hoped. Kiritich did have farm, but wasn't enough to deal with, kind of this raw ball. The power that's coming out from this Dragonite with Mira. I mean, doing obscene amounts of damage onto Kiro. I definitely think that you need to kind of stop the bleeding a little earlier in that game. Don't necessarily think it was a draft thing this time from VP, which is usually what we've been seeing. I think ultimately, if I had to give MVP over to anybody, it'd probably be actually one of, if not both, the kind of off lane heroes there for Team Spirit. I think very good showing from Mira, very good showing from Collapse. Mira, it was pretty obvious because he was walking around the map getting kills on pretty much anybody who shows up. But Collapse, she just has so much net worth the whole game. At the end of the game, he's got a Scythe and Shiva's with Blink. He's everywhere. He's giving vision. It's so hard to get kills with how early this pipe came out. And so even in, you can see in these highlights, like even in dream scenarios for VP, at the point that they kind of reached in the game, it just felt like it was kind of impossible to come back from. And this is I feel like this is kind of what you expected from Team Spirit. Not anything I think to be particularly that worried about on VP.
Right.
Just kind of a Team Spirit game. I think they played in the fashion that we expected them to in the first game. And it definitely showed. I think they might have taken this one a little bit more seriously, considering they could potentially be losing this series if they didn't.
Yeah, it felt like a very mentally focused game.
Yeah, it's really easy, and you see, teams nowadays are quite good at it, but it is easy, even on like the best teams in the world, to kind of just be playing this Dota game and lose focus for just a tiny bit and give a kill that you aren't supposed to give, not press your BKB when you're supposed to press your BKB. There wasn't really much of that from Team Spirit, I feel like. Every time that something needed to happen, they were there. Their positioning was very solid. Felt like everybody on the team was on the same page, and, that's what you like to see if you're a Team Spirit fan.
Yeah, definitely worked out for them in their favor, and now they get to play a game 3, so that'll be fun, and maybe they still win this series, so we'll take a look. Grab water, guys. It's been a long one, and we'll be back with apparently 7 minutes, so we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Yeah, I may also have to unfortunately say goodbye and good night.
That's fair. I looked at the clock. I figured.
Yeah, yeah, that way I can ensure I'm powered up if I want to join you as well for tomorrow or whatever.
Yeah, tomorrow it starts one slot earlier, so it's a 10 p.m. slot start. So I know you're still at work for the beginning.
I might actually not be. Is it? So that'd be
I think
10
7
EST?
your time. Yeah.
Yeah, I work in 11 to 5 tomorrow, so I actually should be able to be there.
Okay. Well, let
in
me
theory.
know.
But I mean, yeah, I'll let you know. I think, if there's, feel free to get whoever. I'm always, but I'll try and join you when I can if you'll have me.
Of course.
But thanks for having me today. Let me know how this game 3 goes. Keep it hype.
I'm
Keep up.
gonna have to try and steal Neff for this third game.
Oh, jeez.
Let's see. I feel.
Oh, he is in the middle of a game. Maybe you'll be able to catch him halfway through.
Yeah. I mean, there's still 5 minutes plus draft. We'll see.
The kids miss you, Neff.
Yeah, we
Come
miss
back.
you, Neff. Come to us.
Well, good night, B-Cup.
Have a good night. Easy time at
Good
work.
luck. Of course, thank you.
Later.
Come stop on my mirth-feeding worker. I'm just in the family berserker. I'm bought for the price of a flagon of rice. The wind buffs the cabin. You speak of your life, over winning the locust and lurking. Confuse what you can of the ending and revise your despise so ending. Cause I self-called the rat, but you didn't quite match. I'm getting it clearly through alternate paths, so mixed in with the signal you're sending. But who can unlearn all the facts that I've learned? I sat in their chairs and my synapses burned. The torture of chalk just connects on my tongue. Thoughts follow my vision and dance in the sun. All my passive particulars they come slowly undone. With this wasteland boy, can I live on again? Can I live on again? Got no peace for Jasmine tonight. I plug the distress tube uptight. And watch what I say as it flutters away to where all this emotion is harmless a day, not to educate somebody's brain. But who can unlearn all the facts that I've learned? I sat in their chairs and my synapses burned. The torture of chalk dust collects on my tongue. Thoughts follow my vision and dance in the sun. All my vassal districtors they come slowly undone. Get this wasteland bold, can I live while I'm young? Can I live while I'm young? Can I live while I'm young? Can I live while I'm young?
All right, final game here. So let's see what they go to. SF banned out, Sven banned out. A little loud on the draft music. Is this an aerial view of a Chinese city? Why English on the road? It's an aerial view of Manhattan. Because I'm casting from New York. It's just my little touch. Mwah. 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 Chef's kiss. So, Snapfire banned, Sand King banned, final ban here for Spirit being thought about. And we'll see what this last ban is as they go into the reserve time and they ban the Enchantress. And they pick up the Hoodwink, of course. Hoodwink, just one of those heroes that is constantly going to be picked up. Never seeing the end of this hero. Will all the matches be in hotel rooms? No, just the group stage, I believe. So another Hoodwink here for Mira, most likely. But we'll see what the response ends up being, if they might want to go back to the Rubik, or if they're going to want to go to, say, a Chen or something like that. Sven banned out by Spirit, so not available this time around again. A lot of time being spent on this first pick from Virtus Pro. And there it is. They finally click into the DK to start the draft off with DK. Interesting first pick, and considering there already is Sharpshooter as a break, see if they want to continue to say ban the Rubik, or if they want to ban anything that's been pretty popular this early on. Maybe the Bat Rider gets banned again. Clockwork certainly a possible pick here. Clockwork not exactly amazing for Virtus Pro in the last game, but Bat Rider does end up getting banned. Another ban going to be picked for Spirit. Not exactly the quickest draft from either side. Wondering what they're going to bring to the table. So they ban the Weaver. Don't want to be up against the Kuratich Weaver. He's been liking the Weaver, been liking the Sven, both of which banned out now by Team Spirit, so the focus is certainly on him. And they end up banning the Ursa. Maybe going Phoenix. And they do go Phoenix with the ban of Snapfire and Ursa kind of giving away that opportunity. And you could answer with a Jakiro pick here. It does do that double hit. So always possible. As that would be a Jakiro, probably 5, Hoodwink 4. If they do, in fact, go to the Jakiro in this situation. They go to the Beastmaster, which is a good little pickup here as well. Beastmaster giving you a lot of damage once that Ags is picked up. And Drums of Swam definitely given a lot of value, and another pick. It is a lane that goes well with the Hoodwink, or Hoodwink could be your 5. You could end up just throwing the Jakiro in the 4 as well. I think that is always an opportunity when you've got somebody as strong as Beastmaster that really does run at you, and they do go to the Jakiro, so yeah, that felt like the obvious pick. So now you've got the Jakiro, you're going to have to try and protect this egg. You go to the DK, which is a hero that is very flexible. And they'll go Brewmaster, so it won't be offlane DK. And this is a Windrunner that could also be mid, but could be the 4. Right now it does look as though that they're leaving it up that they could use a safe laner or a mid. The flexibility makes the options endless here. But what do you want to answer if you're the side of Spirit? As you've got decent lockdown with these 3 heroes. Maybe you'd like another stun. I don't really think that they should go back to that Alk. But they've also enjoyed their fair share, like the Terra Blade. And they go Broodmother. Whew. So Broodmother the pick. It's your 4th pick. Could be your safe laner. Probably more so your safe laner than your mid, with the way it's been leaning in this event. Out of these final bans, you kind of get a feeling for what Spirit believe this DK is going to be and what they don't want to be up against. There's been a lot of last phase storm bans, and there it is. Maybe you see Ember get banned as well. I really wouldn't mind Ember here for this side of Spirit, truthfully. They banned the Pango, a little bit more lockdown with that Rolling Thunder being taken away. Anything that's going to give you really lockdown is going to be solid here for the side of Team Spirit. And we go back into the reserve time. Only 40 seconds remaining of reserve time here for Virtus Pro. If you've banned the pay... I really do think Ember is a decent call here to ban. Maybe even Timber if you want to get that out of the way. We've seen Timber against the DK mid. Coddle's not great for the side of Spirit because you're up against the DK potentially, and we've talked about that matchup where if you're trying to use Illuminate, you just get stunned. And they do ban that Coddle. They actually, surprisingly enough, they ban the Coddle, considering I thought the matchup's not that great. Shockingly enough. They banned the Ember themselves. A pick I really thought I'd like here. And they go into the Invoker. So the Laurel Invoker, and this is with Primal Roar and Ice Path and Bushwhack. And they are going to go Puck mid. Not a hero we've been seeing much of, but it does give you lockdown. Something I really wanted to see. Gives you lockdown, gives you silence. You've got control with this lineup from Virtus Pro, but you're going to have to go up against this Broodmother, which should be early Orchid. I would like to see early Orchid from this Broodmother, and that could give this Puck a good amount of trouble. So that could be certainly an issue, and got an update here as the other matchup ended 2-0 in favor of Nigma Galaxy over Azure Ray. That puts Azure Ray at 0-3. And they will start in the lower bracket. Nigma Galaxy 2-0 with their wins over Extreme Gaming and Azure Ray. So they're looking like they're set for an upper bracket of some sort. Azure plays Talon, so does Nigma. Nigma also plays IG tomorrow, as it's going to be 4 series instead of 3. And we should be getting into this third game here between Spirit and Virtus Pro. It's the final game here, and Spirit, they're already 1-0. They beat Navi yesterday 2-1, and it looks like they might beat Virtus Pro here 2-1. I like their draft a little bit more than I do like Virtus Pro's, truthfully. So we'll have to see. But should be loading in just a second. It's always a little bit slow with the formation time and all that. Or the situation room time, and we should be loading in just a moment. I believe they're not paused at the moment. Miracle is the problem. They're cooking. They are cooking. That is true. Miracle and Kuro were the problem. You know, a lot of people coming into this, they didn't trust Ghost, but I feel like Ghost is a great carry, and the fact that he's been without a team has been very, very surprising. He was on Nigma for 15 days as an offlaner. Not the position he should have been in. He's a great carry. Brood. Brood's setting up offlane. Trying to get a matchup against Kiritich on the DK and the Phoenix. Why girl isn't speaking? That's actually me as well. Yatoro taking some damage. Illusory Orb is going to be thrown through as the EMP comes out from Laurel. They'll go for Karatich, trying to do some damage here. Fire Spirits from Rain. Back and forth they go. Illusory Orb jaunting onto the low ground, and I do like that from Puck. Instead of the hello, it's ni hao, which is pretty cool. Always interesting to see the intricacies of the different language packs here, but it will be 3 bounty runes for Team Spirit, and it will be Yatoro setting up towards top. He just threw a web down there. He's just trying to be annoying. I'm looking kind of hot. Better call him Radon. I could call him Radon. But which Radon should I call him? Ba-da-boo, way. Is it Star Scourge Radon, or is it Promised Consort Radon? That is the question. Answer me that. Radon equals Riz all day, Dota all night. Very funny. That's a +2. So Radon, Promised Consort Radon here with Maposhka. And well, we were going over with me and Rojo when he was still here before he went to bed. It's been a late night. It's already 8 in the morning here, U.S. East time, as we have been up all morning to get lucky. And the Liquid Frost works with Blood Grenade, and that's why you see so many Blood Grenades purchased on Jakiro. And it feels very strong. Rain dropping here for first blood as Mira gets it for this Hoodwink. And you don't want to be feeding a Hoodwink. It could always be a big problem. Get those extra levels. All of a sudden, you've got Acorn Shot level 2 in lane, and you are just eating problem after problem. And Laurel here made... Ooh, Squadix. Jesus. Squadix. Jesus. Squadix! 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 Oi! Oh my god. What are you doing, Squadix? Actually, insanity. Oh, that doesn't sound balanced. Yes. Is very strong. That's right, chat. Redeeming my posture. I'm not on webcam right now. Luckily not. I am very shirtless and very heat rashed. I'm very sensitive to the sun, guys. You don't want to see what I look like right now. It's not great. So Kuratich, bottom lane, just eating constant shots here from Mira. Not afraid to just put the right clicks on. Collapse. His CS is good. 14 and 6. Happy with that. Cold Snap onto the tower. Squadix with the Illusory Orb to get out of range. Laurel. We have seen some good Invoker play. Not often we see this hero over mid, but the few times we've seen it, it's been really nice. And now you're over by these trees. You got to be careful. These axes aren't exactly that expensive. One Acorn Shot with a Bushwhack, another set of axes, and you could just be dead if you're not too careful on this Phoenix, who you'd like to see a quick level 6 on this Phoenix. You want to see the Sunray really be effective here. Maybe get an early shard. I'm a vampire? No, I love garlic. Don't break my cover, guys. Shut up. Come on. So, Collapse. Happy with the lane. Dr. Bum. Hard to really deal with Radon, the Promised Consort, and he's sitting 21 and 4. The CS here for the side of the Dire is feeling all right. Dual breath, though. Power shot comes in. Maposhka's going to die. And Radon, nothing they can really do about it. You've got that with the Cinder Brew, which is always going to be quite a bit of damage. Tornado EMP, but Squadix gets out of there. Rain away from there, and it will be the splash facet, the red facet, there for DK. And just 1-1 early on, but Invoker doing a good job against this puck, keeping it even. We'll see who rotates first, who gets level 6, see how much that Dream Coil can do, and forcing out that Icarus dive when you know, again, those axes, that Acorn shot can really just destroy you. Love you too, Smarties. Ooh, that sounds good. Garlic bread with sirloin slices. Uh-oh. Acorn shot, one more right click, and Mira's going to get another kill. And again, just feeding this Hoodwink where you're kind of getting this fourth core out of the game, especially when it's all by itself. You don't really need much more. So, 6 minutes in, you'll get the I'll lower that. I mean, I appreciated John X Fire for the raid. I just have to lower this a little bit. But Maposhka, he's dead here. And it's even at 2. Appreciate the raid, John. I've lost Rojo, so it's just me and my thoughts. Rain's still griefing a little bit. Not, I wouldn't say griefing. It's the life of a 5. Laurel comes at level 6. Down towards bottom to try and get Kiritich, who's only level 4. He shows in lane, and it'll be Tornado EMP, as well as a little bit more here if they could get this kill, as Laurel is just watching. But Kiritich kind of wise to this and backing all the way off. Really just wise to the movement from Laurel, as the 7-minute Wisdom Rune will be picked up by Dr. Bum. Scan used by Spirit, not going to see anybody from the other team taking their Wisdom Rune, so they know they can pressure this tower. He actually took Liquid Fire. I didn't even realize that. It was a Liquid Fire from Aposhka this time. We've seen so much Liquid Frost with the Blood Grenades, and I just spoke about it without really recognizing that he didn't even take Liquid Frost this time around. Welcome all my raiders. Black screen? What are you talking about? Don't lie. So Lauro moving off mid. You now have level 6 here for the puck. They're even in the mid lane. Notice is having a good time in the off lane, but not as good as the Beastmaster in his end. Poshka comes in, and is that Liquid Fire? It's just the double hits. It's always confusing to me. But the sound was Liquid Fire. The double hit is 1 ice, 1 fire. Confuses me sometimes. I'm very easily confused. I scatter when things are like that. And Rain get to survive on the high ground. Actually, Mira in trouble, but unable to kill off this Hoodwink and actually salving up and getting back close to full. Primal Roar onto the DK. Bushwhack with it. Rain here with Noticed, who's level 6. Has Primal Split, but doesn't use it to save Kiritich immediately. The Cinder Brew with the slow. Collapse on the run, trying to get away from Noticed. Forcing out the split a little late, truthfully. Doesn't look like it'll matter, though. He should be dead regardless, and eventually he'll fall. Rain dies to neutrals as he was running away from the boar. And Notice kills Collapse. This will leave the tier 1 to be taken by Promise Consort Radon. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, I don't get monetized for ads until I hit 500 subs on YouTube. So if you guys could all sub, that'd be great. Notice is going to die here. He doesn't have Primal Split. We're getting a little bit of lag, but they will lose the Brewmaster. 24 seconds without him. I didn't mean sub, Twitch sub, but I appreciate that. Neuromantic. I need to turn off all my sounds here. I keep forgetting to do that. I could do that right now, actually. They're really loud. I thought I turned them off by turning off the browser source, but I didn't. Dream Coil onto Laurel. He'll go into the Ghost Walk, but they've got a sentry down ready. Shackle Shot Squadix gets the kill there on a Laurel. You kind of want this Invoker to get off the bat rolling a little bit more than he has so far, and you can see the puck really building net worth away from Laurel, as he's got quite the advantage. Things going really well here so far. So, as it's a 2,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit because you got Beastmaster and Broodmother at the top. I believe that was Orchid being built there for Radon, and when you get that Orchid, things are going to start to get really dangerous, truthfully. And, well, Orchid's soon to be there. And then you've got ways to kill this puck and shut down their game. Squadix has to be very aware of that. And he's going for the Witchblade right now. Laurel 2 levels behind. Surprisingly, Laurel, who was doing well in lane but has had a couple deaths, has just slowed down heavily against this puck. So, at 12 minutes, you've got Collapse, who has Axe. Jesus, I mean, his farm's out of control. Holy hell. He's going to have that Drums of Slom, and all of a sudden, with the Orchid, this is a huge power spike for Team Spirit. They'll walk the Beastmaster back. They do have Dream Coil, Maposhka on the run, but the Shackle will connect on the edge. Power Shot, Cinder Brew, Spirit Vessel with a Blood Grenade, and the Illusory Orb doing a lot of damage on a Maposhka, and I think killing him. Yeah, he's going to die there, and they don't even get the Phoenix in return, but they've got the Orchid. It's not onto the puck, who I really thought they were going to go for, as the debut of the Orchid really doesn't get them anything. So yeah, YouTube says I need 500 subs and 3 video uploads in the last 90 days, so I'll have that obviously with the streaming. I have big contracts in Chinese Dota? No. I don't have big contracts. This is just free work, guys. 2,000 net worth lead still though for Spirit. Radon's still maintaining that net worth lead. So is Collapse. I mean, there really hasn't been much shutting them down just yet. I will say, just the Orchid not being debuted the way that I thought it would going after the puck is a little bit disappointing. But you're still farming at such a pace where you can fight in again with that Primal Roar especially, but instead they're going to take this time and go for a very early Roche. And with the Drums of Slum, you just have that added damage, and it will end up being that they do find themselves getting an Aegis on Beastmaster, so he's that early damage that you want. He's the early damage they're going to use. And it's a 3,000 net worth lead, 14 minutes. Wisdom Rune's available. Rain's going to get his. And a Haste Rune picked up for Laurel, and you could see Radon has made the move down towards bottom, cleaning up the entirety of the jungle. missing the tornado.
天灰中塔正受到攻击，
Tier 1 tower, though, going to take a lot of damage. You got collapse here with Radon.
塔正受
Somebody said, I can't believe there's so many ads, and he wasn't talking about the fact that I was playing ads, but the fact that they've got a lot of ads with the spiderlings and the boar, of course. So, things stabilizing for Virtus Pro, and I actually like where they're at. I'd like to see a little bit more farm here, maybe another item come out with, say, the pipe. I think once they get the pipe, fighting should feel pretty good for them, honestly. Notice then Dr. Bum going towards top, trying to clean up. And again, Notice trying to get this pipe as quickly as possible. It's Aura Brew. I think the change has certainly been there. We used to see a lot of Radiance Brew, and now it's just Aura Brew. Primal Roar, Ice Path, as well as the Bushwhack to get the kill in a Rain again. You know, you might be saying to yourself, I can't believe Rain is feeding, but this is tactical space. So just remember that when Virtus Pro start to put up numbers in terms of net worth, although they are kind of starting to trail behind Radon and Collapse.
夜眼上塔正受到攻击，
Squad X. Oi, Bushwhack, Sharpshooter, Phase Shift. Good tornado from Laurel, and they'll get this kill on a Squad X. Not what you want from your Puck, who's really trying to help you stabilize and control these heroes on Spirit this part of the game.
正受到攻击，
So, unfortunate there. Yeah, Beastmaster's net worth is out of control at the moment. Definitely a little bit tough for them to kind of come back into the game with letting Beastmaster get so much out of the map. Hey, tactical space is tactical space. Just because your allies can't agree with you in your pubs doesn't mean you're wrong.
天灰军团全面
And going Ags Blink Pipe.
夜眼军团
You know, I said Pipe was going to be big here for the Brewmaster, but when you've got all these items here for the Beastmaster, it's even more just obnoxious and tough to deal with. They already got a tier 2 over bottom. They've got Primal Roar. They were looking for it with the Sunstrike. They don't quite get it.
夜眼上塔已被摧毁，天灰中塔正受到攻击，
And the push potential here, it's just so abusive. So difficult to
塔正受
get out past your base and find some farm. And thank you for the Twitch Prime sub.
天灰
We're at
塔正受到攻击，
14.
塔已被
We have more subs right now than we do kills in this game.
正受到攻击，
And now you've lost your tier 2 mid. Like, you're just giving up so much of the map and the oppression of this force, the Beastmaster, the Broodmother. It's just so overwhelming. It's so hard to really figure out what you're able to get out of the map when you're on the side of Virtus Pro. And you've got BKB now. You're trying to get Sanjanyasha. There's the Orchid. This is what I originally wanted from them. And actually, the Sharpshooter eaten by this Windrunner. The Spiderling's going to be taken out. And they've got the Tornado, and it stops these heroes in their tracks. So,
I made it worse.
thank you for the sub. As the real Cookie Monster just subbed. So all of Sesame Street thinks this is a great stream. Mira has quite a bit of farm. They're even going to Dream Coil for him. They've got the Silence with the Waning Rift. Tornado flies through, hits out of the Phoenix, and now they've got the Orchid on the Windrunner. Brew Has split still available. They'll lose Dr. Bum. They'll end up trading supports, but no split committed to trying to hold on to Radon.
螃蟹的时候，
Now, Laurel not getting any farm. He's trying to get it in the Midas. Knowing that he's not really the focus here. And a lot of the farm being scooped up by Radon as well as this Beastmaster. $3,000 net worth lead, and they've got the Roar. They'll have the Tornado Bushwhack combo. Really know how to time it, but that means they're going to go for Radon. They've got the Primal Split, but they don't have Dream Coil. Waning Rift Silence, Cinder Brew. That should be ignited with this Thunderclap. BKB TP out. They find the control here onto the Jakiro. They will get Miposhka. But they do get the BKB out of the Broodmother. Can't be upset about that, truthfully. Definitely a bit of a slower game, that's for sure. Kuritich looking at Blink before Sanjanyasha. And they're going to go for the Tormentor. They'll pick up the 21-minute Wisdom Rune.
天辉军团正在扫描。
So Mira will get that Shard Hunter's Boomerang picked up, and then this Tormentor going to be done here by Virtus Pro. And they will get Shard for Rain, as that is now Sunray with the Supernova, which we're yet to see so far. Not really a game where he's going to feel all too comfortable throwing down a Supernova unless it's in the perfect position. And it will be that Blink for the DK before the Sanjanyasha. Bushwhack missing. Sharpshooter shot. That's off the mark as well. 2 minutes, 15 seconds till the next Roche is available. Early Roche was taken. 14 minutes by the Beastmaster. He's still sitting top of the net worth. Might even be the one who takes the second Aegis if they get it on the side of Team Spirit. And they've now got this Bloodthorn finished for the Star Scourge of Verdun. They're camping out here, but this Roche ain't up for a while. So, by the way, with that last sub by Cookie Monster, we now have the same amount of subs as kills in this game. Let's keep it up. Hopefully this game gets 1,000 kills. But the way that they're moving around the map, they're kind of avoiding each other, waiting for this next Roche, kind of waiting for that item progression. Maelstrom for Mira. They're waiting for their BKBs. Maelstrom being built here for Squadix. He's got that Blink Yule's Witchblade. Mech for Miposhka, which is pretty typical of the way he plays this hero.
天辉下塔正受到攻击。
And they're waiting for somebody to show. Laurel, who got this Midas, felt as though he was falling behind in the game, and he was. He was really losing out on a lot of net worth, and now able to keep up with this Midas, getting a little bit of the map to farm, considering a lot of it was being taken by Radon and Collapse.
天辉军团正在扫描。
Roche up in 15 seconds. The scan connects. They know where Spirit is. It's not like they're truly hiding their intentions here. But Kuritich going to get to level 18 soon enough. Squadix going to get to his Maelstrom, and he's still 2 levels ahead of Laurel, which was the case when Laurel was level 8. Squadix was level 10, and it's been an advantage in terms of mid lane here. Supports are pretty close. Phoenix still has a good amount of farm. They're going to bring Roche back in to the pit. Another Aegis, this time for Radon. So it won't be given over to the Beastmaster, but you like it here for the Brood. Smoke here from Team Spirit. Dr. Bum might be the one who breaks it. I don't actually see Dr. Bum just yet. They're wrapping around. They won't find anybody. They're pretty forward in the lane. Team Spirit placing some wards down and trying to get some vision here, maybe to set up on something. I mean, they had gotten all these tier 2s so quickly in the game. It felt as though they were going to look to high ground at any moment. They've got this Aegis on Radon to try and make a move. They're only up 3,000 net worth now. And things are starting to inch better and better for Virtus Pro, truthfully. So power shot flying through, some damage onto the tier 3. Shackle's obviously going to connect with these creeps in the back. And they've got this Gale Force Tornado onto this Phoenix. Constant power shots. They've got that banner down. They get the tier 3. They'll break through, and they're going to need to make a move here on the side of Virtus Pro unless they're willing to lose their racks with nothing contested just yet. They'll go. Ice Path down, but still no split. Just trying to take out this banner, which they eventually do. Who's going to come in to stop this push? And it doesn't look like anybody really from Virtus Pro needs to, as they'll retreat on the side of Team Spirit and continue to soul crawl this. Not really feeling comfortable enough, but you're starting to get farm here on Kiritich, where I think given the right fight, hopping a BKB or something, he might be right in there, and you could be in trouble with the damage this DK can put out. This looks like gaming gladiators play. It's definitely some interesting slow play. Gale Force burning him out. Sunray and Aegis gone. They're gonna have to make a move now. Dream Coil, not the best. Methodical is always a word that comes by when you talk about these slow play games. "28 minutes, more wisdom runes to be taken." BKB into a glyph Radon? What? Really? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I mean, that is uh-oh. No BKBs means go. And they will find this hoodwink Mira dead so quickly. And this is a kill right by the tier 2 tower. No glyph, but this is at least a dead tier 2 mid.
夜眼中塔
How much more can they get out of this, though? There's a tier 1 still bottom. You'd think they'd go get that.
着吧
And the longer this game goes, the better it's feeling for Virtus Pro. It did feel as though Spirit wanted to play this fast and loose, but unable to really do so successfully. So you start to wonder if the tank's starting to get onto empty here. As they will find noticed, he does have Primal Split if need be, but the Bushwhack lands, the Sunstrike is in, they've got the Bloodthorn, the damage, he never even uses it. And it's a good kill there for the side of Team Spirit. Surprising lack of usage there. Heritage, no Elder Dragon form. Blink Dragon Tail. They're gonna go in. They've got the Supernova. Can they hit this egg down? It's gonna die very quickly, but this is looking really bad for Radon. Both these heroes dying without buyback. Laurel looking like he's gonna be next. Shackle connects. That's gonna be a third. They'll look for Maposhka. They've got the Dragon Tail. Oh. Oh no.
着吧
It is now 12 to 10. The net worth lead is in the hands of Virtus Pro. And Spirit slow rolled it, but maybe slow rolled a little too slow. This is now an issue. Let's get a replay. No sound on the replays from the Queen feed, so, you know, BKB, Ice Path, Dream Coil, and then Illusory Orb with a stun, and 3, 2, goosh, and the kill, and it's going to be double kill for Squadrons. So, now the push is on, 3,000 net worth lead. You're going to feel pretty confident on Virtus Pro, and you might wait till the next Roche because there's not too much time until that's up.
还没用的 好有趣呀
Virtus Pro looking for an opening. Laurel shows himself using that Midas, and putting the web down will also give info to Radon. Uh-oh. Ooh. Couldn't get the Dragon Tail onto the Broodmother. That was close. And Roche going to be another minute and a half.
天辉军团正在扫描
So I have to try and defend here on Spirit with this third Roche. A third Roche at 34 minutes is pretty early. Definitely one of the earlier Roches. It's going to be bottom for about 50 seconds, but it could be an early Ags blessing if they wait for it to go top. Bushwhack, Hunter's Boomerang. Icarus dive over, and all those spiders will burn out. Gonna use this smoke to try and fight over. They are placing some webs, trying to wrap around. Power shot coming through. Knowing somewhat where they're at. They wrap in, they get the Bushwhack, it's onto the Phoenix, but they've got the Waning Rift, the Silence, the Icarus dive. all the way through. Kiritich getting that kill on Amira. That's going to be 1 dead on the side of Team Spirit without buyback. And Roche is officially back up, but going top at 30 seconds. Virtus Pro looking for more. They use that dust. They'll blink Dragon Tail. Ooh, a little bit of a dodge there. Cataclysm flying in, doing some damage on a Kiritich, but he feels too strong. They go to the Guardian Greaves. They get the kill on a Laurel. They'll look over at the rest of the BKB pop here by Collapse. They don't have a way to stop that TP, but no BKB TP from Radon. My guy? What have you done? Virtus Pro, after going down 2-0 to Na'Vi in the series before this, looks like they're about to take a 2-1 over Team Spirit. Like I said, Roche is top. Ag's Blessing at 35 minutes. Feels really nice. And who's it going to? Puck will take the Ags. Shiva's finished off there for the Beastmaster. Beastmaster and Brood had such a good start to this game, but they're now so far behind their respective opponents. It's a 15,000 net worth lead for the side of Virtus Pro. Top of the net worth, of course, being inflated here for the Puck, considering they ate that Ag's Blessing. Squadix, uh-oh, Dream Coil. Laurel in trouble and dead. The Gale forced to push back. Mira at least try to. There's a tier 2 available. Creeps are pushing up. And Virtus Pro, they need to try and break through this high ground. They are up 14,000 net worth. Pushing mid, or at least trying to force somebody back. They end up getting the puck back. Gonna get another tier 3, but it's not that easy. Guys, I totally have $250,000 in cosmetics available. So if you want to put exclamation point drops in the chat, they are definitely real and definitely coming your way. That's exclamation point drops for you guys. Clean near finish for Mira. Some extra control if they can use it. Doesn't look like they're able to kill Kiritich, truthfully. The amount of followers I just got after saying that. Why did I just get like 300 followers? Guys, it's not real. It's not real. It's not real. And maybe it's real. Who knows? That was the easiest bait ever. You actually have to be subbing for exclamation point drops to work. I'm just saying. Funny. Y'all are funny. Love you guys. $16,000 net worth lead here. Miposhka has Guardian Greaves. But look at Karatic, man. Daedalus, Armlet, Sanjin overwhelming Blink, has a BKB in his backpack. 4,300 extra gold. Unfollow, guys. No, chill. Come on. A 40-minute mark. It looked as though this game for Spirit was going to be pushed really fast. And I will say they ran out of steam real hard. I love you guys. Chat, I love you guys. You're so great. Blink, breathe fire, and a lot of damage onto that illusion. Also, one right click to take out all the spiderlings. Easy. And backdoor is up, so not easy to take, especially with the spiderlings pulling the creep wave. And they've also got bottom being pushed in by Laurel. Spirit really trying to hold on to this game in any way that they can. Tier 3 goes down, and they're on the high ground here for the side of Virtus Pro. They'll also get one half this set of racks, and a refresher picked up for Laurel, but these heroes from the side of Spirit really haven't gotten a kill in a while. Chat, I kid you not. I was watching my activity feed when I said exclamation point drops for $250,000 worth of cosmetics. And that was the most followers I got in a 5-second span I've ever seen in my life. I live for you guys. I love you guys. 17,000 net worth lead. Ags. What? Did I just say Ags picked up for Beastmaster? He had an Ags at 12 minutes into the game. That was weird. Really, really odd. Mapushka in trouble. Blink Dragon Tail and a power shot. That's a kill there for Karatic. Right by the base. That is a gem on the deck. Tornado comes through. It does land onto the puck. They're waiting for somebody to show. They just want, honestly, they just want Yatora to show so they could get this kill and be done with the game. He has illusions pushing in, but not really showing. He's now bottom. Oh, it could have been Blessing. You're right. I didn't even think about that part. I have to show Beastmaster again. They have not shown him on this Queen feed in a while. Hex being made for Mira, that is definitely an item that could help them out. Well, not if he dies right here. Needs to run away from notice. A lot of farm here for Phoenix, too. Keeping up with Mira. Honestly, really well done. Chikiro going Ags. Karatic trying to take this outpost. Has some help. This will be another shard or... yeah, shard for Karatic. So Fireball. Continue to keep this all pushed out. Show me Beastmaster for just 2 seconds, guys. Please. Roshan up for another 20 seconds. Potentially not up for another 10. 44 minutes, though, and only 17-10, truthfully. Scotty being built here from Redania, that early Bloodthorn. They'll clean up the creep wave and the Spiderlings very quickly. Squadix easily back towards his team. The TP in from Karatic. They've got the obs down. They have the vision. But can they make the move? Overwhelming blink, breathe fire, and now they see that Roche is up with the Forge Spirits, and can Team Spirit even do anything? They sent the Invoker top with the Broodmother. So into Roche they go. Gonna need an answer here from Spirit if they want to go after this, and they find themselves Mira. Shackle connects, and Mira's gonna die very quickly at this point. I don't know what you have left from Spirit. They don't even have buyback available on the Hoodwink. They have nowhere to TP into that's gonna be close anyway. Roche now going top. Where they find, Radon. Primal Roar, Cataclysm, Laurel trying to do the damage, and they get that kill into Kiritich. Oh boy, BKB's around the horn. They land the Ice Path. It's on to Squadix. It's going horrible for Virtus Pro. Supernova, Gale Force pushing him back towards the egg. The right clicks are in. The egg explodes. They go to the refresher. They've got another egg. Laurel, he'll end up dead. He's gone for 70. He's got buyback and an outpost to TP to, but that Supernova goes off, and Collapse is going to get low here. Not dead just yet, but finally falls to notice. Radon back in. The look for the Phoenix. Silence is there with the Bloodthorn, and they've got another kill with the buybacks being committed by Kiritich, as well as this Dr. Bum Windrunner. And that's a lot spent here for Virtus Pro, and they lose notice too. And they're not going to get this Roche. So, Ag's blessing on Miposhka, but not eaten yet. There it is. Let's take another look at this fight. So we have no sound when we go into these replays. I don't know why. Goosh, gosh. BKB. Double Cataclysm as Kiritich dies. And then it's going to be the Ice Path and the with the dual breath, and then they've got the Supernova. Boof. Refresher. Boof. The stun onto Collapse here. Axes. Dual breath. From Miposhka again. Sharpshooter. Hits onto this Phoenix. Silence. And then the kill onto this Phoenix. They find the Bushwhack, the Hunter's Boomerang, and the right clicks to kill him off. As they take out the Brew, and all of a sudden, the net worth lead is down to 5,000. 5,000. That ain't good. That ain't good. The double Cataclysm, though, was pretty intense. We get a pause. So while we're paused, chat, I'm thinking of a number. 1 to 10. Guess, go. It was 7. All right, so Virtus Pro, they had their moment, and now the game kind of going back towards the favor of Spirit with that last fight. They have an Aegis now on Radon, the Promised Consort. But can they push in with this Aegis, with the cheese on Miposhka? Can I keep the play-by-play content like that? I don't know. It would be tough. It would be really tough. Spirit, you know, despite having this Aegis and the amplified damage on the Broodmother, they're still looking a little bit scared of going in. They certainly saw what was happening to Yatoro when they went in the last time and how easily it was for them to kind of be defended from their base. So you need to feel confident to take this high ground. There's a lot here from Virtus Pro that can make it difficult, like the split, the coil, the double egg. Ludwig going to be bottom to push out this lane. Also pick up the Wisdom Rune. Ice Path, Ags, Macropyre, Cataclysm, Primal Roar coming through with the silence, but the Force Staff back. Noticed. Not even below half health. Not even below half health. And you know, that just show the lack of damage that they have, and also the kind of lack of commitment that they were showing in a moment like that. So you just have to be careful. Just got to be careful here with going up on the high ground, but this game is still anybody's game. It could go back and forth again. Wind Waker trying to be picked up here for Squadix. Shard for the Brewmaster. Broodmother going Refresher. Collapse is nearby. As we're at 51 minutes, this might be a tier 5 kind of game. I'll be honest. This could be a tier 5 kind of game. Put a 1 in chat if you think it's going to be tier 5 items. Because now that they no longer have the Aegis, you're going to go another 3 minutes, potentially 5, without a push most likely. And then that leaves you close to tier 5s after the fight at Roche. Mira has Hex now. Hex, Glimmer, Gleipnir. Timeless Relic picked up for the Jakiro, who's got that Ags. Maposhka also still holding on to that cheese. Could probably give that away, but they are really keeping Virtus Pro inside their base. And Beastmaster going to walk back here to check and move in the Twin Gate to push bottom. So as this team starts shifting down towards bot, you've got Laurel farming the triangle, as his net worth is above that of Noticed. So, you know, considering the fact that he had a slow start, he was behind by a lot. The Midas paying off its dividends, trying to go into the Wind Waker. Power shot, Icarus dive all the way through on the mid lane. But nobody willing to make the move just yet. Dream Coil comes through, that lands on a Laurel. They've got the vision. They should be able to get this kill and will. Ice Path, though, it lands onto the puck. They've got themselves the Primal Roar. Do they have the damage with the Bloodthorn? Yes, they do. They also get Mira. 2 heroes dead on Spirit, and all of a sudden, the side of Team Spirit need to try and TP out of this, but they will lose a third. So that starts with Laurel getting caught. They end up losing Squadix in return, but 2 more in both supports killed off on the side of Spirit. So Roche now close to being up, but I don't even know if Virtus Pro want to wait. They want to force these buybacks so they feel comfortable in the Roche attempt. the more buybacks you force here, too, the less likely I would say Spirit are to try and take that Roche fight, because you would only have one life going into it. When it's going to be top and you'll have those TPs to the outpost. But you get one. You get one. And Roche up in another minute. So we will be at 55-ish minutes when this last or next Roche will happen. And so RL TP's over there, and the walk starts from Virtus Pro getting their outpost back and getting some farm on the way over. Seconds as they start to set up by Roche, but they need everybody here. They don't have Beastmaster at the Roche area right now. And Obs are going to be placed down. They see Noticed. Mirror going to be on the way back, trying to get out of this one. Oh, overwhelming Blink, taking the fight to them, taking out Maposhka. Supernova used. They've got the Sunray, and this is Yatoro trying to fight back, but can't. Has buyback available from both of them, but Mira won't. What a great play from Virtus Pro to take the fight to Spirit. That is without vision. They were able to make a move like that. That was insane. So Aegis, Cheese, and Eggs blessing here for the side of Virtus Pro. Eggs gonna be eaten here by DK. DK carry gets even stronger. Buybacks available for 8 of these 10 heroes. Not available for the Puck, who doesn't have the Aegis. But Kiritich will go up on the high ground. Axes will be thrown over. They don't want to buy back just yet. They're willing to give up one set of racks, but creeps are pushing in the mid set as well. Tornado out. Tier 3 gets taken. 15 seconds for this Brood, and they have one more fight left in them. Tier 3 is gone. They might get Megas here. 15 seconds without Mira. I don't know if you could really afford to fight without everybody. And they can just slow roll this with the Primal Split. They go to the Dream Coil. It's going to be onto a couple of these heroes. They go to the Yules. It's going to be onto Maposhka. But the Power Shot comes in. And this will be the Cheese Eaten. They go to the Cataclysm. They have the damage to get the kill on a Kiritich. They'll take the Aegis to start this one out. They at least get that. Can they follow this up? They go to the Meteor, down to the ground. That's going to be a 4-staff back with the BKB being popped. He'll eat the cheese. He'll BKB. He'll TP out. The Supernova's going to pop. It's going to hit. He'll stop the TP. Kiritich going back in. Looking for the Brood. Cataclysm again. This could be a mistake. Oh no, Kiritich dies. Supernova once more. They don't have the hits to take it out, but they'll end up losing themselves. Yatoro, he's going to buy back. They have buyback available on the DK. Icarus dive off to the side. They've got themselves the heck. It's onto the Puck, but the Shackle Shot connects. Beastmaster locked up, collapse. With the Spirit Vessel on them, they'll find Rain. Tornado's going to be off the mark. Maposhka looking over at the Phoenix. They'll fly over. They've got the kill on a Dr. Bum. They'll hit that Bushwhack and get themselves another. The hold is possible. The hold has happened. And it's all because of the stopped TP from Kiritich. Thinking that that Supernova exploded. They stunned up this Yatoro Broodmother. They can get enough out of this fight. So all of a sudden, things maybe get sketchy if they could force these buybacks. Nothing is set in stone just yet in terms of forcing buybacks. By the way, we're at 478 subs on YouTube. If you could just continue what you're doing. Ice path down and collapse throwing these axes. They're trying desperately, but the Dream Coil is there. You got to be careful here on Radon. Glimmer Cape, Wind Waker, Ice Path down, lands onto the puck. They land the shackle. They're going to be in trouble on this Broodmother. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. They go to the Cataclysm once again, but the Primal Split. They've got themselves the Wind Waker. That's going to be the Beastmaster trying to get out of this one. They'll look over a mirror. They've got themselves the Primal Roar. They get the kill on a Kiritich who just fought back. Oh, DK's dead. 2 minutes on the sideline, just like this Broodmother. They go to the Gleipnir. Dr. Bone trying to have the lockdown. He's got the help from Notice with the Cinderbrew on him. The Spirit Vessel on him. Beastmaster. They get the kill on a Collapse. EMP, Laurel into the Ghost Walk. Illusory Aura, Blinken's Pop, silence there on a Dr. Bum. They'll buy back. They go and find the Supernova. Laurel in trouble. Wind Waker, and he'll land. Not even killed off by the Supernova. It's the damage from Virtus Pro. And even though they kill Kiritich, they can't win that fight. That is unfortunate. Cannot win that fight, and they'll buy back on Laurel, trying to hold on. As we hit the top of the hour at 9 a.m. Really 9 p.m. for them there in China. EMP, Force Staff, Focus Fire, Dream Coil on a 2, Wind Wakers. Solid Zelda game, but they're going to get a tier 4 out of this. They'll go to the Refresher, Collapse, looking for a target, looking for the Primal Roar, but the Primal Split. They'll look for the Throne. They still don't have Radon. Supernova once again. They just don't have an ability to kill this egg. There's too many shots needed to get it. They'll buy back on Maposhka. They're running away from the Throne that's being taken here by Notice. They are taking notice, as this is going to be a Primal Roar as well as a Cataclysm that doesn't do anything, and it will be the side of Virtus Pro that upsets Team Spirit and takes the 2-1 series after a 61-minute endeavor in game number 3. They did it. Wow. They actually did it. No way to kill the Supernova. No way to kill the egg. Just never happening for them. That was kind of insane there from Virtus Pro. After getting 2-0'd by Navi in the previous series, Virtus Pro able to take that and just clean it up.
I made it worse! I made it worse!
Squeegee ____. Thank you for the sub. Remember, exclamation point drops, definitely real. Yeah, that's it. I mean, that is the end of the day. Take a look at these highlights real quick. It was 2-0 for LGD over Team 0, 2-0 for Navi over Virtus Pro, and a 2-1 for Virtus Pro over Team Spirit throughout the day. And after a nice 9-hour stream, it's 9 a.m. You guys have been fantastic. If you liked the stream, I'll be back tomorrow. Remember to drop a sub, and tomorrow's 4 series, so we got a lot coming our way. As tomorrow is Navi Team 0, Virtus Pro LGD, 0 Team Spirit, and Spirit LGD to round out the day. So it will be a solid time. Remember, if you're watching on YouTube, please sub. I am 16 subs away from potential earning eligibility, which would be great. I don't know if that's ads or anything. For ads, I need 1,000 subs. So I am 500 subs away from that. And 4,000 public watch hours. That is a lot of time. So remember, thank you very much. If you guys could sub to my YouTube or Twitch or whatever. Keep dreaming, kiddo. Yeah? Well, whatever. I know you're saying that to somebody else, I think. I read too late. Link the YouTube. I will link the YouTube. I will link the YouTube, guys. Please subscribe. But yeah, appreciate you. Let's start to find somebody to raid. We're gonna send you guys somewhere. Just gotta figure out where and who we want to send you to. I'm doing my part. Thank you. Thank you for all the people who watched ads today. Thank you to all the people who subbed. Thank you for all the people who watched. Thank you to all the people who hung out. You all are great. I appreciate you guys. We're going to be back tomorrow, and then I think we get a day break. No, we don't. Playoffs start on the... No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. I thought there was a day break in between playoffs and groups, but I don't believe there is. And almost at 500. I realized for ads, I need 1K subs on YouTube. VODs will be there too. So, yeah, I mean, it was a nice long day, 9 hours of casting. Tomorrow will be even longer. It'll be about 12 hours, I would say. Remember to come back, enjoy, have some fun. It'll be great. And I'm going to wait to... Oh, we got to 500. Nice. I'm going to wait to run another set of ads, and then I'm going to throw you guys over somewhere because I'm trying. Remember, this is honestly, this is free. I asked for official coverage, but we aren't getting paid for this, me and John X Fire. So just trying to make some ad money if we can. Probably won't make much from YouTube ads since most people block them. Yeah, that's true. You're not wrong. Where am I sending you guys? I could send you guys to Owen. But I just want to run another set of ads. I don't know how long I can wait in between ads, so we're going to be here for a little bit. Play some music. I appreciate the subs again, guys. Oh. Resub Monday? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And then follow the stream, because we're going to be back tomorrow. So. Run ads here. I'm here for the ads. I got to wait for them to be available again before I run ads. Not available at the moment. Unpaid casting? Damn, that's rough. Yeah, but it's good viewership. I mean, I'm not trying to do it for, quote, exposure, but I'm happy. I love doing this. This Chinese Dota stuff's good. I like it. This is where I started, man. This is where it all began. Streams like this. 9 hours of just casting. I'm gonna lower that. I hear them statically in my ears. We want more ads? I'm trying. Any more games today? No, that is it. You can enjoy the rest of your day. Come on, ads. Let me play ads again. I'm gonna play some music while we wait here. We have unlocked super chatting on YouTube. Hell yeah. Y'all can now super chat. All right, I can play ads one more time. Oh, no, I can't. It faded. Never mind. It's like a paid chat. Oh, I actually didn't even unlock that. I still need to get 3,000 watch hours. Oh. Will you be casting TI? I enjoy when you try and get all the words out real fast during a big team fight. I don't know yet, man. Hopefully. I'd love to be in Denmark. I'd kill for it. I'd kill for it. You basically pay to highlight your plus message. Hell yeah. All right, more ads. They're here.